Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Immortal Embers Jedi? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Bear's Darkness. The crowd was famished by degrees. But two of an enormous city did survive, and they were enemies. They met beside the dying embers of an altar place, where had been heaped a mass of holy things for an unholy usage. They raked up and shivering scraped with their cold skeleton hands the feeble ashes, and their feeble breath blew for a little life, and made a flame which was a mockery. Then they lifted up their eyes as it grew lighter, and beheld each other's aspects saw, and shrieked, and died. Even of their mutual hideousness they died, unknowing who he was upon whose brow famine had written fiend. The world was void. The populace and the powerful was a lump, seasonless, herbless, treeless, manless, lifeless, a lump of death, a chaos of hard clay. The Dying Embers prologue. Lily and James Potter stared at Headmaster Dumbledore in open amazement. You mean to tell me that our son is prophesied to kill the most evil dark wizard to ever walk the earth? Come on, Albus, this seems a little far-fetched. Lily shook her head and stood up and walked across the living room to look at pictures of her little baby, Harry, which sat peacefully on the mantel. Lily, I know how hard this is for you to believe. We've been fighting against Voldemort. Albus ignored the flinch from both Potter parents and continued on, for the better part of 15 years. But you must understand, and your son is the last chance that the light has of defeating this terrible evil. Dumbledore looked at James and said, Please, James, I love you like a son, and it would break my heart if anything were to happen to you. At least for my sake, go into hiding. With this prophecy, Voldemort will have a much greater desire to kill you than he already does. James slowly sat back in his chair and rubbed his chin. If I take Lily and Harry into hiding, then Voldemort won't be able to attack us. Although it would seriously limit the amount of freedom that we would have, but that's obvious. I mean, we would be going into hiding after all. The one thing I'm worried about is Harry growing up. I never wanted him to grow up with such evil, and I never wanted to put the weight of the world on his shoulders. But according to Albus, it is for the greater good that Harry survives and is trained to fight Voldemort. Albus did say that the prophecy mentioned powers unknown to Voldemort. James closed his eyes and ran a hand through his messy black hair. I don't know, Albus, Lily, and I have always wanted Harry to have a normal life and to grow up loved and have friends his own age. James began to tell the headmaster that they would not go into hiding, but it appeared that the headmaster had already thought out this line of argument. You would not have to worry about that, James. The Weasleys have already said that they would be more than happy to let their youngest son Ronald visit on a regular basis. Ronald and Harry are the same age. Albus sat down and popped a lemon drop into his mouth, and that customary twinkle, which was always in his eyes, returned. Slowly, James conceded and nodded his head. All right, Albus, if that's what you think is best. Albus pulled out his wand and waved it in a complex series of motions as he began to cast the Fidelis charm. Now, who did you want to be your secret keeper? Remember that it must be someone that you trust implicitly, for they hold your life in their hands. James thought for a moment and then quickly said, Peter, nobody would ever suspect him of being the secret keeper. Sirius is far too obvious, and Remus, well, Lily thinks that he may be a spy. Dumbledore nodded his head and finished the long incantation. He and the Potters discussed many things before he informed them of the order meeting that would be taking place that weekend, and with that final bit of information he left. Swiftly and quietly, a small star ship flew towards the Earth. The pilot sitting in the cockpit had a feeling that something would happen here which would change the course of the galaxy forever. The old woman in the cockpit slowly stood up, and as she left to enter another section of the ship, she cackled and said, The ripples from tonight's cause consequences that not even I, with my master over the Force, can see. 1 week after the Fidelis charm was placed on the Potter household, the two Potter parents were invited to a ministry ball to celebrate the 37th anniversary of the defeat of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. The Potters graciously accepted, as they were also asked to give a speech to help raise the moral of the wizarding world. As Sirius Black was also invited to this formal event, James had asked Peter Pettigrew to look after young Harry Potter while they were away. Peter quickly glanced at the grandfather clock and waited for his lord to arrive. Flashback. The Dark Lord glanced down at the ring of Death Eaters which stood in a semicircle before him. He narrowed his eyes at the one on the end of the left side. "What news do you bring me of the Potters, Peter?" The man known as Peter began to shake and stutter uncontrollably. Wormtail fell to his knees and kissed the hem of Lord Voldemort's robes. My lord, I have been made their secret keeper. If the Potters live at Number 8, G. Godric's Hollow. With that said, Peter scampered back into the line of awaiting Death Eaters and watched as the meeting continued. Near the end of the meeting, 3 teenage Muggle girls were brought in, and Voldemort instructed the Death Eaters to have their way with them. With that being said, Voldemort walked over to Peter and said, "I will meet you at the Potter's house tonight at 9 p.m. Do not disappoint me, Wormtail." In flashback, the Dark Lord smirked to himself as he reached the front door of the Potter's residence at Godric's Hollow. He raised his wand and muttered, "Reducto," and the door was blown off its hinges, smashing into the opposite wall. Voldemort seemingly glided into the house and looked over at the chubby man sitting on the couch. "Well, Peter, show me where the young boy is hiding." Peter slowly stood up and led the Dark Lord up the stairs. When they reached Harry's room, Voldemort stepped into the room and raised his wand, shouting. The spell hit the baby's forehead and bounced off over the Dark Lord's shoulder. Voldemort could only stand in awe at this show of power. As he raised his wand to try another curse, an old feminine voice said, "I wouldn't do that if I were you. He is far more powerful than you can possibly imagine." Voldemort turned around, and a flash of green cut through his vision, and suddenly he knew no more, and his spirit went flying into the night. Peter Pettigrew looked over at the baby and saw a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He looked on in awe as an old woman held up her light stick and advanced on him. She calmly raised her hand, and Pettigrew was thrown back with a great force. The old woman picked up Harry and said, "You will make a powerful Jedi young one." With that said, she walked out of the house and stepped into her Corellian freighter and blasted off into the night sky. The old woman slowly directed her ship towards the barren planet of Mandalore. As the ship was landing, she glanced down in the bundle in her arms. "You will be powerful, and your stay with these people will harden you to the suffering in the galaxy." When the ship landed, the old woman slowly descended the landing ramp to see a man completely covered from head to toe in silver Mandalorian armor. "Master Krya, what do you want?" Krya raised her head and stared steadily at the armored man. "What I want, Mandalore, is for you to take this child in as one of your own. He is Force-sensitive, so make him a blood raven." "And what is his name?" Mandalore sneered at the aged Jedi Master. Krya smirked at the warlord. "His name is Revan." The Mandalorian leader quickly walked down the halls of the stronghold on the planet Mandalore. His boots clinked against the durasteel floor as he stormed down the hall with his cap swirling out behind him. In his arms, he carried a small bundle wrapped in a dark-colored blanket. The leader was still fuming over his last encounter with the Jedi Master Krya. "How I hate that woman. How I hate the Jedi." Mandalore broke that line of thought and looked down at the baby in his arms. The boy was destined for great things. After all, he was going to be a blood raven, the deadliest of all the Mandalorian clans, and the only Mandalorians which are able to feel the Force. If he's going to be one of us, I should get Kex to apply his clan mark. With this thought in mind, Mandalore veered down a small corridor in the side of the main hall towards a plain door at the end of the hall. As he entered, a small group of Mandalorian warriors jumped up from their seats and saluted their leader by placing their right fist over their heart and bowing their heads. "Kex, this one here needs the mark of a Mandalorian conscript." The largest man in the room slowly walked over to the child and removed him from his leader's arms. "What clan would he be belonging to then, Mandalore?" Mandalore smirked at the quartermaster and said one simple word, "Blood Raven." The men in the room gaped at him. As Mandalore turned to leave, he called back over his shoulder. "Once he has his mark, give him to Javriel. Tell him to train the boy as best he can. Tell him that the brat's new name is Revan Bloodraven." The years passed quickly for young Revan. As a Mandalorian, he was taught not to become emotionally attached to his adopted parents, knowing that one day they would die in battle. It was the way of a Mandalorian. He was the best in everything that he did, including his studies and all the combat training that the children were involved in from the time that they could walk. By the age of 8, Revan was a proud boy with brilliant green eyes, black hair which hung down around his shoulders, and the scar on his forehead. That scar was something that none of the Mandalorians could explain. Revan was happy as a blood raven, knowing that one day he would be the personal guard of and next in line to Mandalore himself. Revan's life suddenly changed when the Jedi Master Krya returned to his planet to take him to Coruscant and the Jedi Temple for his Jedi training. Krya slowly steered the Corellian freighter onto the landing pad of the Mandalorian stronghold. As she landed, she let out a sigh that she did not realize that she had been holding. It has been 8 long years. I wonder how much young Revan has progressed since I left him with these barbarians. Krya stood up from the pilot's chair and powered down the ship. She turned around and waved her hand in the general direction of the control panel, causing the cockpit door to slide open and at the same time lowering the boarding ramp. Slowly, the old woman walked down the ramp and out into the harsh, dry atmosphere of the Mandalorian homeworld. She looked up at the dusty red sky and shook her head. How I hate coming to these barren places. Yet, it is necessary, for I foresee that Revan will do great things. Terrible but great, and I will help him on his way to greatness, gently probing him in the early stages of his training. He will have other masters, but in the end he will return to me. She slowly walked off of the landing platform and into the Mandalorian city of Nishtar. On Mandalore, she crowed when she spotted the fearsome warrior. Take me to him. This was all she said, and it was all that was needed. More superfluous words would likely lead to a conflict that both warriors wished to avoid. The leader turned his head to the aged Jedi Master. You will have to fight Javriel in order to take the boy with you. Krya nodded her head. So be it, and motioned for Mandalore to lead her on to her future pupil. They walked through the halls of the stronghold, passing many Mandalorian warriors who gave her suspicious glances. After all, the last Jedi that they had encountered was Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma, and by the time that those two had fought with the Mandalorians, they were completely Sith. The odd pair walked down the halls of the stronghold until Mandalore finally stopped in front of the door. Revan is alone with Javriel in this room training. I will not be going with you. This is something that you must do on your own. With that having been said, the Mandalorian leader spun on his heel and stormed off down the hallway, knowing in his heart that one of his best warriors was going to die today. But at least he would die with honor, losing to a Jedi. Krya watched the man walk down the hall and then turned to look at the door that Mandalore had pointed out before he had left. With a soft sigh, she opened the door and walked through. The first thing that she saw was a young boy in training clothes practicing sword techniques against a dummy with a man standing along the side critiquing the boy's every move. When the man saw Krya walking towards them, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and called out, "What do you want?" Krya kept walking forward and merely said, "The boy is strong in the Force. He is to be trained in the ways of the Jedi." Javriel looked down at Revan. He knew that Revan didn't like the Mandalorians. However, he was not going to give up his heir to this woman merely because he was Force-sensitive. "I don't think so. You'll have to kill me to take him." Upon saying this, he pulled out a vibra sword and fell into a flawless fighting stance. The female Jedi Master pulled her lightsaber out of her robe and with the familiar snap hiss activated it. A green beam of energy burst forth, and she held it in front of her in a standard dueling stance. "As you wish," was all that she said before she leapt forward with an amount of speed and agility that caught Javriel off guard and immediately pushed him onto the defensive. Her lightsaber arced through the air towards Javriel's head as he brought his blade up to meet hers. Javriel then spun around in an attempt to sweep her legs out from beneath her, but she merely flipped over him and took a swipe at his unprotected back with her saber, which he barely avoided. Javriel rolled out of the way of yet another attack and brought his sword up, and this time managed to make a cut in her robes. The fighting stopped momentarily, and Krya raised a hand, and a burst of lightning shot forth, striking Javriel in the chest, sending him flying into the opposite wall. Slowly, the man stood up and charged at the waiting Jedi Master. Krya decided to end the fight, and as the man charged, she ducked around him and spun around, cleanly slicing off the proud warrior's head. The old woman deactivated her lightsaber and placed it within the folds of her robes. She looked carefully around the room to make sure that they were truly alone. Slowly, she advanced upon Revan and said, "I have come to take you to the Republic so that you may learn the ways of the Force, but first tell what you think of the Mandalorians." The young boy looked up at the woman who had killed Javriel and said, "I know that we are a proud warrior race. However, we are also very cold and callous. Over the last few centuries, the great majority of the Mandalorian warriors have lost their honor. Their will to fight for a code." Krya smiled. "This is exactly what I wanted the boy to understand. Tell me, boy, do you wish to have something to fight for, something to believe in, and live a way of life that is actually worth living?" Revan nodded his head. "There is no emotion. There is peace. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. There is no passion. There is serenity. There is no death. There is the Force." Do these words make sense? Can you understand them? Of course you can't. Not yet, at least. That is the code of the Jedi. And believe me when I tell you this, young one, it is worth fighting for, worth dying for. Now come, there is much to learn. First, I will take you to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant and train you in the basic ways of our order. Then you will be assigned to a specific master. Now we leave. With that said, Krya turned with a swirl of her cloak and began the long walk back to her ship, knowing that Revan was following behind her. Yes, he will be powerful one day, that one has a great destiny. The Force swirls around him like a whirlwind. As the two reached the ship, Krya told Revan to start the engines and that she would be into the cockpit momentarily to plot a hyperspace route. As the ship entered hyperspace, Krya turned to Revan. "You must never let anyone inside the Republic ever know of your Mandalorian heritage. If they ask about where you are from Duralia, a small farming world, and after the death of your parents you were taken in by the Jedi and found to be Force-sensitive." Revan looked at the old woman curiously. "Why? Don't be a fool. You know about the Great Sith War with Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma. The Mandalorians are hated inside the Republic for aiding those two Sith Lords. We will first be stopping over the small planet of Taurvin to pick up the Jedi Master Vrook Lamar and his new apprentice Bastila Shan, who, if I am not mistaken, is only a few years younger than you. Now leave me. I must sleep." Bastila Shan watched as the small blue and white world of Alderaan grew smaller and smaller. She wept quietly in the shuttle that was taking her to train at the Jedi Academy on Dantooine. "I don't want to use the Force. Why can't I stay with Daddy?" The 5-year-old wondered in despair as the world vanished against the blackness of space. A stodgy, middle-aged Jedi Master glanced over at the crying girl. "Why is that I am always the one who is assigned the emotional ones? So different from how I was when I was a Padawan. Please, Bastila, calm yourself. You have the wonderful gift of being able to control the Force. We are taking you so that you may become a Jedi. You will be a servant of the light, and you can fight injustice. You will be a guardian of peace and justice. Now what do you say to that?" The tiny girl glared with tear-filled eyes at the middle-aged Jedi Master. "I don't want to be a Jedi. I want to go home. Why are you taking me away from Daddy?" She screamed at the man, brushing her hands against her eyes. She ran across the cabin of the small shuttle and looked out at the lines of stars streaking past the ship as it soared through hyperspace. The Jedi sighed as he knelt next to the little girl and placed an arm on her tiny shoulder to reassure her. As expected, she pulled away and her face tightened into a deeper scowl. "Bastila, your father wanted you to be a Jedi. Do you remember his words to you? How proud he was that you will one day master the Force?" The girl's blue eyes widened as she stared at the human Jedi. "But Master Vrook Mommy wanted me to go, not Daddy." She argued with him until he agreed. "I want my daddy. I want to go home." The older Jedi replaced his reassuring hand on her shoulder and sighed heavily as he concentrated on the code to calm himself. "Your father spoke to me of how proud he was of you, Bastila, and how much he loved you. He understands that a Jedi must make sacrifices. Do you want to make your father proud?" Vrook felt a sigh of relief escape him when the girl's eyes flashed, and she nodded. "Yes, Master Vrook, but why can't Daddy come?" Vrook slowly sat on the floor and crossed his legs. "This is going to be a long conversation." He groaned inwardly. "Bastila, A Jedi must train most of their life to gain control and serenity. With control comes serenity, and that is what makes Jedi who they are, their ability to accomplish what others cannot while still remaining true to their ideals. Do you want to learn this? Vrook watched as the girl's face wrinkled in thought and smiled inwardly. After several minutes of silence, the girl smiled and nodded. Yes, Master Vrook, I want my father to be proud. Perhaps this won't be as long as I feared. Vrook thought to himself with a smile reaching his lips. He turned to his fellow master and the young Padawan seated at the controls of the ship. Perhaps he can help. He's always made impressions on others his age. Padawan Revan, I have someone I would like you to meet. Bastila's first thought was how odd the boy looked. He was nearly twice her age, and he walked with a certainty that was unsettling. His expression was neutral, and his green eyes sparkled like emeralds, but tan skin was toned, even for a boy of 10. Padawan Revan, I would like you to meet apprentice Bastila Shan. Bastila, this is Padawan Revan. Revan looked up at Vrook and nodded his head, then slowly lowered his eyes to Bastila's beautiful blue orbs. The small girl blushed and giggled as the boy's eyes filled with warmth locked with hers, and he smiled a warm smile. He bowed deeply and spoke in a serious, yet still childlike voice. It is an honor to meet the newest member of the Order. I would like to personally welcome you to the Jedi Order Apprentice Shan. Bastila's face wrinkled at the long introduction the boy used and his calm, yet comforting demeanor. He's nice, was the first thought she had as she feebly wiped her red and swollen eyes and returned a hasty bow. Master Vrook smiled, seeing his exit. If you wouldn't mind, Padawan Revan, I would appreciate it if you would converse with Bastila while I speak with your Master Czar. The young boy bowed and spoke in a cultured tone. Of course, Master. Bastila's eyes followed the Jedi Master as he stood and walked towards the controls of the shuttle and spoke quietly with the Twi'lek pilot. She noticed the young boy had knelt before, eyeing her. What was it like having parents? He asked in a soft and quiet tone. Bastila stared at him in shock. Her 5-year-old mind could not comprehend much of what was happening, and she couldn't understand his question. What do you mean? She watched as the young boy slumped and stared intently at the bulkhead, steadily losing interest and wondering what the small metallic cylinder attached to his belt was for. I was found to be strong in the Force at a very young age, and I never met my family. I was told I was born into the Order by a knight, but I never met anyone who claimed to be my parents. I'm just wondering if it was good or bad. He turned his intent gaze on hers. Bastila struggled for a moment, and a small smile came over her face. I love my daddy. He's an archaeologist. She stared into space, smiling as she remembered her father, all the gifts he had given her, how he would carry her to bed and would give her all the warmth and security she could ever want. I felt safe with him. Revan listened with interest to the child's testimony and was taken back when a scowl clouded her once happy features. But Mommy was mean, always arguing with Daddy and always yelling at me, and now she sends me away to the Jedi. I want to go home. Revan watched in confusion as the girl began to cry. He instinctively placed a hand on her small arm and reached into his tunic. He removed a small piece of candy and handed it to her. I never knew it could be so difficult, but the Jedi have given me all I know. He smiled as the confused girl snatched the candy and readily devoured it. I don't know how difficult it has been or will be for you, but I do know this. Bastila turned her eyes to his and chewed the candy he had given her. Your father will be proud of you for joining the Order. It is a difficult path, but you will learn so much, accomplish so much good. From what little she could pick up through her frantic mind she liked. She wanted to believe him and could feel a warmth and compassion flowing from him that felt secure, that made her think instantly of her father. Revan, how long will it take? Will I see Daddy again? Revan's far away look confused her for a moment, and she rubbed her hands together as she stared at the floor, then shifted to look at a blinking light in the rear of the shuttle. She was pulled away from the light by his shaky voice. I don't know, Bastila. If you work hard, you may one day be reunited with him and can show him how you've changed and show him how proud he can be of you, his daughter. The young boy sighed and stood quietly as he saw the blank look on the little girl's face. As I said, Bastila, I am Padawan Revan, and if you need anything, I will always be available, but I must meditate at the moment. Bastila could feel she'd done or said something to upset him and looked at him with sadness. "Are you okay, Padawan Revan?" Her meek voice called out. She watched him shift and sit cross-legged as he sighed heavily and closed his eyes. "I was just thinking about who my parents were," he said flatly. The girl watched as he sat motionless for 5 minutes and walked over to him, poking him in his chest. "Ow, what did you do that for?" he asked in shocked annoyance. "What are you doing?" she asked in interest. Revan motioned for her to back away a few steps. "I am meditating. Would you like to learn how?" Revan smiled as he watched her blue eyes light up and her head nod frantically. "Have a seat in front of me like I am." "Okay, good. Now close your eyes and take a deep breath. Hold it for a few moments, then release it slowly." Master Zar watched with amusement as he motioned for Vrook to watch. "It appears my Padawan has taken an apprentice," he joked as Vrook snorted and shook his head. "Quite a prodigy, but a kind-hearted boy. I believe he will help the young girl cope. He always has been able to mediate just about anything we throw at him. Amazing for one so young." The Twi'lek Master nodded and watched the scene thoughtfully as the girl turned a shade of purple and his Padawan frantically tapped her shoulder. "No," I said for a few moments. "Bastila, let it out." Revan sighed as the girl released the breath and her skin turned red, then back to its previous pale state. "I thought you said hold my breath for a few months. That hurt," she said, rubbing her head. Revan looked at her with concern. "No, Bastila. Please again this time, count to 3 and release, all right?" He sighed in relief as she nodded, understanding, and again closed her eyes and took in the breath, then released it. "All right, now I want you to imagine you are a color. What color do you want to be?" The girl's eyes twitched in thought before she spoke. "I want to be yellow." Revan nodded. "All right, that is good. A nice color, fiery yet mellow. I want you to feel the color and imagine yourself as that color. Can you see it? Okay, good. Now I want you to slowly concentrate on around you. What color do you see?" Revan suppressed a snicker as her face twisted in confusion. Then he was shocked to see it form into understanding. "I see gray, a gray cloud surrounded by black. There is yellow within the gray and blue and red." "Red?" he asked quietly as her face scrunched in concentration. "Yeah, I think it's you. I can feel something coming from it. It feels sad." She opened her eyes and looked at the confused expression on her teacher's face. She smiled at him and closed her eyes again. "I can fix it, thought. I can make it pretty. Not that horrible red." Revan's face twisted in confusion and horror as he felt the tiny girl invade his mind. He could feel the sorrow that he was suppressing lessen and slowly form confidence and certainty and stared with shocked amazement at the girl, half his age tearing through his barriers. He watched as she frowned and opened her eyes. "I couldn't make it blue, just purple, but it's still pretty." "Yes." Red is a color associated with pain. Purple would be a neutral color, possible displaying reconciliation or acceptance. Revan forced a smile as he could feel the power radiating off the girl. "You will be a great Jedi someday. I hope," he added silently. "The uncertainty, the pain as it's gone. What is this she is doing to me?" Judging my serious look, Bastila felt she did something wrong and shyly looked to the floor, blushing. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to change your favorite color." "No, Bastila, that is fine. But this must remain between us, all right?" Revan released a sigh of relief when he watched her nod. "I don't know what that was, but it sent a chill down my spine a rancor wouldn't." The boy stood as he felt the shuttle shake slightly as it jumped out of hyperspace. "Come, Bastila. We are nearing Danton. It will be where you will train to be a Jedi." Revan watched the hesitance in the girl as she slowly stood and backed away slightly. "Do not worry. Dantooine is a lovely planet, and I am sure you will enjoy it as much as I do." "Okay, Revan, I trust you," she said as she raised her hand to him. Revan thoughtfully grabbed the hand and walked her to the front of the shuttle to gain a better view of the approaching world. It stared as rumors from travelers and cargo pilots that had come from the Outer Rim. It would have been ridiculous if the rumors hadn't been true. People would speak about them in hushed whispers, as if the sound carried it would bring the murderous raiders upon them. The Mandalorians, a warrior race of powerful and ruthless fighters, amongst the most fearsome in the galaxy, were slowly making their presence known, attacking deep Outer Rim worlds in the hopes of goading the Republic into an all-out war. The Mandalores loved battle and fought for the glory of battle. They reveled in the struggle against impossible odds and would fight to the last man for honor. The fearsome brutes were overly built supercommandos whose only meaning was to fight. Along with their terrifying, powerful basilisk war droids, they would swoop down on world after world, turning the world to ash and taking what they wanted. On the planet Kathar, deep beyond the Outer Rim, such an attack was happening. Mandalorian heavy cruisers bombed the planetary defenses as fighters and basilisks swooped into the atmosphere, burning away any resistance, any life. The Cathars had been known for their ferocious fighting and their honor in battle. It was this that attracted the Mandalorians, the challenge of a worthy foe to gain the glory and honor from a worthy battle. The Mandalores had been thoroughly disappointed. The Cathars failed to launch any significant defense. The Mandalorian air power overwhelmed them and burned the once peaceful world into an empty grave. Only a handful of Kathar escaped, mostly fragmented families able to reach ships and leave in the confused chaos of the Mandalorian ground assault. A seasoned Mandalorian warrior, Canderous of Ordo clan, watched from his cruiser as the vessel vanished from his radar. Pity their hearts weren't in this fight. He spoke quietly as he looked at the burning world, and the power he wielded intoxicated his sense. He raised his arm and shouted through the channels of his crew, "Victory!" Cheers followed his shout and chanted along with his as they prepared for the next assault. For Mandalore, the shouts grew faint as the Mandalorian fleet left the burning world and jumped to their next challenger. A tall, thin man walked slowly into the room, followed closely by a short, fat, balding man. Quickly and silently, the man, who seemed to exude a presence of pure evil, raised a wooden stick at him. "Time to die, Harry Potter." Suddenly, with a flash of green light, the evil man shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" But as the light was about to strike, Revan quickly sat up, drenched with sweat. He slowly climbed out of bed and made his way to the refresher, noticing that it was still quite early in the morning. Revan sighed and slowly shook his head. Who is this Harry Potter? Revan silently followed his master in quiet contemplation, thinking about the young girl he had met that morning. She was so much younger than him, but he could feel the intelligence in her, even if she couldn't distinguish months from moments. He stared up at the sky and sighed as he thought of the power she demonstrated. She is strong, very strong in the Force, and a quick learner. The boy snorted with amusement as to how nervous he was at having a 5-year-old, untrained girl enter his mind, but he was glad she did. It removed a doubt he felt, and he decided he would dedicate some time to look more carefully into that strange power she wielded almost like a toy. Master Zar turned a questioning look at his Padawan. "Be mindful of your thoughts, young one. Your thoughts stray from the present." Revan nodded. "Of course, Master. May I ask you a question?" Zar nodded as Revan continued. "Master, I've been wondering if there is a power Jedi can use that allows them to control the emotions of another, perhaps grant them confidence." Zar sighed and shook his head. "I am sorry, Padawan, but I cannot answer your question. Perhaps Master Doric or Master Vandar could answer your questions better than I." Revan frowned and bowed. "Yes, Master." Zar stroked his chin in thought and wondered, what scheme is my Padawan up to this time? He was pulled from his thoughts by the yelling of a slightly older Padawan. He turned to see Revan's friend Malak waving. Strange how Malak is nearly 3 years older than Revan and still remains his friend. Zar shook his head and sighed. The Force works in mysterious ways. "Revan, I will give you a few moments to speak with your friend. I will speak with the council. Please wait for me in the training room when you are finished." "Of course, Master." Revan bowed his head and quickly backed out of the room. He quickly ran over to Malak, and the two began to plot whatever mischief they were normally taking part in. Zar smiled inwardly and shook his head. Those two are really going to cause a commotion one of these days. He never thought those words would haunt him as much as they did. Bastila stood silently watching in awe as her friend Revan knelt before the council and was granted the rank of Jedi Knight. She felt the pride well up inside her, and she waited with anticipation for what would follow. Revan slowly stood and bowed once more before the council. "It is a great honor to receive the rank of Jedi Knight, and I will do my best to uphold the tenets of the Jedi Council. I will do all that I am able to become a guardian of peace and justice in the Republic." A cheer went through the Embers as Revan's friends mobbed him and chatted away happily at the pleasant distraction. Bastila sighed as she remembered the last 5 years of her life, the heartache at seeing another world fall to the Mandalorians. She remembers her feeling of despair and helplessness as Revan sat before her angrily describing each casualty figure and each detail of the battle, saying if only he'd been there it may have been different. Bastila smiled despite the overwhelming pain that the Mandalorians send through the Force, millions screaming out in terror and suddenly dying. It sickened her to her core to think about the Mandalorians. She only thought about her friend who stood in the center of the gathered Padawans and knights being bombarded with questions and congratulations. Bastila slowly slipped outside where she could be away from the noise and decided it would be nice to meditate. She walked quietly to a hillside near the Enclave and saw, drawing on the Force to calm herself. I haven't done this for 10 years. She thought meekly as she concentrated on her Force aura. She could sense it and see its brilliant yellow glow encased around her. Further away in the tombs, she could feel a black and cold cold that sent a chill down her spine. She shook her head and pulled away, racing through the plains until she felt a familiar presence, the faint purple glow of his aura. Even after all those years, she could see the color flicker from purple to red, and worry crept into her mind. An amused voice pulled her away from her meditation, and she turned to see Master Vandar speaking to her. "It is a lovely place, is it not, Padawan Bastila?" Bastila nodded and took a deep breath of the refreshing air as she slowly stood and bowed to the Master. "What can I do for you, Master?" The tiny form of the Master shook slightly with a snort as he pointed his finger at the young Padawan. "Come here, I have to help you." "Padawan?" Bastila looked at him with uncertainty. "I'm sorry, Master, but what do you believe is troubling me?" The Jedi Master sighed and looked out across the peaceful plains. "Come to speak to you, I have about the power you have just used." Bastila felt her face flush as the blood rushed warmly through her cheeks. "Oh, it's nothing, Master. I'm merely looking into the aura of the Force surrounding someone." "Surrounding Revan," the Jedi Master corrected. Bastila could feel herself growing more red as the Master let out an amused laugh. "No shame in this, there is, Padawan. Revan is a strong man, brave and compassionate. What you have done for him has given him more confidence than we would have thought possible. He is powerful, has always been, but now his mind is strengthened as well as his body." Vandar turned to see Revan slowly approach. "Tell us he did of your gift." Impressed knight Revan was. A decade it took for him to discover the ability. "Battle meditation." Revan's calm voice called out. Bastila turned to see him. "He is so handsome." Bastila immediately blushed more when Master Vandar cocked his head and smiled. Revan sighed and sat down next to her as the Jedi Master neared them. "Your presence will be needed on Coruscant within a few weeks, Bastila," Revan said quietly. "Battle meditation is a rare and precious gift. I was right all those years ago. When I met you, you were special." Bastila smiled sheepishly as Master Vandar continued. "Padawan Bastila, Knight Revan will escort you to the High Council on Coruscant and will aid you in your studies. Master Vrook has given his consent as his masters are. They are eager to see the team you would make." Bastila stared in confusion once more. "What do you mean, Master?" she asked in confusion. The Jedi Master smiled and crept away as he quietly answered. "Leave that explanation to your new Master, I do." Bastila watched as Master Vandar slowly disappeared into the Enclave and raised her eyebrow in confusion towards Revan. "What did he mean by that?" Revan answered with a smile. "I've been granted permission to aid you in your training for battle meditation due to my high knowledge of tactical combat." Bastila recoiled in shock as she watched Revan's amused face. "But you're only 3 years older than me. How could they assign me to you?" Revan laughed and shook his head. "I think word of our little sessions has reached their ears. They're impressed with the focus you have with my teachings, and they have given me permission to watch over you for a short time on Coruscant." Bastila smiled inwardly as she felt her stomach flutter. She saw his arm reach out and his hand grasped her arm gently. She closed her eyes. So gentle, so peaceful, so handsome. Bastila felt her face flush once more and open her eyes, catching her new master's amusement. "Why, Bastila Shan, I never knew you felt that way towards me," he said in a loud voice. Bastila quickly looked around as she became a bright red. She stood and leaned over him, a scowl on her crimson face and her hands on her hips, her blue eyes burning. "That is no way to treat your Padawan," she said as confidently and as imposing as she could. Revan calmly stood and towered over her. Looking down at her, he smiled, lifting her chin so she could not look away. "Come now, Bastila, 5 years of training together, 5 years of friendship. I trust you with my life, and I would never endanger you to anything, especially such trivial emotions. My life belongs to the Jedi." Bastila felt slightly disappointed from his words and looked away. She felt him reach for her. She turned to protest, but was cut short by his lips connecting with hers. She pulled away at first, then slowly returned the kiss. A sound of a snicker and approaching footsteps broke their moment. Revan looked with annoyance at his amused friend. "Tell me, Master Revan, would the council approve of this?" he said, eyeing Bastila. Revan turned and scanned his Padawan and grinned. "Well, I certainly approve of it," he said calmly as he turned to face his amused friend. "So, we are finally going to check out those tombs, eh?" Malik nodded, and Revan turned to Bastila with a sigh, her face once again a familiar red. "I will be back shortly, Bastila. Return to the Enclave, and I will summon you when we are prepared for our mission." Bastila nodded and gave a meek, "Yes, Master." Revan snapped back at her. Now, I am only 20. I don't want any of this, Master, from you, young lady. Only in front of Malik, so I can impress him." Revan turned and smiled to his friend, who had since taken an interest in the ruins to the far east of the Enclave. "I'll meet you within an hour." Bastila nodded and hurried back towards the Enclave. Revan turned to his once again amused friend. "You should be careful. You may get kicked out of the order for that." Revan shook his head as Malik handed him the package of armor they discovered in the tomb weeks ago. "I really like this armor," Revan said with a smile as he donned the black and red-robed armor over his gray Jedi robes. Revan reached into the pack and removed a red and black mask with a demonic pattern painted into it. He smiled once more. "Yes, when we face the Mandalorians, they'll know what to fear." Revan clasped the mask to his face and turned to see his friend placing a red Cortosis breastplate with flowing black cloaks on. He turned and laughed at the sight. "Why are we dressing like Sith Lords? Just to scare the hell out of Mandalore." The two friends laughed and walked towards the ancient ruins. Malik shook his head as they left the tomb. He could feel a dark seed take root in him, and he could see Revan had also felt the power of the ruins they had uncovered. "We should destroy it," Revan muttered as he looked at his disturbed friend. "What do you think we should do?" Malik shrugged and looked back into the darkened tomb. "It may prove invaluable to defeating the Mandalorians, and this so-called darkness the Jedi are constantly using as an excuse to prevent us from going to war." Revan silently nodded as he walked towards the Enclave. "We will appeal to the High Council on Coruscant for special dispensation to join the Republic. If they refuse, I don't think I can stand by and watch another world burn. We should have done this years ago, but I had to be certain she'd be all right." Malik nodded and followed Revan to the landing pads. Nearby, they removed the armor and placed it in a bag, carrying it calmly to the shuttle. Bastila approached as she lugged her own bag nearby. She rushed into the shuttle and nodded to Malik, who smiled back and watched Revan at the consoles. The shuttle lifted gently into the night sky as Master Vrook watched with concern. "Revan and Malik have been acting strange lately. Perhaps we should have granted their request to fight the Mandalorians instead of threatening to expel them from the Order." Revan smiled at Bastila's sleeping form as Malik chuckled. "Malik, I've been researching. Do these words make sense? Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me." Revan ran a hand over his tired face and looked up at his friend. Malik sat down in one of the chairs and glanced at his longtime friend. "Haha, did you make that up yourself?" "No, it is the code of the Sith." Revan closed his eyes. Malik suddenly looked very somber. "The words make sense, yet we cannot take the risk of falling. Look what happened to Exer and Ulick." "I know, my friend. I'm going to go get some sleep." Malik nodded and quietly left the room. The High Jedi Council on Coruscant gathered in their chambers, deliberating amongst each other. "There is a growing shadow the dark side is casting. We must be wary of the visions. Revan and Malik may be good people, and by all rights and honorable knights, but so was Ulick, so was Exer. The feminine voice trailed off, and the woman looked sadly to the floor. Master Sunrider, we must not dwell on such negative and dark times. We must look to the future, and what we should do considering the Mandalorians. Revan is coming and he wants answers. Answers to why he stand idly by while the attacks grow more daring. We need the answers, not just some reference to the darkness beyond. A murmur ran through the assembly as they looked at one another. We will not vote on the course of action to take against the Mandalorians. Bastila didn't know why, but she felt strange when she woke up. She'd had a dream, but she couldn't remember much. Something about a star forge and Mandalorians? She shook her head in frustration as she slowly sat up, seeing Revan at the controls of the shuttle. A smile played on her lips. It's so nice to have him so close. As if on cue, Revan turned and gave her a concerned look. Is something wrong, Bastila? Bastila's smile melted as she looked at him with confusion. Could he sense my dream? I had a strange dream. Bastila flushed slightly. This is ridiculous. I am 15. I shouldn't be acting like a 5-year-old running to daddy when I have a bad dream. Bastila looked up to see Revan slowly walking towards her. He knelt on the floor before her and looked up at her with concern, running his hand along her head. Do you want to talk about it? Bastila nodded and spoke in a shaky voice. I don't remember much. I know you were there, but it was strange. You were wearing a black cloak and had this horrible mask. You were leading an army to destroy the Mandalorians, but there was something wrong with it all. Bastila trembled as she looked over to Revan, who had his eyes wide and was pale. That is a strange dream indeed, Bastila. Perhaps it was a vision from the Force? Bastila trembled and looked at her friend and master. There was something wrong with you. I hope it wasn't true. You were cold, frightening. Revan sighed and leaned back. Perhaps it is merely a warning or a tremor through the Force. Be mindful of the... Okay, I never understood that when I was told it either. Just be careful, Bastila. Keep an eye out behind you. Revan suppressed a laugh as Bastila yawned and stretched, smiling at him with tired blue eyes. Sometimes I forget she is a Jedi and far from a helpless little girl. No young woman. Revan placed his hand on Bastila's shoulder and reassured her. Soon, young Bastila, you will be taught to use your battle meditation by the greatest masters of our order, and for what it is worth, I am proud of you. Revan slammed his hand down onto the table, drawing the glances of several of the other Jedi and startling Bastila. Damn it, how can they vote to not do anything? They won't even let us go to the front to aid the refugees. Revan growled as he stalked to the center of the room, clearing his throat. I would like you to all know that I can no longer serve the Jedi Order and be at peace. My heart aches with each death by the hands of the Mandalorians. Bastila stared in mute shock as Revan continued a deeply passionate and moving speech. She almost wanted to go with him, but she knew she was too young. The Mandalorians have once again crushed the Republic forces confronting them. They have taken nearly every world they attack within days. The Mandalorians decimate the survivors. Anyone who attempts to surrender is brutally cut down, the women and children thrown into slavery to fuel their war machine. Revan stopped as several of the council members entered the room, giving him disapproving looks. I was raised in the Order and taught to live and die by the code. I do not fear death. There is no death, there is only the Force. I cannot stand by any longer while this suffering is allowed to continue. I choose now to leave the Order and my studies and responsibilities here to fight this threat. Murmurs and gasps sounded from the gathered Jedi, along with shakes and nods of many heads. I have been told by the Council on Dantooine and also the High Council here that there is a larger threat beyond the Outer Rim, and we must wait until it reveals itself to align with the Republic. There won't be a Republic if we don't do anything soon. They will crumble before the Mandalorian onslaught and be crushed by the Juggernaut. I am sending messages to all the enclaves for support. I will await anyone who wishes to join me in the fight against the Mandalorians on Taris. If there is a darkness growing beyond our ability to see, we must be strong and prepared, not torn from years of war with the Sith and the Mandalorians. We need to act not. We should have 5 years ago to end this threat. I can't stand by quietly anymore and allow people to suffer if it is within my power to help. Revan turned to the solemn Jedi Masters and Council members gathered near the doorway, giving them a slight bow. I apologize, Masters, but I am in no mood to speak with you about this. Revan began to walk out of the room until a hand stopped him. He turned to see a middle-aged and beautiful woman staring at him. Master, Sunrise, Knight Revan, be mindful of the darkness in your heart. Fight it. The lure of the dark side can claim the strongest of us. And what of your Padawan? Do not make this decision lightly or in passion, Revan. Nomi Sunrider shouted over the murmurs of the gathered Jedi. Revan spun furiously to the Jedi, raising his hand to point at her. Do not lecture me on passion and hasty decision. Was it not you, in a fit of passion, that stripped Ulic Qel-Droma of the Force in his weakest moment when he was so very close to turning his back on the dark side? That was cruel, Master. Just as it is cruel to stand by while the Mandalorians are given dominance over the galaxy. You think they will stop with just taking over the Republic? They will kill anyone who has ever opposed them, and they will kill untold numbers of innocents to meet that end. You speak down to me as if I am a child, but I have spent 2 long years thinking about this, and the time for debate and uncertainty is over. Now too late is the time to act. This war may still be lost, but we have to do something. I am through waiting, and I am through with the Council's slow actions. The only thing needed for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Will you stand against this threat as you did during the last Great War, or will you allow evil to triumph? The words cut the Jedi Master as her own painful memories of Ulic flashed through her mind. How broken he was as he wept over the body of his brother he had slain, and how she had wept as well and stripped him of the Force, causing him even more pain. How Ulic had sought atonement even without the Force and had trained her daughter. The only reason Vima was the Jedi she was now, and not a Sith. She had punished Ulic, and his punishment could only be called what Revan had said it was. Cruel. Stand down, Revan. Nomi said quietly, her own emotions conflicting. Revan narrowed his eyes, the ghost of a sneer crossing his features before it was gone along with the anger behind it. You fear them, don't you? Do I look like Ulic to you? Do I look like Exer? Will you say I am a Sith merely because I wish to protect the Republic? In disgust, Revan completely lowered his mental shields. Look upon me and say those things, Master. Look into my soul and tell me I am a demon, and then strike me down with your sense of justice that would allow the Cathar to suffer. Allow the Republic to burn. Revan could feel dozens of Jedi touch his mind and withdraw instantly. The only emotions in him at that moment: sorrow for the loss of the Cathar, sorrow and the barest hint of anger. It was no longer about hatred of the Mandalorians. It was about protecting the galaxy from their menace, and it was that overlying duty that convinced the Jedi present to follow Revan. Nomi briefly touched Revan's mind and lowered her eyes from his figure high above her, as if he was passing judgment upon her, and not her on him. Too conflicted with the painful memories of Ulic and his ultimate demise, she could only answer Revan with silence. Assured that his point was made, Revan turned to Atreides and noticed the conflict within her. Reaching out, Revan rested his hand on her shoulder and stared into her eyes. Join us. Join Malik and I. Feeling Atreides touch his mind, Revan was met with the image of their friend, Ian Kenobi, and knew what it would take for her decision to be made. She was still holding on to the Jedi Council's decision despite her own beliefs that they should act against the Mandalorians. She didn't believe in what the Jedi Council spoke of, but could not turn her back on her way of life. It was weak, but in the same time strong. She would not follow her friends, not unless Kenobi went. Even then, Revan could not say what Atreides would do. I'm going to fight, Revan informed the gathered Jedi. In the distance, he could see a master moving towards him and frowned as the master stood before him. Your lightsaber, Revan. Revan looked out at the hand and slapped it aside, much to the shock of all the Jedi present. I'm going to need it where I am going. Revan returned, leaving the stunned master behind. You cannot carry that blade, Revan. It is the weapon of a Jedi. Pausing, Revan looked down at the elegant saber he had crafted and cared for since he had been Krya's student. Taking the deadly weapon from his belt, Revan looked down at it with a frown as the memories of his life as a Jedi crossed his mind. The indecision was there only for a moment before he turned and tossed it to Atreides. Unconsciously, Atreides caught the weapon, staring at her friend with wide eyes. It was official now, and no amount of disciplinary action could make Revan a Jedi again. He could never return to the Order. "I can make another," Revan answered hoarsely, his voice cracking with the weight of his decision. That lightsaber felt like a part of him, and now he felt weaker, was weaker with its loss. Leaving without another word, Revan continued towards the Senate building, where he had an appointment with the Supreme Chancellor. Pausing as he passed a shop, Revan quickly purchased what he would need to craft a new lightsaber along with the crimson crystal that the shop owner carried. The shop would meet the needs of many former Jedi that day, as they trailed behind Revan, and all would wield the new weapons as a symbol of honor, not shame. They may not have been Jedi anymore, but they could be heroes to the Republic. Hundreds of the knights of the Coruscant Temple followed Revan's presence in the Force. Since he was the first to turn against the Council's decision, they naturally looked to him for guidance. In the halls of the Republic Senate Rotunda, the might of the newly outcast Jedi gathered as the Chancellor welcomed Revan and his fellow outcasts with open arms. A ship was immediately prepared with the facilities to house the hundreds of former Jedi that followed Revan's example. Using a workbench in the landing hangar as they awaited the ship that would lead them to the war zone, Revan constructed a new lightsaber and activated its crimson blade as he held it over his head and looked at his companions. "Let this be a symbol to the galaxy that we will not allow injustice to continue," Revan shouted to the hundreds of cloaked figures around him. The Jedi all cheered, drawing support from their comrades and looking beyond the shame at no longer being Jedi. They could still make a difference in this war, and that, in the end, was all that mattered. Not for glory, not for honor, not for hatred, but for justice. "I do what I must," Revan finished to the assembled outcasts. Several other Jedi approached Revan and spoke to him as they began assembling weapons for the former Jedi present. Revan helped assemble nearly every weapon used by the Jedi there in that hangar and on the transport ship that took he and his former Jedi comrades to Dantooine. As Revan left, Bastila looked around frantically for the only person who could talk Revan out of his decision, but Malak was nowhere to be found. At the same time on Dantooine, the Jedi Knight Malak followed Revan's example and gathered as many Jedi as he could. "Do not heed the words of the Jedi Council. The Republic will fail if we do not act now. Already the Mandalorians have taken 3 systems along the rim. They will only grow more powerful with time." Ian Kenobi frowned as he crossed his arms over his chest and gave Malak a calculating look. "Come stand with me. We will use our might to help the Republic in its time of need. Join Revan and I. Together, we will battle this menace." That brought some surprise on the faces of several of the dozen Jedi present. Ian took the news in stride, knowing that Revan and Malak would be together on this. The only question he asked himself was if he was ready to leave the Jedi way of life behind him. The Jedi Council is wise, but they take too long to deal with this threat. "We must act now to stop the Mandalorians." Several Jedi joined Malak's side, and Malak smiled weakly at one. "I have heard of you. Your masters speak well of you, of your skills in battle." Malak turned back to the other Jedi. "Join us," he asked imploringly. Uncertain murmurs broke amongst the Jedi, and Malak swallowed hard as he continued. "The Jedi Council is wise, but can make mistakes. History has proven this time and time again. The Council seems content to watch, to debate, while entire systems fall to the Mandalorians. If we don't act now, there may be no Republic army to assist in the future." Malak turned his dark eyes to Ian's and narrowed them thoughtfully as he read his friend for a moment. "I sense you will join us. What are your reasons?" Malak asked, trying to calm some of the other Jedi's uncertainties and knowing that Ian would make a good argument. "The Mandalorians need to be stopped." Ian said more to himself than in answer to Malak. Malak nodded at his friend. "You should trust in yourself and in your instincts. It is within our power to end this war. And the Council chooses to debate behind closed doors while entire planets burn. Without us, the Republic will be no more. And the Council, their vaunted wisdom breeds only inaction. And that will lead to destruction greater than anything born of the dark side." Malak gave each of the Jedi penetrating looks. Will you let the Republic die? The Mandalorians wait along the edge of space, eager to crush us. Will you do nothing? Ian, as well as several other Jedi, crossed over to Malak's side as a young woman looked on with a fearful expression. Wait, we can't do this. The Council has already decided. You should listen to their wisdom. Malak gave the woman a long, blank look before he frowned and shook his head. My heart won't let me wait any longer, Malak answered finally. The other Jedi at his side, along with Kenobi, nodded their agreement as they left Vrook's Padawan, and the other Jedi that refused to join behind. In the courtyard of the Enclave, the masters of the Enclave confronted Malak and those that followed him, and ordered them to return to their duties or hand over their weapons and give up the title of Jedi. None of the Jedi present left the courtyard, and all turned over their weapons silently. Within a few short hours, a Republic military transport landed in the plains outside of the Enclave, and the former Jedi Knight Revan approached the Academy, ignoring the odd looks he received from the inhabitants as he approached Malak, Kenobi, and the other newly outcast Jedi. Welcome to the war, my brothers and sisters. For 2 years, the Mandalorians tore through the Republic unchallenged. The Republic forces scattered under the brutal onslaught of the Mandalores. In 1 month, that all changed. The jungle world of Onderon was one of the first to fall to the Mandalorians after they claimed its moon, Zun, as their own and all, but enslaved the population of the world the moon orbited. The jungle world was also the first to be taken back from the Mandalorians. The Jedi had finally joined the war effort after 2 years of slaughter. The Mandalorians met the Jedi gladly, wanting to test themselves against the fables and mythic figures that had only heard tales of. Onderon fell from the Mandalorians' grasp in less than a week as the natives united and rebelled against their Mandalorian overlords. Zun was another story. The Mandalorians seemed to have a deep connection to the jungle moon and did not give in. A brutal stalemate began in the thick jungles as the Jedi and Republic fought the Mandalorian warriors and the wildlife of Zun. Onderon and Zun had been what some would refer to as clean war. The Mandalorians seemed to fixated on fighting the Jedi, that the slaughter was reserved mainly to military forces. The fact that Onderon had fallen so quickly and that Zun was devoid of settlers helped that. Amidst the thousands of warriors and soldiers that fought against each other on that moon, one man stood out above all the others. Silently, the armored man moved through the treetops, stalking his prey. 2 green eyes looked through his crimson and obsidian mask as a deep scowl lit his face. It had been 6 months now since the fighting on Zun began, and almost 7 since the Jedi had joined the war effort, and already the effect was evident. The constant advance of the Mandalorian juggernaut ground to a halt under the Jedi. The Mandalorians had become enthralled by the Jedi and their power, ignoring the Republic forces and attacking the Jedi head-on. Of 100,000 Jedi in the galaxy at the time of Exar Kun, only about half that had survived the initial rift in the Jedi Order, and only 10,000 had chosen to fight alongside Revan. The Jedi Knight watched 20 armored Mandalorians move swiftly through the thick jungle to their fortress, and his scowl deepened. Where are they off to in such a hurry? He wondered as he quietly leapt to another tree and followed them. The young Jedi Knight soon discovered where the Mandalorian warriors were heading when he caught sight of a Mandalorian fortress hidden in the deep jungles. Taking a moment to scout the area, the Jedi Knight found several anti-air defenses and what looked to be an orbital ion cannon. Using the Force, Revan could feel that there were thousands of Mandalorian warriors resting and training within the buried fortress, and he could faintly sense the shield that protected the base from aerial and orbital assault. The only way in is on the ground. This was the last stronghold the Mandalorians held on the moon. Onderon had since joined their fleet with the Republics in orbit and had successfully cut off retreat and reinforcement to the Mandalorians on the moon. The Siege of Zun, as it became known, had been bloody, and of nearly 200,000 Mandalorians that had inhabited the moon at the beginning, Revan estimated that only 3,000 or 4,000 remained, entrenched in the fortress. Before him, until this moment, the fortress had remained hidden, and the Mandalorians had struck from their hidden base, leaving horrendous casualties amongst the Republic's ranks. Of nearly 1,000 Jedi that took part in the battle, 200 had fallen in the 6 months of guerrilla warfare. Revan could not help but admire the determination of his enemy, though a foreign feeling of hatred slowly began burning in him each time he came upon the mangled corpses of his comrades. No, I cannot hate. There is no emotion. There is peace. Revan recited in his mind, using the Jedi code to calm him, though it brought forth a new anger. Revan had met the Mandalorians on the battlefield and had seen firsthand what the Jedi Council refused to see. He knew that the Mandalorians were too strong for the Republic to stand against alone. The Basilisk war droids alone were too fast, too agile for the Republic gunners and fighters to shoot down. Only a Jedi could track and destroy the nimble Mandalorian craft effectively, and even then with some difficulty. The 20-year-old Jedi Knight moved to activate his homing beacon on his wrist communicator before he suddenly stopped, pulling his hand away from the activation switch. No, if I do that, they'll trace it and be on me in an instant. Of the 800 Jedi that remained, only a few dozen would be nearby to answer to the call, and even Jedi could not stand against the thousands of Mandalorians Revan sensed within the base. Making a quick decision, the Jedi lowered himself from his perch on the tree overlooking the Mandalorian base and used the Force to speed his return to the Republic base camp. I can recall the Jedi spread over this moon, and we can bring our full force along with the Republic forces to bear on the Mandalorians. Revan winced slightly at the mental picture of the Republic forces on the moon. To say that they were pitiful would be an understatement. The men had arrived in the first days of the fighting without reinforcement due to some foolish debate in the Senate as to the cost and effectiveness of the lengthy siege. Revan snorted in disgust at the short-sightedness of the Senate. The Mandalorians had lost thousands of men and dozens of ships trying to break through the Republic blockade, and though the Republic had lost nearly twice as many men on the moon than the Mandalorians, the losses in space were far more to the Republic's favor and the victory. The total destruction and defeat of the Mandalorian forces on the moon would be a symbol to the Mandalorians of the Jedi's resolve. What better way to break your enemies will than to take what they have claimed as their own, to take the moon that the fierce, armored warriors had seemed to call their home. With pride as great as the Mandalorians, it would be a slap in the face, and it would severely break their morale to know that their stronghold had fallen to the Republic. It would also show the Mandalorians the effect the Jedi could have on the war. Sighing in frustration, Revan ran the countless battle plans through his mind, too distracted to notice the perimeter sensor he had tripped or the 10 Mandalorians that stalked him expertly within the cloak of their stealth fields. One man cannot bear the full burden of a war, or even a battle, and this was to become painfully clear to Revan. Warriors and soldiers cannot suffer distractions on the battlefield, and as Revan planned for the coming battle, he was ignorant of the one that was already upon him. The Force screamed a warning to Revan as the Jedi's eyes widened in surprise. Revan ducked below the invisible strike of the Mandalorian's vibroblade, pulling his lightsaber and activating its azure blade. The blade shot through the Mandalorian, tearing him cleanly in two as 4 other warriors appeared to challenge the Jedi Knight. Revan deflected the blaster fire that rained down on him from the distance, leaping to the treetops and slicing through the branches, allowing them to rain down on the Mandalorian warriors below. I should have known they were coming. I should have been more mindful of the here and now. Revan's mind chastised himself. He could almost hear the voices of his masters Krya and Zar joining the scolding as he leapt from the tree and descended on 2 dazed Mandalores. Revan chose to attack without his saber, kicking one Mandalore across his face and sending him to the ground and catching the other with his fist, knocking him unconscious. The Jedi had no wish to kill the Mandalorians, but he would if he had to. Vaulting himself from a tree trunk, Revan grasped a low-hanging vine and rocketed to the treetops, away from his pursuers. The sound of a repulsor firing startled the young Jedi, whose main concern was escaping and relaying his position to his comrades. A Mandalorian swoop platform hovered above the treetops, carrying a dozen armored and burly warriors. The Mandalores immediately opened fire on the Jedi Knight, and Revan was thrown to the ground by the concussion of a nearby explosion. The blaster bolts whizzed overhead as he lay on the ground, struggling to gain a painful intake of breath after the nearly 20-yard fall. Spots swam in the young Jedi's vision as he grunted with effort and pulled himself to his feet, feeling a blaster bolt tear through his thigh. Revan dropped to the ground and winced, reaching for his lightsaber, only to have a hard, metallic boot slam down onto his hand, no doubt shattering the brittle bones. Over here, the Mandalorian shouted to his companions as several other warriors approached. Revan used the Force to dull the pain in his hand as he kicked the Mandalorian's legs out from under him and slammed his booted heel into the Mandalorian's throat, earning a sickening crack. The other Mandalorians gawked momentarily, stunned by the swift movement of the injured man, before one raised his blaster rifle and fired a stun blast into the injured Jedi. "Check him for comms and get him back to base camp." The Mandalorian's gruff voice snapped as two Mandalorians moved to disarm the armored Jedi. Revan's azure-beamed saber was taken as a prize by one of the Mandalorians while his armor was stripped away, revealing the deep black of his Jedi robes. The Mandalorian captain at the base did a double take when his patrol and search team brought back a Jedi, not to mention which Jedi they brought back. "Is that who I think it is?" the Mandalorian asked in disbelief as he looked over the armor that was taken away from the young man. "He wears his armor anyways." Another Mandalorian commented as he looked down in disbelief at the youthful features of the young man. "He's just a brat. I have a son as old as he." "This is Revan." The Mandalorians nodded silently as they allowed themselves to look on to the young Jedi in respect and awe. "We lost 4 men out there to him." A Mandalorian in crimson armor commented as he slowly lifted the demonic crimson and obsidian mask of the Jedi. "Who'd we lose?" the Mandalorian captain asked as he examined the young Jedi laying on the floor of the Mandalorian compound. "Intari, Darren, Heron, and Amiel." Amiel, the captain asked in disbelief. The Mandalorian sergeant that spoke nodded. "He was the best we had here aside from his old man." The next week was a blur for Revan as he was mercilessly beaten by an older Mandalorian. The murderous rage burning in the older man was easily sensed by the young Jedi, as well as the pain in the man's aura. Revan knew then, as he was beaten, for what seemed to be the 100th time, that this man had shared a bond of some kind with one of those he had killed. "Look at me when I talk to you, Jedi," the man hissed as he struck Revan across the face with his armored hand. Revan spat the blood, turning his eyes to the man with something resembling pity. "I pity you, old man," Revan said wearily, through painfully earned breaths. He knew his ribs were broken, and he felt as though every other bone in his body was following suit. Only the Force had kept him conscious during most of the beatings, and he knew it frustrated his Mandalorian torturer to no end. "Did you contact your Jedi friends?" the older man hissed, accompanying his question with a swift and hard punch to Revan's gut. Had he not been chained to the wall, Revan would have doubled over in pain. The Jedi coughed violently as he cursed the disruptor field that surrounded the room, weakening his connection to the Force. Just as the Mandalorian was about to strike again, the fortress shuddered violently under a powerful explosion. The base's alarm blared loudly as the lighting flickered and shifted to red. A Mandalorian in yellow armor rushed into the room, tossing a blaster rifle to the older man. "Gar, the generator's been destroyed. Some Jedi got through our scanners and sabotaged it. We need to move." Now, the younger Mandalorian shouted. The Mandalorian turned back to Revan and sneered as he pointed his blaster rifle at the young Jedi. "There's no time. The Republican Jedi are destroying our turrets and overrunning our positions. Move it!" Growling in frustration, the Mandalorian fired a blast into Revan and took a moment to revel in the feeling of killing the man who had killed his son before rushing to battle. The younger Mandalorian gave the man a disapproving look before leading him to their defensive positions. Revan's fists were clenched into tight fists as his face twisted in pain. The blaster bolt the Mandalore had fired had burned its way into his abdomen, causing the acid in his stomach to spill painfully forth and burn his insides. His legs would not move despite his body's wish to writhe in agony, and his vision soon swam in red as he fought to remain conscious and reach to the Force to numb the pain, or heal it on some level. The Force disruptor was still firmly in place after the loss of power, and Revan knew that any assault on the fortress would be bloody and likely draw out for hours. Opening his eyes, Revan saw the switch to the disruptor field and reached to the Force, feeling it as if it were an echo calling to him. The switch tremored for a moment, but did not move, and Revan snarled in frustration as the pain shot through him in another wave. The young Jedi took that moment to reflect on his captors, recalling the angry exchange his captor had with other Mandalorians that had stopped by. He recalled the disapproval in their tones, though they always relented, stating it was his right according to their code to seek retribution. Revan slowly felt a fire within him, one that did not burn through his abdomen, and he curiously reached for it, realizing it was hatred. He did not hate the man who had tortured him, he pitied him. What he hated was something much less obvious. He hated the Jedi Council, each and every last one of the 12 Masters. None of them knew what it was like on the battlefield. It was true some had fought against Exar Kuin and Ulic Qel-Droma, but none had fought against the Mandalorians, had seen the ravaged worlds they left in their wake, and all for some warrior code and glory. The ones that had fought were so detached from what was going on to even recall what it had been like and scolded him in a condescending manner as to the evils of fighting. I hate them. Revan struggled for his words as his vision darkened. He painfully shook his head as he looked down to the blood flowing freely from his stomach. How could they be so blind? The Mandalorians were slaughtering worlds to goad them into an attack. The Mandalorians wanted to fight the Jedi, so why keep them waiting? Revan knew that in a way he was giving the Mandalorians what they wanted, but what were his alternatives? To let another Cathar happen? He had seen the worlds the Mandalorians ravaged as a young Padawan, being sent on missions with his master Krya, until she had finally had enough and left the Order to try to help those worlds. He was later taken by Master Zar, and the Twi'lek had quickly proclaimed his ready for the trials of knighthood. Revan's thoughts drifted to his friend, Malak, and he wondered as his companion was here now, looking for him. He had known the tall Jedi Knight since they were both children, and they had been like brothers, always causing trouble and always doing something to gain the ire of the Jedi Masters. A short laugh escaped Revan as he relived his childhood antics with his friend before his consciousness slipped and he fell to the peace that darkness offered him. Revan awoke in a kolto tank. His eyes burned as they made contact with the thick fluid, and he panicked momentarily until the soreness of his body made him think otherwise. The kolto drained, and the mask that fed him oxygen slowly dropped away as he stood shakily in the empty cylinder. A hiss sounded as the glass casing lifted away, and he was greeted by the face of a young Republic nurse. The woman smiled warmly as he bowed. "It is good to see you conscious, Commander Revan," she greeted with his Republic rank as she pulled a small scanner and ran it over his body. Revan frowned as the unpleasant and bitter smell of the kolto hit his nose. The young nurse laughed as she saw this and set the scanner to the side. "It looks like you've made a full recovery, and now you have some more scars to go along with that one on your forehead," she said cheerfully, too cheerfully for Revan's liking. "How many?" Revan trailed off. Revan finally asked in a raspy voice, ignoring the nurse's confused frown. "How many what, Commander?" the nurse asked in slight concern. A deep voice answered behind her, earning a startled yelp from the young woman. 40 Jedi and 5,000 men. Malak answered in a somber tone. The young nurse's carefree and happy expression instantly switched to a sad and solemn one as the two Jedi continued their conversation. "Why didn't you just bomb it from orbit?" Revan asked as he swallowed, ignoring the dryness in his throat and the crack in his voice. Malak looked at Revan for a moment, frowning. "We needed you, Revan. You are a symbol for all the Jedi that follow you, and the victory on Zun would not have happened without you. You led us to their hidden fortress. We felt you through the Force and planned for a week on the assault." Malak answered, some annoyance in his tone. "I'm not worth it, Malak," Revan answered after a moment's pause. Malak gave an uneasy laugh. "It's not up to us, my friend." Revan smiled slightly at the joke. It was in fact not up to them. By decree of the Jedi Order, all the Jedi that had joined Revan to fight or had gathered on Taris were cast out of the Order and treated as exiles. The Senate controlled nearly all actions within the Republic military, making their actions ineffective and dangerously slow. "Where am I and how long has it been?" Revan asked after clearing his thoughts of his increasing annoyance at the Senate and the Jedi Council. The answer he received caused him to look at his friend as if he were mad. "Dantooine?" Revan asked incredulously, his voice taking on its old sound. Malik nodded, unable to hold in his devious grin. It had been nearly a month since the battle had ended on Zun. I thought that when you recovered, you'd like to speak at the Jedi Enclave. We could always use the support. Malik added as he looked at his friend. Revan nodded, taking a deep breath. If you don't mind, I'd like to shower and speak with the men. The nurse had no objections, though she told the young Jedi and Republic commander to rest. Revan brushed her warning away and conversed with the fleet commanders, pleased to hear that the Jedi and Republic had seemed to rally after hearing of his capture and the sad state he was found in. It seemed the Senate had approved his official status as a fleet commander and had incorporated the thousands of Jedi that had rallied behind Revan into their ranks. The Senate had ordered Revan to take 2 weeks of recovery on Dantooine, which the young Jedi fervently protested. Malik had calmed Revan, commenting that his generals were not imbeciles and that the Republic wouldn't fall in 2 weeks. Revan had relented reluctantly and spent the first day of his forced vacation going over fleet movements and casualty reports. After only 2 days of going over the intelligence, Revan decided it was useless. The Mandalorians seemed to attack randomly, without any structure in their attacks. The assaults always brought panic to the Republic forces. Revan knew the Mandalorians used fear as their ally. It aided them just as much as their prowess in battle and their ability to remain cool and composed, stoic and detached from the horrors they unleashed on the battlefield brought a whole new meaning to the term. There is no emotion. Revan took one last look at the pile of datapads and holocrons before shaking his head. He'd have to restructure the entire Republic military, and he'd have to find some way to incorporate the Jedi into those changes. Many would find it strange that a 20-year-old man would be running the Republic's war effort, but Revan was no ordinary young man. The Jedi Knight had been a prodigy since he had joined the Order, absorbing all the techniques he was taught and drilling himself until he executed them with perfection. Revan was also frighteningly brilliant when it came to complex strategies and even subtle subterfuge. His ability to solve problems was almost legendary amongst his peers when he was a Padawan. He did not know what had driven him to fight the Mandalorians. He had to admit it did give him a thrill, a rush of adrenaline to fight, but he could do the same as a Jedi. He had tried to convince himself that he fought to uphold the Republic, but after only 9 months in the war, Revan soon realized there was little to no strength in the Republic. They relied on numbers and leaned on the Jedi like a crutch. The young Jedi Knight found it pathetic to think about at times and soon threw his thoughts to recruiting more Jedi to fight alongside him. The sentiment in the Jedi Order to aid the Republic was vast, though to speak of it in the years following the war with Exar Kun and the rift that had formed in the Jedi Order was a taboo. The Jedi Council's word was law, and the Council had so feared that another Exar Kun would rise that they began teaching their students to forsake all emotions. Compassion, love, anger, hate. They all seemed to lead to the dark side according to the Council. Though his professionalism as a Jedi was unmistakable, Revan often had his disagreements with the Jedi Council as to their slow response to the Mandalorian threat. Although his short life, the Mandalorians had burned the Outer Rim, and the Jedi as well as the Republic ignored this. After seeing firsthand what the Mandalorians did to those worlds, Revan began to speak out, unknowingly drawing other Jedi to him. The young man was charismatic and passionate when it came to his speeches, and he could draw in hundreds to listen to him speak. Some even thought that Revan could persuade a Wookiee that he was in Ewok. The Jedi had split, as the Council feared, going into battle against the Mandalorian threat only after they had burned through the Republic. Many individual Jedi had joined the Republic to fight the Mandalorians, but alone they were ineffective. Revan had somehow managed to convince thousands of Jedi to flock to the Republic in what many viewed as their darkest hour, while the Jedi Council preached out against the evils of embracing war and fighting. Revan sneered as he thought of the countless arguments he had with the Council as to the morality of inaction. To do nothing was to allow the destruction to go on. All he had heard from the Council to back their decree were excuses that helped little to no basis. The Jedi would vaguely comment on a hidden darkness or would speak cryptically as to the involvement of the Sith and how they needed to remain strong. How could they not see? Revan snarled aloud as he walked the silent halls of the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine. How can they not see that we weaken ourselves and invite destruction with pacifism? Revan found that his fists were clenched into tight balls and that his footsteps were beginning to become unusually heavy. He had not taken the young Republic nurse's advice to rest, and instead had spent the 5 days that had passed since his awakening catching up on what he had missed and going over what could be changed. It's not as if I have a choice. Who else is going to handle things? The Senate? They are too busy stuffing their faces and their pockets with credits to see what is going on. The Council? They are too afraid to do anything. Fear leads to the dark side, hypocrites. Revan growled as his face twisted in his anger. The whites of his eyes were nearly obscured by the bloodshot scarlet that shot through them. In contrast to his dark brown eyes against the red, Revan appeared menacing, and it was no surprise that the few Jedi that passed by did not intrude on his dark thoughts. Even as a young boy, Revan had what some would call a traumatic life. No one had talked about it, and no one really knew. Krya, the Jedi Knight who had found Revan, had never spoken of where she had found the boy who seemed to surpass any problem that crossed his path. All the Jedi knew was that there was a scar on the boy, a pain that seemed to rest within the Force. It was almost frightening that one so strong in the Force was not found until he was 5 years of age. But the Jedi ignored the implications, seeing his skills as a gift. It was strange to the Jedi that this boy, even young as he was, and from whatever origins he possessed, did not anger quickly or act rashly. Stranger still was his fervent belief that the Jedi should meet the Mandalorians head-on, and the anger that seemed to show itself after so many years of being denied. Revan had always been difficult at times when he disagreed with something, difficult as in he voiced his disagreement, but for High to physically take action was something that totally shocked the Jedi Masters. Revan closed his eyes as the thoughts of his childhood flooded his mind. How can any of them know what it feels like? To know that your own people are unleashing this kind of death and destruction while those that took you in allow them to destroy and murder. Revan closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath. How could he tell anyone that he was a Mandalorian, born into their ranks and orphaned in his infancy? He couldn't. That was something even Malak did not know. Only Krya, the one who had found him, sought him out, had known, and only because she had seen him with the Mandalorians on that destroyed world 15 years before and had seen his potential and had taken him. A sickening feeling settled into Revan's stomach when he thought of the hundreds of thousands of Mandalorians that had died on Zun and Onderon and his part in that. To kill your own people? Jedi will never understand that. The fact that he shared much of the Mandalorians' belief in honor and glory, and that the fighting seemed to boil in his blood, was almost enough to drive him mad in the peaceful surroundings. His life until joining the Order had been a battle, difficult and unforgiving. He had developed an appreciation for that struggle in his childhood, and the gap that formed during his time in the peaceful surroundings of the Jedi Order was what drove him. What drove him to be the best, the strongest, and the smartest. If he could not prove himself on the battlefield, he would prove himself through his actions. The cross scythe flashed into the Iridonian system and shot forward as fast as her engines would take her over the Zabrak world. Reading the ship as a friendly target, the Zabrak orbital defenses ignored the ship and the hundreds of escape pods that launched from her. As the Iridonian sky filled with the streaks of artificial meteorites, the Mandalorian ground forces moved through the high winds and the dust storms that slowed their efforts, and finally into the safety of the temperate forests that housed the Zabrak cities and surface air defenses. This force of Mandalorians was merely the vanguard to a much larger invasion force that would reinforce them as soon as the surface-to-air batteries were taken out. From the Bay of the Croth Scythe, dozens of agile W-wing interceptors poured from her landing bays and moved towards the few Mandalorian ships that continued to skirmish with the Republic. Naval forces. Within the wedge-shaped fighters, the Jedi pilots called heavily on the Force as they weaved through the Mandalorian fighters and basilisks and fired their deadly laser cannons on the vital points of the lightly armored Mandalorian cruisers. Swarming the Jedi fighters, the Mandalorian flyers grew frustrated by their new foe's ability to evade nearly all of their attacks. Within minutes, the Mandalorian fighters were decimated by the arrival of the superior Jedi fighters, and the much larger Republic fleet tore through the remains of the Mandalorian vanguard. Passing along their orders, the Republic officers moved from the Croth Scythe to their own ships and ordered their ships to divide into two equal forces and hide behind the Shroud of the Moons, not even bothering to send down ground reinforcements. Confused by the orders, the Jedi chose to hold the breach instead, knowing it to be a vital point in the Iridonian defense. On the surface, the Jedi emerged from their pods, clad in a strange combination of Jedi robes and Republic armor, moving as quickly as they could to assemble the swoop bikes and speeders brought now in their pods. The Jedi begun moving towards the Iridonian forests, to where they could already sense the battle starting. Those that did not have masks were forced to shield themselves by the Force, draining precious strength they would need in the coming battle. Revan quickly assembled the swoop bike he had stored within his escape pod. Thanking the Force for his foresight to wear a mask, the Jedi climbed on the completed bike and powered its engine, shooting away through the dusty surface of Iridonia and weaving his way through the temporary shelter of the rocky canyons littering the world. Malik and Kenobi, along with several other Jedi, struggled to assemble the parts to their speeder within the raging storm and took much longer than their companion to begin moving away from the dust storm. Sweeping across the world's surface with only the thin protection of their cloaks and armor, the Jedi did not arrive in a massive wave as Revan had hoped, but in scattered and small groups. High above in the world's orbit, the Jedi watched with growing dread as the Mandalorian fleet appeared on the edge of their sensors and began slowly approaching the breach that they protected. Unanimously, the Jedi fighters agreed to follow the lead of Talvon Ezen and fell behind the skilled pilot as they separated and formed into small units, awaiting the Mandalorian force. Seeing the gathered Jedi, the Mandalorian ships launched their fighters and basilisks and moved ahead, the long-range cannons of their cruisers extending their reach to the Jedi fighters. Before they could break formation, the Jedi were overcome by the sheer mass of the Mandalorians and struggled to maneuver within the battlefield. An impressive flash of orange marked the death of a Jedi as they weaved between the swarming and heavily armored Mandalorian craft. Seeing the Mandalorians descend upon the Jedi, the Republic Navy moved in from each side, much too early for the Mandalorians to concentrate solely on the Jedi. Seeing the incoming threat, the Mandalorians' heavy ships broke away, ignoring the Jedi fighters that weaved around them and scored direct but minor hits. The Republic fleets quickly converged and began exchanging fire with the heavy Mandalorian craft as they launched their own fighters. Seeing that they were being overwhelmed and that the decoy had failed, Talvon Ezen ordered the Jedi to break and attack the orbital stabilizers of the Mandalorian ships. With the Republic ships targeting their weapons and shields, the Jedi were able to slip and pass the Mandalorians' defenses and knock out several of the ship's stabilizers as the shields strained under the weight of the Republic Navy's fire. Seeing the Jedi attack the Mandalorian ships with no regard for their own safety, the Republic fighters followed suit, destroying the Mandalorian heavy cruisers within minutes of the opening volleys. The Mandalorian fighters continued the battle, fighting furiously in the face of their losses. Talvon Ezen frowned as the Mandalorian cruiser he was shooting at listed and fell away to reveal a Mandalorian dropship streaking towards him. Calling on the Force, Talvon banked his fighter hard and attempted to dodge the ship, only to be clipped by the larger vessel and sent into a deadly spin that ended with his fighter colliding with the wreckage of the cruiser he had just attacked. On the surface, the Mandalorian basilisks ripped past the breach in orbit and descended upon the Iridonian cities. Few surface defenses met this threat as Mandalorian ground forces surged from the rocky wastelands and into the Iridonian cities. Killing indiscriminately, the Mandalorians moved quickly into the Iridonian cities, their warriors meeting the Iridonians head-on. Enraged, Iridonian warriors appeared from all sides, clad completely in their armor as they rushed towards the Mandalorians. The Mandalorians raised their blasters and fired, killing many of the incensed Zabrak warriors and continuing to fire into the fleeing civilians. The first of what would soon mean many lightsaber blades pierced the dusty battlefield as the former Jedi apprentice Nisatsa wielded the crimson-bladed weapon crafted by Revan on the Croth scythe, and she deflected the Mandalorian blaster bolts back with grace worthy of a Jedi master. Seeing the Jedi brought surprise and strength to the Iridonian warriors as they moved forward again into the Mandalorian ranks. The Mandalorians, seeing the Jedi and knowing that their challenge to the Jedi Order had finally been met, converged on Nisatsa. The blonde former Padawan soon found herself surrounded and panted heavily as she struggled to maintain her control. "If you're surrounded, run." Revan's voice echoed through the young former Jedi's mind as she twisted and dodged a Mandalorian warrior. The warrior paused in surprise as he looked on what could only be a child, but continued his strike. Seeing the young woman fell one of his comrades. Seeing the warrior charging her, Nisatsa lowered her weapon and deflected the Mandalorian's blade, only to feel the armored warrior collide into her with bone-crushing force. Crying out in pain, the Padawan fell to the ground and lay motionless as the Mandalorian recovered and lowered his blade to the Padawan's chest. A flash of red and a trail of orange marked the path of Revan's saber as it cut through the Mandalorian's heart. Moving forward, Revan rushed headlong into a dozen converging Mandalorians with a war cry as he dodged their fire and lashed out, his lightsaber striking each with graceful and powerful movements. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Revan looked over his shoulder at the smoldering remains of his swoop bike before effortlessly deflecting a blaster bolt back to its owner and killing another Mandalorian with a strike through his weapon that continued into his torso. Hundreds of Zabrak warriors collided with the Mandalorians in the sound of crunching armor, crossing swords and tearing flesh. Blasters were abandoned as the Iridonians hacked away at the Mandalorians in rage. Revan and several other Jedi that were in the area shuddered unconsciously at the power of that hatred, but quickly cast their feelings into the Force, concentrating on the battle. Sparing a glance at the young former Padawan behind him, Revan quickly lifted the girl's body in his arms and rushed back from the battlefield, hiding her unconscious form within an undamaged Iridonian home that he thanked the Force had a terrified family within. "Please watch over her," Revan asked. The young Zabrak woman who Revan could only think was the wife of the house nodded as she motioned for Revan to lay the girl on a bed. Revan did so and activated his lightsaber, rushing through the door and using the Force to push him well beyond a human's natural speed as he leapt over the heads of the Iridonian and Mandalorian combatants and descended into the chaos of the battlefield, driving his way deeper into the Mandalorian ranks. Across the forest, the former Jedi Knights Malik and Ian Kenobi stood side by side with half a dozen other Jedi as they ran headlong into a horde of Mandalorians. The armored warriors fired their blasters at the Jedi, only to have the deadly energy return to them as the Jedi deflected the shots back. Unable to penetrate the line of Jedi, the Mandalorians threw grenades and pulled their vibro blades, preparing to kill what would remain of the Jedi. To their surprise, the tallest of the Jedi raised his hand, and the grenades were sent flying back to them. Scattering as quickly as they could, 20 of the Mandalorians were consumed by the blasts of their grenades, their armor doing nothing against the deadly thermal detonators. Disoriented, the other Mandalorians were met by a line of crimson blades that sliced through their armor as if it were air and left only a trail of bodies in their wake. Zayset Terup twisted his swoop bike in a wide arc as he avoided the rockets raining down from a basilisk war droid above him. Scowling in annoyance, the young former Jedi held out his lightsaber and sent his swoop bike into a line of Mandalorians. Unwilling to fire on their own kind, the basilisk landed, releasing several more Mandalorians into the fray. Zayset ignored the sounds of bending metal and rending flesh as his swoop ripped through the Mandalorian foot soldiers and reached out with his lightsaber, slicing away at the Mandalorians, until a blaster bolt from behind struck his shoulder and sent him from the swoop in a roll. Landing on his feet, Zayset did not see the blade of the armored warrior. His head rolled away from his body, and an armored Mandalorian knelt to claim his lightsaber as a prize. The scenes were repeated 1,000 times all over the harsh world as many Mandalorians and Zabrak fell. With the arrival of the Mandalorian reinforcements, the Jedi on the ground met their weakness as they were decimated from the sky. "Get that ship," Ian shouted to Malik. Looking skyward with a squint, Malik saw a basilisk war droid hovering above them and firing down at another group of Jedi nearly. With a feral roar, a blood-soaked Malik rushed across the battlefield, pushing his way through a line of Mandalorians with his brute force and leaping high into the air. Throwing his lightsaber out, Malak rolled in the air and landed with the Force's help, turning and raising both his hands as he sent out a powerful wave of Force energy that knocked over a group of 5 nearby Mandalorians who were quickly struck down by several Zabrak fighters. Malak's lightsaber spun as it came to rest within the cockpit of the Basilisk, and the deadly war droid fell from the sky like a rock, landing on top of a destroyed Zabrak building. No longer armed with his lightsaber, Malak quickly called the nearest weapon to him and rushed forward into a challenging Mandalorian. Sidestepping and hitting the Mandalorian full force with his armored shoulder plate, Malak turned his borrowed Vibrasword downward and drove it into the weak point of the Mandalorian's armor along the neck. The Mandalorian gurgled and writhed as his foe stepped over him and continued onward, killing several of his Mandalorian brothers in a similar fashion. Ian Kenobi saw Malak hacking away at the Mandalorians and tossing them around like dolls, and had to find some dark humor in the scene as a Mandalorian was sent flying backwards by Malak as the tall former Jedi tackled him into a group of his fellow companions. Malak followed through by using the Force to activate the Mandalorians' grenades and quickly rushed away as they were consumed in a violent explosion. "Malak!" Ian shouted, calling a fallen Jedi's lightsaber to his hand and throwing it with all his might towards his friend. The saber landed in Malak's hand, and the vibroblade was abandoned as the tattooed former Jedi twisted and spun within the ranks of the Mandalorians, clearly using his impressive physical strength and size to his advantage. Kenobi was so caught up in Malak's fight that he did not sense the danger closing from behind him until the last split second. Dodging to the side, Ian felt pain blossom in the side of his face as he dropped to the ground and looked up. The taste of blood filled his mouth as a Mandalorian rose his blade for a killing blow. Using the Force, Kenobi sent the Mandalorian off his feet and rolled to his side, activating his saber and rolling its active blade into his foe. The Mandalorian cried out in pain, but fell silent quickly as he joined many of his Mandalorian brothers that day. Revan found himself alone and surrounded by a field of Mandalorian and Zabrak bodies. Looking down on his work, Revan deactivated his saber and panted heavily as the corpses of the Mandalorian's armor continued to glow orange from where his blade had felled them. Reaching out with his senses, Revan could feel his Jedi comrades still fighting and swallowed several lungfuls of air before breaking off in a sprint towards the nearest sign of battle. "You think you can just come here and take these people's lives away from them?" Revan roared in challenge to a group of 7 Mandalorians that were raiding a destroyed house for food. The bodies of the house's occupants lay at their feet, cut down without thought and left to die. Revan's eyes dropped to the body of a young child before he turned his masked features back to the Mandalorians. "A Jedi," one of the Mandalorians stated, noting Revan's lightsaber. Before he had time to act, his head rolled away and his comrades shouted to one another as they pulled their weapons and were cut down swiftly. Breathing heavily as he stood over the bodies of his foes, Revan felt his eyes blur with tears as he knelt beside the body of the Zabrak child and closed its dead eyes. Taking in the scene around him, Revan took off in a sprint powered by rage and drove into a nearby Mandalorian encampment, throwing the armored warriors about like toys with his power and cutting them down as their bodies fell at his feet. Across the harsh surface of the world, the former Jedi, Knight Malak, looked down from the treetop. He hid into the Mandalorian squad moving through the forest floor below. Turning his eyes to Kenobi and the 2 other Jedi that were nearby, Malak made a motion with his hand and dropped to the ground silently behind the Mandalorians. The first warning the armored warriors received to the danger they were in was the snap and hiss of Malak's lightsaber that was followed quickly by a Mandalore's pained cry. As the Mandalorian squad was decimated, Malak furrowed his brow as he sensed Revan nearby. Kenobi, as well as the other Jedi, felt the surge of power in Revan's aura, and all immediately took off to find their unofficial leader. What they found was beyond their expectation. Revan stood over the bodies of 47 Mandalorians, his crimson saber burning in his hand as he panted heavily and wheeled on them. "Move it now!" Revan shouted, taking off in the direction of yet another group of Mandalorians. Malak, Ian and the other Jedi gaped at the sight as they came to the realization that Revan had slaughtered the entire encampment by himself. Snapping out of their shock, the Jedi rushed after their leader and were soon met by the flashing lights of Mandalorian blasters and the form of Revan crushing the Mandalorians around him as if they were insects. Within Revan, the outrage at the loss of innocent lives was not satisfied and only grew with each stroke of his blade. Throughout the rest of the night, Jedi, Mandalorian, and Zabrak met on the battlefields of Iridonia and cut one another down mercilessly. As the Iridonian sun rose over the carnage, the Jedi and Iridonians saw one of the most beautiful sights of their entire lives. They saw that the Republic Navy had taken victory in space and controlled the skies. Over the next week and a half, the Mandalorian encampments were destroyed from the air as Republic ground forces coordinated with Iridonians and Jedi and quickly brought the Mandalorian forces on Iridonia down to nothing. After 2 weeks of nearly constant fighting, Iridonia was free of any large Mandalorian threats, and the scattered survivors of the Mandalorian force were hunted down by the Iridonian military while the Jedi and Republic withdrew to their ships to count their losses. The Republic Army took few losses on the world's surface, and in space the Republic Navy had managed to overcome the Mandalorian assault fleet with few losses thanks to the efforts of the Jedi that had held the breach and distracted the Mandalorians long enough for them to strike. The Republic Navy's inability to seal the breach before a significant amount of Mandalorian reinforcements could get through cost the Jedi and Zabrak greatly. Tens of thousands of Zabrak warriors lay dead, with thousands of Iridonian civilians adding to the losses. As for the Jedi, none of those that stayed to defend the breach in their fighters survived the battle, and on the surface a third of the Jedi that had followed Revan and Malak to this war were now one with the Force or so badly wounded they would never fight again. Despite the heavy Iridonian and Jedi losses, the Republic claimed this battle to be one of their greatest victories, and the Jedi were all praised amongst the ranks of the Republic military as heroes. The Iridonians too looked on the Jedi as heroes and thanked them for their help in holding the Mandalorians at bay. Many Iridonians knew that without the sacrifice that many of the Jedi had made on their homeworld, they would be lost. Reaching a familiar structure, Revan peered through the doorway as he knocked. The cool eyes of a young Zabrak man met his, and he frowned as the Zabrak continued to stare at him. "Are you the Jedi that was here before?" the young man asked. Revan nodded, glad he was still wearing his mask. The young man nodded slowly before reaching out and grasping Revan's hand in a warrior's handshake. "Thank you for fighting alongside my people. Mother is grieving now, but thank you again, Master Jedi." Realizing that this was the woman's eldest son and that her husband was likely dead, Revan nodded grimly as he turned to leave. Behind him, he could feel the eyes of the Zabrak youth following him as he moved amongst the piles of burning Mandalorian corpses and the grieving and enraged population of the Zabrak world. In his mind, Revan knew how he had reacted when he had left the Zabrak household after Nasatsa had awakened was a mistake, but he could not deny the results of his anger. He was alive, and many Mandalorians lay felled by his blade. As Revan thought back to the strong young Zabrak mother, he felt tears roll down his cheeks and pulled off his mask to wipe them away angrily. "What are the estimated losses on Sariko?" Revan asked wearily. The young Jedi he had spoken to before sighed and shook his head. 40% of the garrison and 20 Jedi. Revan closed his eyes and took in a steadying breath. "This is insane. The battle began only a few hours ago, and we've already lost nearly half our forces. Ian, prepare the men. We're leaving." Ian Kenobi, the young Jedi Revan had been greeted by minutes before, bowed and made his way to the communications console before stopping and looking curiously at the new arrival. Jedi Master Vrook Lamar stood silently before Ian, his face a mask of stoicism. "We are accompanying you." The Jedi Council had become curious as to how the war was being fought. Though it was in their nature and the Republic's to ignore a problem, they could not ignore the fact that a fifth of their order had rallied under one young man. Revan turned slowly, his masked face weary, though he spoke with a bit of passion in his voice. "Who is we, Master Vrook?" Vrook merely took a step to the side to reveal a young girl of 16. Revan's eyes widened at the sight of the girl he had run into on Dantooine. "Are you insane?" How many missions has she been on? Revan snarled, causing Bastila's head to immediately snap to the former Jedi Knight. Vrook sighed as he looked down to Bastila. He did not want to take her along, but the council thought it would help the development of her battle meditation if she were to witness a battle or two. This is her first. Vrook sighed, wishing he could take back the words as Revan nearly fell over. The Republic commander composed himself and looked down to Bastila. You stay on the ship, he stated as if he were the head of the Jedi Council. Bastila nodded meekly. This was unknown territory, and she had always been taught by the Jedi to blend into the background and avoid confrontation, though her blood seemed to boil as the young man but ordered her to stay behind. I can take care of myself, her mind snapped indignantly as she listened to her master speaking, more like arguing with Revan. I can't believe this. If Revan had not been so terrifying in his armor, Bastila would have thought he was pouting. There's nothing I can do about it. The council's decision stands, and if we need to, I am under orders to speak with your commanders, or perhaps the Senate. Revan shook with anger. Though it was far from murderous, he could not help but smile at the mental picture of Vrook being sucked into a black hole. Maybe we should make a quick stop by the Maw, and Revan's dark thoughts ceased as he stared into two azure fires. He could see the annoyance burning below the surface and found himself staring at her. Bastila shifted when felt his eyes on her. She had difficulty comparing the menacing man clad in crimson and obsidian armor before her to the handsome young man that she had spoken briefly to on Dantooine a day before. Revan suddenly turned away, crossing his arms over his chest and staring intently at the hollow of Sariko. Since you've chosen to go over my head, Master Vrook, I would appreciate your counsel as to the welfare of the refugees. Revan sighed. The Senate seemed all for helping the refugees if a holocron was on them, more worried about their disgusting careers than people starving and dying. Revan made a noise that could only be described as a growl. Under his guidance, the Mandalorian advance had ground to a stop. The three gaping holes in the Republic from the Mandalorians' initial invasion were slowly closing, and the Mandalorians occupying those worlds dug themselves in, preparing for a long, drawn-out war and a worthy challenge. The Republic was slow to catch its breath as the Senate saw their worlds as no longer in danger. The Republic had, in the 9 months since Revan entered the war, nearly undermined all he had accomplished. Revan had practically begged the Republic for his own fleet and had combined the bulk of the 10,000 Jedi that had joined him in that fleet. It amazed the Jedi to no end how the Senate could be so uncaring and blind to the plight of their own people as long as they had credits to stuff into their faces. Revan shook his head at the thoughts and was surprised when Vrook nodded agreement to his assignment. That would be acceptable. The Council is concerned with the welfare of the refugees from your war. Vrook added pointedly. Revan sighed and motioned to his men to prepare to depart. General Kenobi. Ian turned and set down the container of holos he was carrying. Yes, Commander, he asked, absently tugging on his cloak. The forces at Sariko are taking heavy losses and have dug themselves in. It will primarily be a ground war, like Zun. Ian winced slightly at the mention of Zun. He had been the one to find Revan. He recalled Malik nearly knocking him over as they found Revan lying in a pool of his own blood in that interrogation chamber. Never had he seen someone so battered, and he paled to think of what had happened to the other Jedi that were missing in action. The young general was pulled from his thoughts as Revan continued his briefing. I need to gather our forces. We cannot afford to be cut off like the Mandalorians were on Zun. I'm sure you remember what happened to them. Killed to the last man. Ian nodded, trying to fight the deep sense of foreboding he was picking up from Revan's serious tone. Our fleet is over Taris, and that is nearly 2 days from here. Sariko is only 7 hours from here, and about 30 from Taris. Ian again nodded understanding. Sighing heavily, Revan's stance slumped slightly. I need you to take a dropship and as many Jedi as you can to reinforce Sariko. Malik is taking half the fleet from Taris to reinforce Onderon. There was word that the Mandalorians are planning to launch an assault in the next week, and we cannot ignore that, especially with all the help and all the resources Onderon can offer. Ian bowed and added in an understanding tone, and you need to command the fleet. Revan nodded solemnly. You will be there, on your own for 70 hours. I can't promise you anything else except that I will be there in 70 hours. Ian nodded, knowing Revan had no choice, and departed, taking a Republic dropship and several dozen Jedi, as well as 1,000 men to reinforce Sariko. Revan watched his general leave, knowing that the time was being wasted. "Let's move it," he shouted to the other Jedi and Republic soldiers. Bastila and Vrook found themselves on Revan's flagship several minutes later, and after nearly an hour of loading, the ship broke away from Dantooine and entered hyperspace, en route to Taris and the Republic and Jedi Expeditionary Force, stationed over the city planet. Revan turned from his thoughts and the hyperspace field that had been occupying his view to see Vrook glaring at him. It had only needed 15 minutes since they had jumped into hyperspace, and the Jedi Master had been occupying his time, silently watching Revan and his men. Wincing, Revan walked over to the Jedi Master, who could destroy his reputation in the Senate by withdrawing the meager Jedi support that had formed since he had rallied a fifth of the Order nearly a year before. "Master Vrook, this is Lieutenant Corso. She will show you to a room." Vrook nodded, satisfied. He had been planning on challenging the younger man to a verbal sparring match, but peace and quiet and a well-deserved show sounded more inviting to the Jedi Master, and there was the fact that he did not like the way his Padawan was staring at the armored exile. Revan motioned to Lieutenant Corso and turned back to Vrook, only to see the Jedi Master's glare had shifted to his Padawan. Following the glare, Revan saw two azure fires that unnerved him more than 1,000 basilisks. Revan tilted his head slightly in a bow and watched the young girl suddenly start out of her thoughts. Shrugging mentally, Revan turned and removed the mask from his face, setting it in a pouch that lay hidden in his cloak. The former Jedi Knight pulled back his hood and took in a deep breath, resisting the urge to cough as the recycled air hit his lungs. Revan looked down at himself with a frown. A month floating in a Kolto tank did not help his physical fitness. The Jedi quickly left the bridge, intending to find one of the Republic cruiser's recreation room and training. Revan stopped near the bridge's doorway and strained to hear what Vrook would say to his Padawan. Bastila frowned as she watched the retreating form of Revan. "I wonder where he is going." The Padawan was torn from her thoughts as she heard her master clear his throat. Bastila turned and paled slightly when she caught the look of barely contained rage on Vrook's face. "Are you all right, sir?" Lieutenant Corso asked the Jedi Master. Vrook's glare softened to a scowl as he turned to the young woman, sighing and offering a neutral expression which was as close to a smile the aging Jedi Master ever got. "I am fine, Lieutenant. Why do you ask?" The lieutenant frowned, not wanting to say what Revan had put her up to saying, but wanting to see the reaction firsthand. "Well, for a minute there you looked like you were constipated. I could escort you to the ship's infirmary. The healers should be able to fix that right away." Vrook stared at the young woman in open shock, his mouth hanging open before he caught himself. After getting over the shock herself, Bastila fought not to burst into a fit of giggles and looked at the lieutenant with pity. "Master is going to kill her." A deep laugh sounded in the hallway, and Bastila turned to see Revan lying on the floor near the bridge's entrance, laughing hysterically. Vrook growled towards Revan and looked back to the lieutenant. Seeing her shift under his cold glare, Vrook was satisfied and waved the comment off, making a note to get back at Revan. Revan stood and wiped his eyes, watching the Jedi Master, whose face had taken on a deep red leave with his Padawan in tow. "I probably just made that girl's life. I hate to think of how stodgy and arrogant she'll turn out with him as her master. I wonder why she looks so familiar." Revan smiled as he caught the small smirk on Bastila's face as she followed her master from the bridge. At least she can appreciate an excessive joke. Sighing, Revan made his way to his ship's recreation room, breaking into a series of advanced katas and fighting techniques. Several hours passed, and Bastila let out a frustrated sigh, tossing her datapad on her bed and turning from her stomach to stare at the bulkhead. The idea of seeing the Mandalorians firsthand and being in the same room as people like Revan and Malik and Kenobi brought a thrill to her, though it did little for her self-esteem. The constant scolding of her master over the years and how the other Jedi initiates had mocked her constantly for being brought in later than themselves brought constant doubt to the young girl. Turning her thoughts inwardly, Bastila groaned. She had constantly had trouble learning the techniques, and battle meditation was no different. Bastila's eyes glistened as her thoughts drifted to where they always had for nearly a decade, to her father. Vrook had constantly scolded her on thinking of her past too often, but she could not help it. She missed him too much. As it always did, thinking of her father also made her think of her mother. Scowling slightly, Bastila snarled in frustration, sitting up and swinging her legs over the side of her bed. I may as well find a training room. Master did say this time should be dedicated to studying. Bastila's frown deepened. No matter how hard she tried, she could never concentrate and focus as well as the others her age. She was nearly 3 years behind the others when she arrived, and they always rubbed it in her face. The young Padawan soon found herself standing outside a recreational room on the Republic cruiser and looked down at her loose-fitting Jedi robes. Well, at least I can train decently in these. Ignoring the slight disarray in what would normally be her sleep clothes, Bastila entered the recreational facility and sought out a dueling room. Walking into its first room she saw, Bastila immediately stopped and flushed slightly when she caught sight of Revan. The former Jedi Knight had discarded his armor after training in them for 2 hours, favoring his obsidian Jedi robes. Bastila turned to leave, but the Republic commander's voice stopped her. Damn it, 3 days. How are they going to hold out for 3 days? Turning slowly, Bastila watched the Jedi curiously. Revan was wearing only his black pants and knee-high boots. His tunic was lying in a pile near his armor, and Bastila was granted a very nice view of his well-toned physique. Flushing at her own thoughts, Bastila turned her attention to the stream of battle plans the man muttered. She soon became aware that Revan was in some type of trance as his body moved through advanced katas she could only dream of completing. The former knight's azure blade hummed through the complex maneuvers meant to train a Jedi's reflexes in combat, and Bastila seated herself on a bench as she listened to the man's rambling begin to form into a complex battle plan. If I divide my forces on Sariko and Zun, I leave Taris and the entire Meridian sector open to invasion. If I leave too many ships there, I could forfeit the coming battle. Bastila listened intently to the former Jedi as he pondered aloud his thoughts. I could always cut off the Perlemian trade route. It's the only hyperspace route that leads to Taris and through the Meridian sector. Revan trailed off as he suddenly became aware of another presence in the room. Cursing himself for being so distracted, Revan ceased his kata and turned to see 2 blue eyes staring at him intently. Padawan Shan? It's been a while. Bastila jumped with a start, flushing. Commander Revan, she replied as she stood and bowed. Revan frowned and narrowed his eyes. How long have you been there? Padawan, Revan asked calmly, fuming inwardly to himself for not noticing her presence. Training always had a calming effect on the former Jedi, and he had been so lost in his thoughts and training routine that he wouldn't have even sensed Malak enter. Revan's eyes narrowed further as he caught Bastila shifting uncomfortably under his gaze and flushing as much as her master had on the bridge. Bastila glanced at her chrono, her eyes widening when she realized she had been watching Revan for nearly an hour. Looking like a gizak caught in a swoop's headlights, Bastila gave Revan a pleading look. I must have been lost in my thoughts. I have to return or Master Vrook will be unpleasant. Bastila winced. Searching for an excuse was more difficult than she thought. Revan suddenly smiled warmly to her, tilting his head. I suppose if he isn't still in the infirmary. Revan's smile shifted to a smug grin, and he heard a small giggle come from the Padawan with him. Bastila placed her hand over her mouth, looking around as if the mere sound would draw the wrath of her master. Seeing this, Revan burst into laughter, shaking his head and reveling in the peace and contentment he felt at that moment. It amazed the young knight that this one girl could make him forget what he had seen and what he had to do in the end. So, Bastila, is it all right if I call you that? Bastila nodded, smiling slightly. It seemed like it had been years since someone had called her by only her first name. Revan returned the smile, walking over to his armor and pulling his tunic over his head after wiping the sweat from himself with a workout towel. Damn! Bastila cursed to herself as she slowly walked over to Revan. Tell me, Bastila, why are you here? Revan asked as he lowered the setting on his lightsaber to a safe training level. I came to train, but your training methods distracted me. Bastila felt a blush forming on her cheeks again and willed it away, hoping Revan did not see the faint pink of them. Revan smirked slightly and Bastila cursed herself. Training, yeah? How good are your reflexes? Just as she was about to answer, Bastila felt the Force warning her and threw herself to the side to avoid the azure beam that shot from Revan's hand. Bastila looked at the former Jedi in confusion before she saw him advancing again. Not bad. How's your form? Revan struck low, slashing his saber, and was pleased to see Bastila leap over his attack and back away, drawing her own weapon. A pale yellow beam shot from Bastila's weapon, and the Padawan quickly fell into her most comfortable fighting stance, preparing for Revan's next attack. Bastila quickly shifted her weight and shot to the side, blocking Revan's thrust and spinning as she swung her saber, colliding with Revan's azure beam. Revan used his strength to force Bastila's blade to the side and instantly shifted his weight, spinning the blade and throwing Bastila off balance, tapping her with a low-intensity blade on her shoulder. That is a common mistake, even amongst Jedi Knights and Masters. Always avoid a saber block. Revan's voice held no condescension. In fact, it held a bit of respect that Bastila thought misplaced. She had always been belittled by her teachers, and to have someone like Revan impressed with her technique was almost too much for her to handle. Fighting the urge to grin, Bastila nodded and prepared herself again for Revan's attack. Revan performed a similar maneuver and struck Bastila from the opposite side, pleased when she only locked with his blade for a split second before spinning away and delivering a kick, which be blocked easily. Good now. I'm going to try something a little different, so be mindful. Bastila nodded, enjoying the duel and the fact that Revan was allowing her to explore her own talents instead of keeping her restrained to a simple set of fighting techniques. The randomness of his attacks was a little awkward to the young Padawan, and his superior size and strength, as well as his speed, was difficult to keep up with. Bastila watched in momentary shock as Revan turned from her and used a nearby wall to vault himself into the air. Acting on instincts, or some would say the Force, Bastila dropped to the ground and moved her saber over her head in a wide arc, blocking Revan's downward strike. Revan smiled slightly, impressed that she was able to block such an unexpected attack. Very impressive, Bastila, Revan remarked. Bastila smiled and nodded her head, preparing herself for another attack. Revan grinned widely and obliged, charging for her and dropping to the ground, rolling across the floor as his saber moved in a barely visible blur. Bastila jumped back and furrowed a brow at the strange attack before she caught sight of what Revan was truly doing. Revan's blade suddenly ceased its light show as Bastila felt his booted foot sweep under her, knocking her on her posterior. Bastila quickly rolled away and arched her back, kicking her legs out to vault herself to a standing position. The Padawan barely had time to block Revan as he struck first on her left side, then her right. Twisting to the side, Revan prepared to lunge for his opponent when Bastila smirked and dropped beneath his attack, kicking his weapon hand to the side and bringing her saber into his midsection. Revan's eyes widened slightly as pain shot through him. Looking down, he saw Bastila's hilt against his abdomen and groaned slightly. Bastila's victorious smirk was replaced with a confused and then horrified expression. Revan coughed violently as he looked over to Bastila as she deactivated her weapon and backed away. You forgot to change the settings. Revan dropped to his knees and clutched his midsection, closing his eyes as he drew on the Force and slowly lost consciousness. Bastila dropped her saber and brought her hands to cover her mouth as she gasped. How could I have been so foolish? She had been so lost in her thoughts on the way to the training room that she hadn't changed the setting of her weapon, and Revan had started their duel so abruptly that the thought didn't even cross her mind. Quickly getting over the shock and mortification, Bastila rushed to a comm system and called frantically for medics to come. The medics arrived within moments and quickly took Revan away, asking Bastila to calm down and speak with her master. Force, what if he doesn't survive? Bastila closed her eyes, willing away the tears at the thought. She was so caught up in her concern that she did not even realize she had bested one of the best swordsmen in the entire Jedi Order, or that she had potentially killed the only man who could defeat the Mandalorians. She didn't even take into account the fact that Vrook was likely going to skin her alive and feed her to Firaxon, or that this might destroy the Jedi support in the Senate. Not wanting to endure the accusatory looks of the ship's crew or the scolding of her master, Bastila rushed to the ship's infirmary, watching in mute horror as the healers fought to stabilize Revan's condition. Vrook had been shockingly understanding. The Jedi Master had not even glowered at Bastila when she had finally told him what had happened. Vrook merely stood in the infirmary watching Revan floating in the Kolto tank. The aging Jedi Master sighed as he watched his Padawan's sleeping form in a nearby chair. He knew he should scold her for her actions and for the strange way she was reacting towards Revan, but he knew she was young, and he had been young himself once. Vrook's eyes glazed slightly at that thought. He knew he was using that as an excuse more times than not for the fact that he could just not keep up with his Padawan. She was intelligent, brilliant really, and her largest flaw seemed to be the lack of confidence. Vrook had constantly scolded her, belittling her in the hopes that he could drive her past that flaw, but it only seemed to convince her more of her ineptitude. Sighing, Vrook looked over the form of Revan. It had been 2 days, and Malak had already departed after having a few choice words to say to Bastila. The towering former Jedi had been surprisingly angered by accident, and had fixed his cold glare on Vrook, likely thinking it was some Jedi plot to bring what they referred to as the Lost Ones back into the Order. Vrook shook his head of the dark thoughts. No, Malak was a Jedi. Vrook could not deny the look of loathing he received from the man, though, and he knew that somewhere Malak was harboring his hatred, as it seemed many of the young did these days. Master Vrook. Vrook turned to see the young lieutenant that had shown he and Bastila to their quarters, looking at him with concern. I know this may not be the best time, but there's a message from the Jedi Council. They are ordering you to return with Bastila to Coruscant immediately. Vrook nodded solemnly, turning from the woman and walking over to Bastila's sleeping form. She's going to hate me for this. Sighing, Vrook gently lifted the girl and carried her to a transport, taking her from all the chaos that had engulfed the Outer Rim. Revan awoke a week after his injury, pulling himself to a sitting position and ignoring the protest of his still tender abdomen. Frowning slightly, Revan stood shakily and walked to a nearby nurse, who nearly fell over in shock. Please, Commander, you must rest. Revan stared at the woman before shaking his head and speaking. How long? Precisely 1 week. The woman responded. Revan nodded and looked around the medical room, not sensing Vrook or Bastila. His search was violently cut short when he turned back to the nurse and snarled. 1 week. The nurse backed away and nodded slightly. Revan's eyes glazed for a moment in deep thought before they snapped back to life. What is our position? The nurse frowned. We are holding over Tari's, Commander. Revan did not heed the nurse's warnings as he rushed to the bridge, clad in his medical clothing. The former Jedi immediately shouted to his officers to prepare the fleet to reinforce Sariko. To hell with the Meridian sector. The ships arrived 2 days later to find the forces on Sariko cornered and nearly wiped out. Revan led the assault against the Mandalorians, tearing mercilessly through their position, and within a few hours, the battle had died down. What Revan found when he searched for his men brought a sickening feeling to him. Only a few hundred men had survived out of the entire garrison and the reinforcements, and of all the Jedi sent there, only a dozen had survived, including the man he had brought reinforcements to 4 days too late. Ian took one look at Revan, a look that said everything. The war was no longer a clean war. All around the decaying bodies of civilians lay, and Revan nearly gagged at the sight. Sariko was a hollow victory. A slaughter would have been a better term. Surprisingly, Revan's hatred did not include Bastila. She had been the one ordered by the Jedi to accompany him, and it was their involvement that had done this. Growling with frustration, Revan kicked a Mandalorian's helmet and stormed away, ignoring the blood that seeped through his abdomen and ran down his armor. His own blood. The Senate wasted no time commemorating the Jedi for their victory at Sariko. The civilian losses had been horrendous and had only started after Ian arrived. The Mandalorians had cornered the Jedi and the Republic and began executing the native population of Sariko to goad the Jedi and Republic into fighting. Those that tried died, and the planet had been nearly a total loss. No more distractions. The The Mandalorian Wars Point 2. A/N1. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Star Wars. A/N2. Only one more chapter after this before there is new content. Chapter 3. The Mandalorian Wars Point 2. Revan looked up for only a moment as the sky burned with basilisk war droids. How the hell did I ever get myself into this? The Jedi shook his head as he looked out over the rocky surroundings of the desert-like world the Mandalorians had occupied. The world was nothing more than a planetoid, and Revan wondered how such a pathetic rock of sand and dust was so vital to the war effort. Shaking his head, Revan turned as he heard a turbo-blaster turret firing a volley into the sky. Several brilliant flashes in the distance caught the former Jedi's eyes before he turned his attention back to the fighter he was trying so desperately to repair. Somehow, his forces had managed to fight the Mandalorians back the Mandalorians and had dug into the small planetoid, setting up hastily constructed batteries to keep the endless stream of dropships and basilisks away from the surface. Revan sighed as he looked over the detestable rock that didn't even have a name. The only reason he was here was because a stronghold on the planet could give a strategic platform for the Mandalorians to strike Aether. The Senate failed to see that their pathetic lives were soon to be at risk. That is what they were becoming to the former Jedi Knight. Pathetic. To sit around, bickering about how much money they had while worlds burned. To ignore the pain and suffering of the galaxy while others fought and died and were torn to pieces. Never in his life had Revan feared anything, but he slowly felt fear settle into him as he thought of what the galaxy would become with such people ruling it. Revan snarled as a blaster bolt came down on his position, obliterating a nearby turret. Revan growled in frustration as he looked at the mangled circuits of his fighter. We can't let them have this world. Revan quickly made work of his fighter and ran a diagnostic, snarling when it did not respond. What the hell? Revan impatiently looked skyward again to see the battle was dying down, at least the aerial battle. The Jedi had left Malak in charge of the orbital fleet, hoping Malak could at least shoot at what he saw. Malak may have been powerful and an impressive fighter, but he seemed to have great difficulty seeking out his foes. Throwing the loose component he had been working on down in frustration, Revan turned his thoughts and drive to the ground battle that was soon approaching. A flash of blue eyes and a smiling face came to Revan's mind, and the former Jedi shook his head. What the hell is wrong with me? Why can't I stop thinking of her? The battlefield was no place for such distraction, but facing being overrun and destroyed by his enemy, Revan could only dwell on the young girl he had befriended. A shout caused Revan to turn his attention to a middle-aged woman and an Ekani warrior. Yusanis? Aren? What are you doing here? Revan asked. He was surprised to see the skilled Ekani warrior and the outcast Jedi Knight. It had been nearly a decade since Aren K was thrown out of the Order for, as the Jedi called it, pulling a bindo. Revan shook his head of the thoughts as he took in the Ekani that had forsaken his honor and family for the sake of the Jedi Knight he stood with. We've lost the orbital defenses. Malak is ordering a retreat. Revan was silent as he stared at the Ekani warrior and his fellow outcast. Malak ordered a retreat? Malak was not one to run from a fight, and whatever it was that was making him run must have been serious. Where are they falling back to? Revan inquired. Yusanis looked enraged, and Aren looked sullen. Ares 3. The Mandalorians have begun landing basilisks and are burning the Zoxan fields. The garrison there was slaughtered, and they are shooting down whoever tries to flee. Aren replied in a solemn tone. Revan released a long and steadying breath. Malak was going to attack them head-on, just his style. Where's General Kenobi? Revan asked, pulling himself from his thoughts. It had been nearly a year since Zun, and there was still no end to the war in sight. The Mandalorians seemed to have a death grip on the worlds they held, and their armies seemed almost endless. The fact that the Republic and the Jedi failed miserably to reinforce Revan and his forces did not help. The Republic military was too concerned with losing political targets to actually see that losing military targets were much more vital. The Jedi Council was content to have him at their whim by threatening to call on the Senate if their wishes were not met. The Jedi constantly sent observers and used their influence to discredit Revan with the Republic. Revan was not blind. He knew that they were afraid of him. Revan represented something that the Jedi feared. He represented another option to their students. The former Jedi Knight knew that the thought of removing him from power or discrediting him likely crossed their minds. Power. The word seemed to send a chill up his spine. He hated power. He hated it when people looked to him for answers to questions he could not begin to fathom. He hated to be responsible for the deaths of his men, like he was responsible on Sariko. He hated the fact that men and women died to save him on Zun. He hated the fact that he was fighting his own people. It sickened Revan to no end each time he struck down a Mandalorian before he had been wounded by Bastila. Bastila had opened his eyes to something. It needed to be done. No longer was he sickened by killing. He simply closed his mind off from the pain. He detached himself from what he was doing. Killing his own people. It simply needed to be done for the greater good. Some would argue more atrocities have been done in the name of the greater good than in the name of evil, but Revan found himself simply not caring. Worlds died while he fought the moral implications of his war. It was his war. Before he had joined, the Mandalorians met no challenge and simply burned the worlds they conquered into ashes and left their cities as glassy craters. The Jedi had the gall to blame him for the escalation of violence in the war. They simply refused to see that the Mandalorians despised weakness and respected power. If he met them on the battlefield and succeeded, then they would be broken and they would surrender. If he failed, they would still respect him for fighting and perhaps in the end not. View the Jedi and the rest of the galaxy as weak and inferior and perhaps begin to respect them. How long until we get reinforcements? Revan asked, annoyance clear in his tone. Yusanis actually grinned in response as Aren replied for him. Telos and the Ekani are sending reinforcements. The Telosians are under the command of Admiral Saul Kareth, and the Ekani are to transfer command to Yusanis as soon as they arrive. At this news, Revan breathed a sigh of relief. An explosion and distant blaster fire drew him from his relief. Well, I suppose we should get back to the war. The other two warriors nodded agreement and followed Revan from the now useless fighter. 16-year-old Bastila Shan looked down at the image before her in satisfaction. She was sure it was the image she had seen tattooed to Revan's upper right arm. She had been too busy staring at him and his amazing fighting style that day in the recreation room where she had wounded him to notice it, but they had sparred since, and she had curiously asked him about the strange mark. Revan had instantly closed off of whatever they had been discussing and had left, but not before she had seen enough of the mark to draw an accurate picture. Bastila slowly made her way to the Jedi archives on Coruscant. She had been transferred to Coruscant after Qatar, and much to her delight, Revan made frequent visits to the Republic, capital world, to speak with the Senate and the Jedi High Council. Jedi Master Atri sighed slightly as she saw the young woman enter the archives. It was an ongoing joke within the council that Bastila's sharp attitude could rival her own, something her fellow Jedi Masters found amusing to no ends. Oh yes, we don't always meditate and curse Revan behind those doors. Snapping from her annoying reverie, Atreides offered a small nod as Bastila smiled to her and bowed deeply. What can I do for you, Padawan Shan? Atreides asked wearily. Bastila handed the sketch she had drawn of the tattoo and waited patiently as Atreides furrowed her brow at the drawing. Is this some kind of joke, Bastila? Bastila frowned, not knowing what to say. Atreides sighed and shook her head, handing the curious Padawan her drawing back. Atreides turned and, after digging quietly through a pile of datapads, handed the datapad to Bastila. It's a Mandalorian symbol for a conscript, a Force member of their army, and a member of the clans. There are subtle differences for the clans. Ordo clan uses a snake-like symbol, while the Fett clan uses a band skull. Atreides frowned slightly, looking over her console for a moment before finding the raven-like symbol. Interesting, Atreides muttered to herself as she compared the two symbols. This is the clan's symbol of the Raven clan. Bastila frowned slightly. Raven clan. Atreides nodded, suddenly interested in her work. Yes, they were said to be the only Mandalorians who were not blind to the Force. Mandalore is rumored to be from that clan. They were nearly wiped out 17 years ago when they assaulted an unknown fleet of alien ships beyond the Outer Rim. It is unclear how exactly they were destroyed, but only a few dozen survived that battle. They were said to have scattered and been absorbed into the other clans. Afterwards, Atreus trailed off, turning her attention to her beeping comm link. Atreus, she answered, hearing the last voice she expected to her on the other end. Atreus, it's Ian. Atreus' face turned red slightly as she trembled, her face shifting to a small scowl. What do you want? She snarled into the communicator. Bastila backed away slightly, surprised and confused as to the Jedi Counselor's response to the other's voice. Malik is bombing the Mandalorian positions on YEA I, and Revan is missing in action along with Ysanis and Night K. The Republic is refusing to send reinforcements to their last known position, and if Revan's position falls, we may lose Ither and the Ekani sectors. I thought that might concern you, Atreus. Kenobi finished, his voce calm and collected. Atreus frowned slightly. If the Ekani sector fell, it would directly affect her since she was in Ekani and the Ithorians were a peaceful race that would be crushed beneath the Mandalorians. What about the Iridonians? Atreus asked after a moment's hesitation. A deep sigh was heard from the other end of the comm link. The Iridonians are allying with the Ithorians and are gathering in the Yulan system. If we lose any more harvesting worlds like YEA I, there is no telling how many will starve in the next few years. What are the Ekani doing? Atreus asked, confused that they would not be standing alongside the Iridonians and Ithorians. The Ekani and the Telosians are sending their forces to the Wayland system. Revan was trying to keep the Hydian Way secured from there, but the Mandalorians are overrunning them, and we've lost contact. Bastila's eyes widened slightly at the news she was hearing. She knew Revan had been in the forefront of the Republic and Jedi forces, but she did not know he would be so exposed. A sudden chill ran up her spine when she mulled over all the things that could have happened to her friend. She remembered hearing about Zun and Sariko, and she could not keep the images of Revan being tortured and beaten to death from her mind. Atreus sighed, shaking her head slightly. What do you want from me? She asked tiredly. Bastila remained silent, watching the strange way the conflicting emotions passed over the normally stoic Jedi Master's face. We need help, Atreus. We've lost over half of the Jedi already, and we're estimating that we'll lose another 2,000 within the next week. Revan may be too proud to say it, but this war can't be won without the help of the Jedi Council. We need more people, and the Council is sure doing their best to keep us from being reinforced. The former Jedi general added, his voice rising with the accusation. For her credit, Atreus looked surprised. What do you mean? She asked, shocked and appalled. Don't even try. The Council has been constantly sending their little puppet Vrook out here, and he's been discrediting us before the Senate and the Republic military. Do you realize that Revan has not been reinforced since Zun? The Senate delays all his battle plans, and only battles he or Malik or myself are directly involved in actually hold any results. Atreus' face scrunched in anger or confusion. Bastila did not know. The Jedi Counselor answered in a calm and collected tone. I do not know what you are speaking of, Ian, but I assure you that I will find out soon enough. Atreus cut the communication as her eyes glazed over slightly. 7,000, she said below a whisper, though Bastila had heard. The thousands of Jedi sent to Revan were slowly being reduced to a handful, and even the stubborn Jedi Master could see the implications. Turning her head to Bastila, a flicker of surprise shot through her blue eyes before she shook her head and dismissed herself. I am sorry, Padawan Shan, but I must speak with the Council immediately. Bastila nodded numbly, a feeling of dread settling in her stomach. What if the Jedi don't support Revan? What if what Kenobi said was true? The idea of her own master deliberately sabotaging the Jedi's war effort horrified Bastila to the point of her own mind closing off the possibility. No, Master would never do that. Sitting in his chair before 11 of his fellow Jedi counselors, Vrook Lamar sighed heavily as Atreus replayed the communication from Ian Kenobi. We cannot fight. I've seen what happens when Jedi fight. I saw the remains of those worlds the Mandalorians burned. If we are to remain strong, we cannot allow ourselves to be ruled by passion. We can't go into this war unprepared, and there are not enough Jedi to end this war now that Revan has effectively lost nearly a tenth of our manpower. The other Jedi Masters silently agreed. though many felt the need to challenge the Mandalorian threat. Vrook settled himself in his seat and shook his head. He would not risk his Padawan in a war that could be won by the Republic. Ian Kenobi stood on the bridge of a Republic troop carrier, sighing and shaking his head as he looked over the gathered Iridonians and Ithorians. Holding the Ulant system and its rich agricultural worlds was key to preventing the suffering of the Mandalorian wars to spreading into the core worlds. The Outer Rim and Mid-Rim burned while the core worlds remained unscathed. His lip curling in disgust, Ian stalked quietly to a meditation chamber, intent on seeking the Force's comfort. Revan had ordered him to keep his position, and Malak was too busy burying the Mandalorians on YEA I under his ship's turboblasters to be of any help. Revan's position was a last stand against the Mandalorian advance, and if his position fell, Ian knew the hastily gathered Iridonians and Ithorians would stand little chance against them. The former Jedi let out a silent plea to the Force that the Talosians and Ekani would reach Revan in time. If Revan was lost, he knew the war would be lost. A week passed, and the bloodiest fighting the Mandalorian War had seen since had died down. Revan emerged with the Ekani and Talosians triumphant as he successfully held off a much larger force. The Mandalorians had resulted to conscripting prisoners from their worlds along with their families. It seemed the endless armored warriors were slowly meeting their limit. The core world still remained out of reach for them as Revan and Malak reinforced their positions with volunteers from the Iridonians, the Ekani, the Talosians, and the Ithorians. The Republic had managed to deploy the bulk of their fleet in an effective defensive pattern along the various hyperspace routes only a year and a half after Revan had suggested it. It appeared the losses on YEA I and Revan Stand had spurred the Senate into action. The Mandalorians had lost the bulk of their military, and the hastily gathered conscripts held neither the skill nor the fighting experience of their previous comrades. The Mandalores still held firm, and the worlds under them did not fall without blood of their people. After a month of liberating nearly extinct planets, Revan had ceased the campaign, disappearing from the sectors of war along with Malak. The Mandalorians took this precious time to gather and strengthen their forces, though they knew a plan was being formed by their cunning adversary. Revan was rumored to have been spotted near the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine and on Manayan, though the sightings were unconfirmed, and his vessel was spotted near Tatooine, though it was gone before any Republic forces or Jedi could trace them. It seemed that as the months slowly passed that Revan had vanished and that the Mandalores had dug themselves in for a bloody stalemate. Wherever Revan went in those several months was unknown to all but those who had gone with him. The Jedi Council and the Senate had met with him once, each refusing to support his increasingly violent actions in the war and each scolding the young former Jedi for his actions. When Revan and Malak did return, there was something about them that unsettled those closest to them. They no longer joked with the men and were often sealed away in their quarters or training themselves. Whatever they had found seemed to change them, harden them. Revan stared silently into the star field before him. It had been a week since his 5-month quest for the Star Forge ended, and it had ended in a bitter defeat. The Star Forge seemed to require vast reservoirs of dark side energy to activate itself, and the massive Rakatan device remained dormant, orbiting the Rakatan sun. Snarling in annoyance, Revan hastily retreated to his quarters, looking over anything he could to find a clue to unlocking the Star Forge's power. The massive factory was a relic of the dark side, and he had known there were many others, like on Corbin or Zun. A brief shiver ran up Revan's spine as he fought the feeling of dread those places stirred within him. Beneath the foliage, Zun held something he feared, and he did not wish to ever confront the true darkness of that moon. How he had not seen it while he was there, he would never know, but one thing was certain: he would never return to Onderon or Zun if he had a choice. Corbin had sent another chill within him, a thrill of sorts. The world was dead, but it still held the echoes of its former lords, the power there if you could find it, but not enough to unlock the Star Forge. As Revan's eyes scanned the various datapads, one world, one name seemed to call to him: Malachor. The Mandalorians feared that world, almost as much as he feared Zun. "We need to go to Malachor V," Revan muttered to himself. Mandalorians feared nothing and whatever was on that world that would cause the Mandalorians to isolate that single world and ban it would end this seemingly endless war. Revan knew he had to act. He barely had 1,000 Jedi left in his ranks, and his forces were not much better off. With the help of the Telosians and the Ekani, Revan was able to liberate dozens of worlds, though what he liberated were worlds of corpses. It seemed the Mandalorians ruled an empire of death. Whatever the Senate was doing was not enough to protect itself. Whatever the Jedi Council was doing was not enough to protect the Republic they had sworn to uphold was not enough. They were simply incompetent and could not offer strength in the face of adversity. Revan's Mandalorian blood boiled, and he finally understood why the Mandalorians despised the Republic too much. War had made him strong enough to see the weakness of the Republic, how it allowed its outer edges to crumble while corruption ruled and blacked its heart. There was something seriously wrong with the Senate and the Jedi Council. "No!" Revan shouted, throwing the datapad away. "I can't think like that. This is what I am fighting for." The words seemed to scorch his very soul. This is what I am fighting for. What was the point of trying to save someone who didn't even make the effort of saving themselves? The Republic was on the verge of collapse, and it had done that to itself by avoiding war for so long and not being prepared. The Republic had invited destruction. There must be another way. The Star Forge wasn't enough. Hell, it didn't even work, and the Senate refused his request for aid. There was only one thing Revan could do, and the thought sickened him to no end. He had to stand before the Jedi Council and beg for their assistance. Otherwise, the war would never end. The dark side is strong in this place. I can feel its power. Is this wise? Once we pass beyond these doors, we can never go back. The Council will surely banish us. Malik's words rang through Revan's mind as he knelt with his eyes downcast before the Jedi Council. He could feel their intrusive mind probes and almost see the smug smiles they hid behind their stoic masks. They were right, and they knew it. He needed them. "You should have thought of this before you defied our wishes, Revan," Master Vrook said with surprising calm. Apparently seeing the proud former Jedi that defied the Council and went to war against their every order was enough to sate the man's temper. Revan heard a snarl and the movement of a cloak before heavy footsteps sounded beside him and left the room. Malik, it seemed, did not have the patience to kneel before his former masters, even if he himself admitted to needing them. Revan turned his head upwards, still kneeling before the 12 Jedi counselors. "I need the Council's full support. I need you to convince the Republic to give me more men. I need more Jedi." Revan replied, catching the mirth hidden in several of the Jedi Masters' eyes. Trembling with anger, Revan cast a dark glare at each of the Jedi Masters through his mask and was surprised to see the humor vanish. "You've tasted the dark side," Vima Sunrider gasped as she stood from her seat. Revan remained kneeling, staring at the red-haired Jedi Master. "Whatever do you mean, Master Sunrider?" Revan asked in a tight tone, secretly reveling in the look of horror on the woman's face. "If I had given in to the dark side, the Star Forge would obey my commands. To despise someone for allowing death and suffering to go on is not the dark side." How ignorant of them! Several of the other Jedi Masters stood as well, uneasily taking defensive postures. "You are no longer a member of the Jedi Order, Revan. You cannot ask us to help you with your war." At that, Revan had enough. Tearing his mask from his face, Revan glared openly into Jedi Master Atri's face. "My war? My war? Do you think just because I am one of them that this is my war?" Revan screamed at the Ekani Jedi Master, ignoring the confused look he received. Revan stood abruptly and spat on the floor as he glared at each and every one of the Jedi Masters. "We die because of you. The Force will not forget that when it is your time to answer." Revan turned and left the room, his cloak billowing behind him. "I think we have made things worse," Jedi Master Kavar added quietly. Master Zar and Vandar nodded silent agreement as they took their seats, startled by Revan and Vima's sudden outbursts. "What makes you think he has fallen, Vima?" Master Doric asked after the Council had settled into their seats after the exchange with the former Jedi Knight. The Jedi Counselor wore a solemn expression as she turned her eyes to the dark-skinned Jedi Master. I remember my mother telling me how it felt when Ulick fell. I felt that in him, the bitterness, the despair. He will do something drastic, and if we are not prepared, it could have serious consequences. We should take his counsel under advisement. We have ignored the Mandalorian threat for too long. Several of the other Jedi Masters offered snorts of disagreement with her words. If he has fallen, as you say, nothing can save him. That one was always too proud, Dash. Yet he knelt before us, yet he all but begged us for help. Zar interjected, cutting Master Vrook off. The council let out a collective sigh. Whatever was stirring in Revan's mind, one thing was certain: they all dreaded to hear it. Revan stormed through the Jedi Temple, his hands gripping tightly to his mask as he glared at the floor. Do they want us to lose this war? Do they want the Republic to fall? The former Jedi Knight sighed, heading for the room of 1,000 fountains. Perhaps I can relax before I die. The Republic commander mused as he seated himself in the lush gardens and began a calming meditation. Malakar V had not been what he had hoped. The world was dead, and after seeing the barren terrain and the dangerous storms that covered the lifeless rock, Revan knew why the Mandalorians chose to restrict the world. Sighing heavily, Revan continued going over his options. I can attack the Mandalorians head-on, but that would likely destroy what is left of my forces. I could move my troops in a defensive pattern, but that would only allow the Mandalorians the time to regroup and mount an effective counterattack, which would mean certain victory for them. Shaking his head, Revan removed his armor and placed it in a neat pile beside him. I could always draw them into a trap, but how could I draw the bulk of their forces into a trap? And how can I spring this trap? The Mandalorians have at least 4 times as many men as I do, and with less than 2,000 Jedi left. A frustrated sigh escaped Revan as he opened his eyes from his meditation and thoughts. The Coruscant sky had dimmed some, though it was never truly dark on the city planet. Revan knew it was night, and that he'd spend several hours meditating and going over pointless strategies. Maybe I can make a bomb. Revan mused aloud. That wouldn't be such a bad idea. A voice said from behind him. Revan turned calmly and gave a subtle nod to Ian Kenobi. Did you try as well? Revan asked, knowing the former Jedi general had been in some of the hardest fighting of the war alongside him. Ian shook his head, crossing his arms over his chest and looking to a nearby fountain, admiring its beauty. It's not worth it. What point is there to go before them and have them rub it in your face that you should have listened? Revan smiled slightly at that comment, nodding agreement. A bomb them. So what shall we call this doomsday weapon? Revan joked, not taking his fellow outcast seriously. The mass shadow device. Ian replied. Revan furrowed a brow, looking at the slightly older man before standing. Don't tell me you've already got something? I knew you were efficient, Ian, but Force. Ian shrugged. I have an Iridonian in my Ithorian tech crew. He says with 4 core drives from 4 Republic ships, he can make a gravity well the size of Yavin. Revan brought his hand to his chin in thought, mulling over the news. If we can draw the Mandalorians into an asteroid field. No, they would never follow us in there. Revan frowned slightly, shaking his head as dozens of possibilities passed through his mind. I take it this device isn't picky about what it swallows? Revan asked. Ian nodded his head and frowned as well, not knowing how to lure the Mandalorians into a trap. I have an idea, Revan muttered after a few moments. Ian looked over to his comrade skeptically before Revan slowly rolled up the sleeve of his tunic, revealing a raven-crested tattoo. This is the symbol of a Mandalorian conscript. Any who bear this mark, or the mark of any Mandalorian, can challenge Mandalore. Ian was silent, staring at the mark on Revan's bicep. I can allow them to capture me and then challenge them. If I win, I can order them to surrender, and if they choose to torture me, I can tell them our forces are gathered around Malakar V. You can use the mass shadow device to destroy the forces they send there, and we can end this in a single stroke. Ian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Mandalorian crest tattooed to his friend's arm. You're a Mandalorian? He asked after Revan's plan had been explained. Revan sighed heavily and nodded once. Ian returned the gesture. I always wondered why they respected you. I suppose you all think alike. Revan gave Ian a sour expression before the older exile shook his head. No point in arguing. We can't change what is, only what will be. Revan took a deep breath and allowed it to pass from him as a shudder ran up his spine. I have a bad feeling about this, Ian commented. Revan snorted and nodded agreement before the older man bowed to him and departed. I'm going to die. Revan shook his head at the thought. I'm going to die, slowly, snorting at his own dark humor. Revan rose and turned to leave the peaceful gardens when he sensed someone's eyes on him. The former Jedi turned and stared in the direction of a nearby tree and shook his head. It's been a while, hasn't it? Revan said a bit too loudly. Bastila sighed and came from her hiding place, staring at the armored man. You know you look awful in that, don't you? Bastila teased. Revan smirked slightly, though the weight of what was about to happen was distracting him from the peace he felt in Bastila's presence. Revan turned, unaware of the wistful smile on his face, and glad he still wore his mask as his jaw dropped slightly. What the hell are you wearing? Bastila smiled sheepishly. Turning slightly to Revan, could see the light brown, form-fitting silk-like outfit she wore. Revan shook his head, trying to block out how much Bastila had changed in the several months since he had seen her. What do you think? Bastila asked, a gentle flush rising to her cheeks. Bastila frowned slightly at the lack of response and was about to speak her mind when Revan suddenly motioned to her to follow him. With a small scowl, Bastila followed the former Jedi until he finally led her to a waterfall and small stream. The area was deep within the temple gardens and Bastila could not sense any Jedi nearby. This is beautiful. Bastila sighed as she took in the stunning and private view of the temple gardens. Revan nodded slightly, his mind still playing over the guarantee of death and torture in his near future. As are you, Revan replied quietly as he lowered his hood and removed his mask. Bastila flushed slightly and stared contently at her friend for a moment. The months since she had seen him last had taken their toll. Revan's skin was pale, too pale to be considered healthy, and Bastila could clearly make out the worry lines in his young face. Who are the Blood Ravens? Bastila blurted out suddenly, not knowing anything else to speak of. Bastila cursed herself mentally as she saw Revan tense. Bastila had immersed herself in studying the strange tattoo on Revan's arm and had discovered something that brought a bit of pride to her. Atreides was wrong. The symbol was not that of the Raven clan, but of the Blood Ravens. The texts she had read were vague at best, and as far as she could tell, the Blood Ravens were merely a family, a subclan in the larger Raven clan. Bastila watched Revan's face for any signs of a response and was shocked to see his wary expression. I have never told anyone this before, Bastila. Revan muttered as he slowly rolled the sleeve of his tunic up to reveal the obsidian raven superimposed over a crimson shield. The Blood Ravens were a clan of Mandalorians that could wield the Force. They don't really know where the power came from, but it was said that each member of that clan could use the Force with little to no training, meaning they held an unbelievably powerful affinity to the Force. The Blood Ravens acted as Mandalore's personal guard, and there were only allowed to be 30 at a time, selected from birth that would pass to adulthood. After Ulic Qel-Droma defeated Mandalore in their duel, Mandalore pledged himself to the Dark Jedi and allied with he and Exarchuan. The Raven clan, which was where the Blood Ravens came from, were wiped out and only a few dozen lived beyond Exarchuan. The Blood Ravens were decimated as well, and only 2 survived, a man and a woman, and they had a child before they were killed by a Jedi Knight. This Jedi Knight had killed them in defense, though she did not know she was trespassing in Blood Raven territory. She later found the child. He was only 5 at the time, and she saw the potential within him. She saw the potential in him to do good instead of evil, and she took him back to her people to teach him the ways of the Jedi, only to abandon him a decade later to fight his people once more. Bastila stared, wide-eyed at Revan as he told her of who she could only presume to be his parents and what had befallen them, as well as the way he had become a Jedi. The young Padawan felt a heavy weight settle in her stomach and looked to the ground. She had been given to the Order by her parents while he had his parents taken away by the Order only to be taken in by the one who had killed them. Do you hate her? She asked timidly. Revan sighed and sat back, staring at the waterfall and allowing the gentle flow of its waters to calm him. Mandalorians are taught not to hate. Jedi are taught not to hate. Bastila frowned at the analogy, but said nothing. To a Mandalorian, honor is everything. Cryo was a better warrior and defeated my parents in battle and deserves the honor that comes from that. She raised me from the age of 5 on and taught me of the ways of the Jedi. Mandalorians do not kill for some bloodlust or anything else so sinister. It is their pride, they glory that they seek. Few of them still hold true to the ways of their people as they should, to the roots of their honor, but it is always there, keeping them in check. Revan slowly sat up and looked over to Bastila, who had seated herself beside him and was staring at something only she could see. That is what is so strange about this war. It is as if there is something behind it, manipulating and driving the Mandalorians. Mandalores rarely waste their time killing innocents, and when they do, there is always a purpose. They would obliterate an entire planet of innocents if they thought a soldier was hiding amongst them simply because they hate only one thing: cowardice. They want their enemy to know that they will die regardless of where they hide or run to simply for one of an opponent that will fight back. The worlds they ravage are left to those amongst their own ranks that have no honor and desert, living off the native populations, pirates and slavers, the huts, the exchange, even Chirka. Revan sighed heavily. There is always someone who is willing to take advantage of someone else's misfortune. That is what disgusts me. That is what I am fighting to stop. Bastila remained silent, allowing Revan to speak. She knew he had been holding this in all his life, and that he had placed a lot of trust in her to tell her, even if her own curiosity was the catalyst for this situation. Revan, trusting her enough to tell her these things, touched her in a way, and she smiled softly as she reached over and brushed her hand across his face. Revan jumped with a start, staring at Bastila for a moment with a questioning expression. "What dash? Sure." Bastila answered as she continued to stare into his tired, yet still passionate green eyes. "I never knew anything about your past, but you knew everything about me. Now I see why you did not tell me." Bastila answered softly, watching his eyes shift slightly. "That must have been difficult to live with, and to relive it each time you kill one of your own." Bastila trailed off as a tear shimmered in her eyes. "Why do you understand me so well? We've only known each other, what? 3 years, and I've barely seen you." Revan answered in a miserable tone. Bastila continued to stroke the side of his face, brushing a stray strand of hair back. Slowly, Bastila moved closer to him and brought her other hand to his face, brushing her lips against his softly as she kissed him. Bastila felt Revan stiffen in response before he groaned quietly and returned the kiss. After a moment, he broke away gently and sat up with a troubled expression. "What's wrong?" Bastila asked softly, frightened she had placed their friendship at risk by her bold move. Revan stared at the endless blue of her eyes and allowed his own misery to reflect in his. "We can't have this, Bastila. We can only be friends." Bastila frowned slightly, not knowing what to say, but relieved that he was not angry. Revan stared at his 18-year-old friend, suddenly feeling a pang in his chest that made him feel as if he were going to collapse. He would be dead soon, either by the Mandalorians or by the mass shadow device, and would never have to deal with the consequences. While Bastila, he did not know what love was and was not some fool who chose to declare something he was taught to never feel or to hide. But he knew he would never take advantage of Bastila as he was tempted to for the briefest moment when she had kissed him. He would never dishonor her by putting at risk all she had sacrificed her parents and youth for. He was not selfish enough to ask her to choose him over the Jedi, and he would die before he even considered that. "Are you angry with me?" Bastila asked, seeing his glazed expression and startling him from his thoughts. "Of course not," Revan snapped, grinning. "I actually am rather flattered that a lovely young lady such as yourself would consider a lowly supreme commander of the Republic and Jedi fleet such as myself." Bastila stared at Revan, expressionless for a moment before smiling and slapping his shoulder playfully. "You're teasing me," she chided. Revan chuckled softly, reveling in the peace he felt at that moment. "My deepest apologies, Princess Padawan," Revan replied as a mischievous glint lit his eyes. Revan stiffened as he spoke, preparing for the coming attack. "Revan," Bastila gasped, slapping him across the face. "How many times have I told you never to call me that?" Revan smirked as he rubbed his red cheek. The real question is, how many times have I listened? Revan dodged the next blow and was soon rolling around the garden, laughing and teasing his friend, trying to ignore the guilt that was gnawing at him for not telling her he would not be there for her. I am doing this for her. I can't let the Mandalorians win. A shudder racked Revan for a moment as he stared into Bastila's eyes. He loathed to think of what would happen to her if the Mandalorians conquered the Republic. Commander. Revan stood and looked in the direction of the voice, eyeing Bastila for a moment. General Kenobi soon approached in a run, slowing to a stop as he caught his breath. The Mandalorians are attacking. Duros. Revan nodded and turned to Bastila, giving her an apologetic look before sprinting away with Ian. Bastila frowned as she watched the two former Jedi race away, hating to be left behind and hating that her friend was risking his life. Have you seen the suffering of those who starve because of this war? Have you seen the look of despair in a mother's eyes when she looks to her children and tells them their father is dead? Do you see your friends and comrades falling around you and know that no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do, nothing will help them? Have you seen the bodies, oh so many bodies that have been broken and destroyed, or the ruins of those once great cities and races that now burn because of your inaction? Have you seen anything besides the mounds of credits you pile before you and shove in your fat faces? Malak roared to the Senate advisors as he stormed past them with a look of hate painted on his face. None of the senators spoke as the former Jedi left them. A week had passed since Revan and Malak had driven off the Mandalorians over Duro. The world's once glorious orbital cities now lay in ruins, silent graves of countless Duros, Republic soldiers, Jedi, and Mandalorians. The Mandalorians were far from weak and were far from defeated as the Republic had thought, and Duro had been their first strike against a core world. What had enraged the former Jedi Knight more than anything was that the only reason the Republic even considered doing a damn thing about it was the amount of money lost in trade and destruction, and not of the millions of lives lost. Revan shook his head in disgust before leaving the suddenly speechless senators. Never had Revan spoken to the Senate in anything close to disrespect, and the senators watched the respected and charismatic leader follow his friend's path. I can't believe I risked my life to save the likes of you. Revan spat acidly as he passed through the doorway, leaving the senators even more shocked by his behavior. Malak, Revan called after his friend's retreating form. Malak spun and stared at Revan with rage in his eyes. Why are we even doing this? The Mandalorians are right. We should let them. Revan nodded before his common sense could stop him and sighed. I don't understand how anyone, the Senate, the Jedi Council, can be so detached from what is happening. I have seen it, felt it in each of those battles. Do you feel it too? Revan asked his friend, relieved when Malak nodded. The silence that follows a battle, it always amazes me. To the Jedi, those battles echo pain and death, and they can hear or see nothing beyond that. But they have not been there. They can't see what is before them. Did you feel it? Even on Zun, I felt it. Something is manipulating the Mandalorians, something that seeks to weaken us, the Jedi and the Republic, and they are succeeding. Malak grunted before narrowing his eyes and looking over a nearby balcony, staring towards the 5 spires of the Jedi Temple that lay across the walkway from the Senate Rotunda. There was always weakness. This is something else? Revan nodded his agreement. On Corbin, have you ever wondered what happened to the ancient Sith and their empire? To have all that knowledge and power lost to sand and wind seems impossible. Malak finished as Revan shook his head. No, it seems too convenient. We know that the true Sith did not die out in the great hyperspace war a millennium ago. They were merely weakened. We know that Exar Kun found remnants of those that followed Naga Sadow on Yavin 4, the Massassi temples, and the primitive descendants of those ancient Sith. Malak seemed to pale slightly as Revan paused. I heard a rumor that the Sith pressed the Mandalorians into this war. A young Mandalorian prisoner with a mouth too big that was killed by his comrades. But still, where would these Sith come from? Those that followed Exar Kun died in the bombardment of Yavin or were killed by the Jedi. Perhaps the first Sith Empire never collapsed as we thought. Malak coughed suddenly, turning from the view of the Jedi Temple and processing the thoughts he and his friend exchanged. Those are dangerous thoughts. Revan smirked and shrugged. As dangerous as seeking out the Star Forge and the ruins of the Trace Academy on Malak V. Malak turned and gave Revan a scolding look. You walk a fine line, my friend. We walk a fine line? Malak finished, turning from Revan and glaring at the Jedi Temple. Look at them over there, content to sit in their spires and watch the galaxy die. If what you say is true, then they were right, Revan. Perhaps we should not have gone off to war. Perhaps these Sith are lurking beyond their vision and preparing for the attack. Force knows this war had nearly destroyed a fifth of the Order. Revan nodded, crossing his arms tightly over his chest as he stared indifferently towards the Jedi Temple. Do you feel how much we've changed? 3 years ago, we were nothing more than newly knighted children wielding a weapon that was too heavy for us, and now. Revan paused, turning his gaze to the deep canyons that lined the cityscape as the echoes of pain and misery that existed a few kilometers below brushed his senses. Now we are stronger than we could have dreamed, Malak whispered, following Revan's gaze as his face shifted to a mournful expression. As my master used to always say, it is conflict that strengthens us, Padawan. Revan replied with a forlorn expression. Malak snorted and shook his head. Krya always was a bit eccentric. Revan laughed as he slapped his hand on Malak's shoulder, causing the taller former Jedi to lurch slightly. I think that is a requirement for being as Jedi Master, my friend. Malak allowed a ghost of a smile to play on his lips as he and Revan turned, leaving all thoughts of the Republic and Jedi behind and occupying their thoughts with the coming battle. Mandalore! A young Mandalorian elite shouted as he rushed into the bridge of Mandalore's flagship. The Mandalorian leader turned his armored form to the approaching elite and nodded as the Mandalorian bowed at his weight and brought his right fist over his heart in a salute. Speak! The silver-armored man spoke, his voice tearing through the deathly silent bridge. Scouts have reported that Revan has landed on Quan in the Tarun system. His forces are minimal, and it appears to be a scouting mission. Mandalore smirked beneath his silver mask as he stared at the Mandalorian elite. What are you waiting for? Send a dropship and a squad of battlecruisers at once. Mandalore turned from the man as he saluted. Yes, Mandalore. The elite vanished from his leader's sight, and Mandalore smiled as he looked over the starfield. I wonder if Revan will allow us to capture him. He would be the most valuable of hostages. It's a shame he's not a Mandalorian. Mandalore's head dropped slightly as he thought of killing such a worthy opponent. We will see if he's worthy. I can only hope for his sake that he has the honor to die in battle and not be taken prisoner. The Mandalorian leader smirked as he thought of how quickly the war would end with Revan's death. Though part of him regretted killing such a worthy opponent, another was thrilled at the idea of defeating him. We will see. Commander, an anxious Republic soldier shouted as he ran into the small Republic encampment on Quan. Revan looked up, nodding to the young soldier as he brushed dust away from his robes. Yes, Corporal? The former Jedi asked as he adjusted the focusing lens of his newly constructed lightsaber. The azure crystal gleamed brightly in its casing, and Revan quickly snapped the pieces together, preparing to assemble a second lightsaber. We've finished our patrols, and the men are rejoining the fleet. Revan nodded as he quickly and expertly assembled his second lightsaber, placing a ruby-red crystal in the hilt and sliding the mechanism into the saber's hilt. Very good. Revan looked up to the young man sadly. You should leave as well. The young corporal frowned as he looked around the encampment. But sir, there are no others here. The corporal trailed off as Revan tilted his head. Are you implying that I cannot defend myself? Revan snarled. The corporal backed away and shook his head. Revan nodded. There's a fighter on the third landing pad. I will be taking the transport. You'll be needing its speed. Revan added to himself as the corporal saluted and scurried away. The fighter soon blasted away and Revan sighed, checking his newly assembled lightsabers and rubbing his hooded head in thought. I wonder how long I will have to wait. Revan's eyes scanned the small encampment in irritation. Luckily, this wouldn't be a costly trap for the Mandalorians, but he did dread being tortured once more by them. The young former Jedi stretched in his armor and checked the small shield that lay strapped to his bicep. Oh, I'm not going to make this easy. The former Jedi smirked as he began typing false reports on a datapad about the border world's adequacy as a hidden base, making certain to mention the fleet's secret base on Malachor V. Revan chuckled as he shook his head. The datapad would not be convincing. But since the Mandalorians had never discovered his men were attacking from Taris and that he would be found along with the datapad, he suspected the Mandalorians would fall for the trap. Ian had told him he needed 3 days to complete preparations on the mass shadow device, and his fleet would be assembled in full force over Taris within another day of that. I only have to hold out a week. I've done that before. Revan nodded silently to himself as he made his way to his transport, purposely damaging several key components to the ship's drive and takeoff repulsors. No such thing as overkill when it comes to subterfuge. The former Jedi made certain his sabotage was not so obvious before pulling a hydrospanner and hastily patching the damage. I doubt the Mandalorians would think a warrior to be a great engineer. Revan chuckled, rising from the floor and walking back to the small encampment, making certain that the base's computer core was wiped before sticking his lightsaber into the device. Overkill, I know. Revan chastised himself, searching the base to make certain his plan would not be too believable. Just enough that Mandalore would not suspect a trap. It would make sense that Revan would choose Malachor V for his headquarters. The Mandalorians' paranoia of the rocky world was well known, and Revan suspected Mandalore would be most displeased when he learned of the location. I suppose I should make it look like I was doing actual work. Revan activated several construction droids, making certain that they began building perimeter defenses and a sensor perimeter before heading to the base's command area and leaving a notice for the base's next commander that the droids were set to automatic. The former Jedi slowly paced the office, making certain the base's long-range scanners were conveniently malfunctioning. I think this is a little too obvious. Revan groaned as a beep sounded from the scanner console. Revan walked to the device as a Mandalorian scout ship appeared, nodding to himself as he rushed to the hangar to repair his damaged transport. An hour of waiting brought the Mandalorians. Revan rushed from his transport and retreated into his base, heading for the command center to send out a false distress signal before he leapt to one of the rooftops and waited. A dozen Mandalorians came into view, their weapons raised as he looked over the base. Revan levitated himself with a force and landed softly before them, smirking beneath his mask as he bowed his head. Several blaster shots came towards him and reflected harmlessly from his energy shield as the Republic commander raised both his hands, sending 6 of the Mandalorians flying into the air. The remaining 6 watched in awe and horror as their friends were thrown upward by Revan's power, vanishing from their sight. 2 lightsabers came from Revan's robes into his hands as the azure and crimson beams ignited, signaling the return of the battle. Revan rushed a Mandalorian, slicing through his blaster rifle and continuing through the man's body as he deflected several shots back to 2 other armored warriors. Revan leapt over a hail of blaster fire and dropped onto the shoulders of one of the 3 remaining Mandalores, driving his azure beam straight down the man's head and into his spine. Revan leapt from the falling warrior's shoulders and spun through the air as he brought his crimson saber through another Mandalorian's helmet. The final Mandalorian threw away his blaster, only to find his lower body and vibroblade on the ground and his torso following before darkness took him. Revan's head snapped to an approaching blaster bolt, and his azure saber flicked the offending blast into the distance as a scream sounded from the attacker. The Jedi broke into a sprint, using the Force to propel his body upwards. 3 years of war had hardened the once skillful knight into a tool of death. Dropping to the ground, Revan used the Force to speed up his movements as he cut his way through dozens of armored Mandalorians. "Where is he?" a Mandalorian commander bellowed as he grabbed a younger officer by his breastplate. The younger Mandalorian simply stared blankly at his commander as a lightsaber cut its way through the dropship's bulkhead. Revan rose slowly from the hole, allowing his shield to deflect the blaster bolts away from him. His boots hit the floor with a thud as he calmed his breathing. He estimated that he had killed somewhere around 100 Mandalorians in nearly 2 hours of fighting. The Mandalorian commander motioned to another Mandalore, and Revan watched as a force field activated around him. Activate the gas vents. The Mandalorian shouted to his security officer as he watched Revan tap the field with one of his lightsabers. Sighing, Revan took a deep breath and attached his lightsabers to his belt, seating himself on the floor and crossing his legs as he slowly levitated, and a barely visible blue field surrounded him. The sound of metal twisting alerted the Mandalorians that their plan had not worked. The force field collapsed, sending the poisonous gas through the bridge, though the Mandalorians were unaffected within their armor. Activate the stun pulse. The Mandalorian shouted as Revan stood and walked towards him. Revan's left arm raised as the commander was thrown across the bridge and into the dropship's command console. The console exploded in a flash of electricity as the deadly energy coursed through the commander. Revan quickly sidestepped a thrust from a Mandalorian warrior, allowing the warrior's momentum to take him to the ground. Revan brought his knee into the back of the Mandalorian's neck, breaking it instantly as he pulled his Azure saber and deflected the blaster fire away from his failing shield unit. A heavy hum vibrated through the bridge of the vessel, and Revan frowned as a bright blue light filled the room, sending all the Mandalorians to the ground. Sith spit. Revan cursed as numbness threatened him. The Jedi looked around quickly for the control console, only to have another stun pulse tear through the bridge and bring him to his knees. Revan quickly pulled his false datapad from his cloak and code-locked it before another pulse sent him into darkness. Well, I suppose that worked. Revan muttered to himself as consciousness escaped him. Mandalore's hands tightened into fists as he read the casualty reports. The Republic position had been taken and ransacked, but all tactical information had been destroyed prior to their arrival. The only value that came from the raid was an encrypted datapad that would likely take days to break in Revan. Mandalore's fists tightened even further. Revan had killed 117 of his men in 3 hours on that rock, and he came out without a scratch on him. A worthy warrior. Mandalore scoffed at the thought. True, Revan had killed many of his men in battle, and his battle strategies had ground his advance to a halt, but what kind of warrior disgraces himself by being captured? He had even received a report that the Mandalorians that captured him gave him the option to take his own life to spare his honor. The refusal had been a slap in the face to the warriors who beat the Jedi till he fell unconscious. That led to another problem. When the Mandalorians had stripped the Jedi of his armor, they had seen the mark of the blood ravens on Revan, and if that were the case, he needed to be punished. It sickened Mandalore to think of torturing the man to death, but he knew it was an insult to his people to allow Revan to live. The man was responsible for the death of millions of his own kind, and for that, he needed to die the traitor's death. A week of tortures yielded no information from Revan. Even cutting away the mark of his dishonor had done little to get a response from the Jedi, as they tore the blood raven symbol from his arm and burned the bleeding wound shut before beating him again. The warrior's resolve and his resilience impressed and frightened the Mandalorians as they tried to break him. Revan merely stared at them with pity as they beat him and burned him and whipped him. Revan groaned inwardly as he awoke in his cell, staring at the small voice that had interrupted him. The Jedi hissed slightly as he shifted, feeling the broken bones of his ribs digging into him. Revan loathed to think of how long he'd have to spend in a Kolto tank should he survive. He had learned that one of the Mandalorian codebreakers had accessed his datapad and that Mandalore was preparing to strike Malachor V. The thought brought a smile to Revan's lips, though the smile was accompanied by a groan as he began coughing up blood. Must have punctured a lung. A group of armored Mandalorians entered the prison area and stepped into his cell, kicking the barely touched food away as they approached the former Jedi. On your feet, Revan sighed, pulling himself to his feet as 2 Mandalorians restrained him and the doors to the cell opened to reveal Mandalore himself. It's about time. Making an important guest wait for a week is considered very rude in some cultures. Revan smirked as the Mandalorian leader trembled with anger. Mandalore pulled Revan to his feet, taking his left arm and pulling it to the cell door, slamming the door on Revan's arm, shattering the bones. Revan winced, but only grunted as he was struck in the face by the Mandalorian. What a disgrace. You a bloodraven. Mandalore kicked Revan as his body dropped from the blow, backhanding him across his temple with his armored gauntlets. Revan felt spots swimming in his vision as a sharp pain entered his chest. Looking down through blood-filled eyes, Revan saw Mandalore digging his hand into his solar plexus as he repeatedly dealt blows to his stomach. Mandalore finally stopped as his prisoner spurted blood against his silver armor. Dropping Revan to the floor, Mandalore delivered one last kick to his side before speaking. Revan Bloodraven, you are found guilty of treason to your people. Revan coughed as he fought to regain control of his body's spasms of pain. Mandalore sneered and brought his metal boot into Revan's shattered arm, twisting his heel back and forth as Revan fought to keep from crying out in pain. You still remain silent? Perhaps you can retain your honor. Mandalore lifted his bloody boot from Revan's arm and motioned to his guards to hold Revan. How the binds had left his hand, Revan did not know as he looked down to his shattered arm. It can be fixed, a healing trance, or to damn this collar. A blinding pain shot through Revan as his vision sparked white for a moment. Only the iron grasp of the two Mandalorian guards kept him from falling on his face as he heard the hum of the Force whip. Damn! Revan cursed as the whip hissed through the air and connected once more with his back. The whip slid slowly, the energy encasing it eating through his flesh as painful volts of energy shot into him. Soon the battle will begin. Maybe then I can die in peace. A sudden feeling of dread entered Revan. The Mandalorians would strike in full force against Malachor V, and that meant that the ship he was in would fight as well. Good morning, Bloodraven. Mandalore spoke in a mockingly sweet tone as Revan was dragged onto his ship's bridge. Spots swam in Revan's vision as he was knocked against the side of the head with a blaster rifle stock and was struck in his abdomen. Mandalore signaled to his guards to back away. I wanted you to see something. Mandalore trailed off as Revan fought to regain focus and looked up. The viewport of the Mandalorian battlecruiser only showed a hyperspace trail, and Revan involuntarily coughed as he wiped the blood with his now free hands. What? The beauty of hyperspace? Revan asked in a tight tone. Nearly a month at the hands of Mandalore and his tortures was eating away at the former Jedi Knight, and he was having quite enough of it. Mandalore chuckled without humor as he turned his back to Revan and stared through the viewport. Patience. Your suffering will soon be over, traitor. The hyperspace trail soon gave way to a starfield and what looked to be a tiny gray-green orb. Welcome to Malachor V. Mandalore motioned to his guards to bring Revan closer. The Republic commander was roughly led to the viewport, where he watched in fascinated horror. That wasn't part of the plan, Revan thought to himself. It seems the Jedi and the Senate sent reinforcements here a few days ago, according to my scouts. I hear your friend Malak protested fervently. It was so very easy to track them here. Mandalore gloated to the captured Jedi commander. They're too close to the planet. What are they doing here? Revan's mind began calculating his options. Only one thing I can do. Before either guard could react, Revan had broken from their iron grasps and had disarmed one of his vibroblade. Mandalore heard the movement and spun in time to see his two guards fall to the ground in a lifeless heap. For being tortured for nearly a month and nearly broken, Revan was surprised how well his fighting instincts came into focus. I challenge you, Mandalore. Revan snarled. Mandalore stiffened and turned to the rest of his crew as they lowered their weapons. Mandalore laughed outright as shook his head. Very well, fool. Mandalore removed his weapons and set them on the ground before approaching Revan and taking a fighting stance. If you believe you can kill me with your bare hands. Revan threw his stolen vibroblade away and took another stance, ignoring the sight of the Mandalorian fleet charging the Republic and Jedi positions. Fools! Why do they wait until now to fight? Revan snorted to himself in disgust, likely to take credit for ending the war. Revan's capture had sent a shockwave through the Jedi Order and the Republic, especially when it was discovered by a spy that he was being tortured to death. The sudden loss of their hero spurred the Republic's painfully slow decision to send more soldiers into battle, as well as increased pressure on the Jedi Order to take action. The Jedi had agreed to send as many knights as they could to safeguard the new Republic forces, not wanting to admit that nearly half the Order was ready to leave in order to save Revan. Revan charged Mandalore, trying to keep his broken arm as far away from the clan leader as possible as he struck out and kicked the armored man with his boots, which thankfully he was allowed to keep on. Mandalore staggered, either from the blow or shock. Revan did not know. After all, Revan grinned to himself. How dangerous is a man who's been tortured to the point of near death? Revan moved swiftly, finding a new appreciation for Myra's care as his body protested each movement with a shot of blinding pain. The former Jedi could feel the force on the edges of his senses and tried to ignore the force-dampening collar's effect on him. Being cut off from the force was nearly as unbearable as the tortures themselves. Revan sidestepped Mandalore's considerably slower attack and wove an intricate pattern around the armored man as he swiftly struck loose portions of his armor and where he believed to be weaknesses. It seemed Mandalore's confidence was beginning to wane. From the bridge of the Ravager, Ian Kenobi watched in horror as his fleet approached Malachor V. The Republic had sent a detachment along with the Jedi to hold Malachor V. Apparently, some genius in the Senate thought the Mandalorians would move against the base and that the best strategy would be to wait in orbit for the Mandalores. The Mandalores came, and in force. Ian groaned as he caught sight of the massive Mandalorian fleet, already engaging the much smaller Republic and Jedi forces. Someone didn't get the battle plan, apparently. Ian scoffed as he ordered his fleet to move to help protect the new Republic and Jedi forces. Malak scanned the battlefield, glaring at the newly arrived Republic vessels. What the hell are they doing here? He practically shouted as he slammed his fists into a console. Now that the war is almost over, they decide to battle? Malak asked no one in particular as he sent various orders to his forces to try to protect the inexperienced Republic fleet over Malachor. The former Jedi sobered slightly as he caught sight of the Mandalorian fleet. Basilisks swarmed Republic ships and tore into Malachor's atmosphere. Mandalorian battlecruisers charged the inexperienced Republic forces head-on, driving into them and scattering the terrified soldiers. The Jedi had seemed to reserve themselves to fighters, which Malak was thankful for. He had only discovered that the Republic and Jedi were going to reinforce them, and he did not know the fools would take it upon themselves to choose where and when the forces arrived. Tell them to get out of Malachor's gravity well. Where are the interdictor ships? We need their field generators, or we're done for. Malak and Ian had discovered that an interdictor ship could use its gravity well projector to cancel out the effects of the mass shadow device, and were glad that the Mandalorians refused to use the heavy battleships. Mandalore blocked Revan's kick and reached out, grasping the Jedi's broken arm. The Mandalorian leader tightened his grasp and pulled as hard as he could, satisfied when he heard the bone pop from its joint. Revan staggered from the pain and barely avoided the punch Mandalore threw towards him. Mandalore laughed as Revan backed away. Revan took a moment to regain his senses and channel the pain, which was easily being replaced by anger. The former Jedi spared a glance out the viewport to see the Republic and Jedi forces had joined his fleet, being devastated, and Malak and Ian's force nearing them. This ends now, Revan snarled as he leapt over Mandalore and dropped behind him. Mandalore turned around, a surprised expression on his face, as Revan grasped a tube to his helm and tore it free, backhanding the Mandalorian with his undamaged arm. Mandalore fell, gasping for breath as he struggled for breath. The leader tore away his damaged silver helm and charged the former Jedi, close-lining him and bringing his metal boot down on Revan's sternum. Revan could only feel the blinding pain as his breastbone cracked under the Mandalorian's force. Mandalore panted heavily as he looked down at the fallen Jedi with smoldering eyes. "You are finished." Ian Kenobi turned from the viewport as he watched the last of the Republic's capital ships sent to help them be destroyed. Casting a pained look at his Iridonian tech, Ian gave a single nod as the Ravager shuddered from the assault of the Mandalorian basilisks. "Any last words, Bloodraven?" Mandalore snarled. Revan felt his body convulsing violently from the strain as Mandalore twisted his armored boot deeper into his damaged body. Revan licked the blood from his lips as he forced his body to respond. Mandalore felt Revan shift, and before he knew it, was on the floor. Revan's booted heel dropped on a Mandalore's throat, crushing his breathing passage. Revan struggled to his knees and grasped Mandalore's head, whispering in his ear as he snapped the Mandalorian leader's neck with his last ounce of strength. Watch your futures end. A bright light suddenly filled the room, originating from Malak Hervey. Mandalore's last sight was of a massive shockwave consuming his fleet before he heard a distinct pop and his vision darkened. Revan resisted the urge to vomit from the physical trauma his body had gone through. Turning to the nearest Mandalorian, he snarled as he forced himself to stand. "Get this damn collar off of me." The Mandalorian nodded and activated the collar's release. Revan wished briefly that he did not give the order, as the death and pain of all the Jedi, Mandalorians, and Republic soldiers being crushed by the mass shadow device assaulted him. White and red flashes of light assaulted Revan as he doubled over, clutching the sides of his head and screaming inaudibly as the pain washed through him and the Force. Malak staggered slightly as the death and destruction reached his mind. Forcing himself to block the pain, Malak called on every ounce of strength to block the death being transmitted through the Force. Elsewhere, others were not so fortunate. Arenque was crushed in a single instant by Malak Hervey's gravity, along with the thousands of Jedi, Mandalorians, and Republic soldiers that reinforced them. Her ship being crushed into unrecognizable debris, and her body being lost in that final battle of the Mandalorian Wars. Yusani searched frantically and to no avail for his lover throughout the survivors. Ian Kenobi dropped into unconsciousness the instant the Ravager sent the signal to Malak Hervey. The pain and death in the Force was too much for the general to endure, and the Force simply left him in that moment to spare his life. The Republic crews, under Revan, Kenobi, and Malak tried frantically to move their ships away from the shockwave that engulfed the bulk of the Mandalorian fleet and destroyed their allies. The Mandalorians retreated or surrendered, too shocked at the destruction they had seen to risk losing any more of their people. The Mandalorian Wars and the Mandalorian people were destroyed in that single instant the mass shadow device was activated. The former Jedi Knight, Revan, awoke 2 days after the Battle of Malak Hervey on board his flagship. The former Jedi had been unconscious and under the constant care of the healers as they tried to stabilize his condition. What greeted the former Jedi's eyes was not something he would ever purge from his mind. All around him in the sickbay were dozens of former Jedi that he fought beside, all either unconscious or sickly and weak. "What?" Revan managed to groan as he forced himself to sit up. The bone knitters had seemed to do an excellent job restoring his shattered arm and broken ribs, and he could feel the sharp pain in his shoulder that told him his arm was no longer dislocated. Seeing the chaos around him, Revan forced himself to stand and cleared his head of the painkillers, allowing the Force to purge his body of foreign substances and damage. Several hours passed before Revan trusted himself enough to travel. Malak Hervey lay before him, shattered into thousands of pieces, though its atmosphere remained surprisingly sustained. Revan eyed the officers on his ship as they silently stared at the mass of destroyed ships before them. Never in all his years fighting and traveling had Revan seen such destruction, and he paled when he thought of the millions of bodies that lay crushed in those floating hulks. "Force, what have we done?" Revan whispered as he felt a hand lay reassuringly on his shoulder. The former Jedi turned to see his best friend staring solemnly at the debris. "What we had to," Malak said softly as he turned and left Revan to see what he had already saw too much of. "Murder!" Yusani screamed as he threw a punch at Revan. Revan allowed his comrade to strike him, all too aware of the man's anger at the death of his lover. It had been a week since Revan had awoken, and the fleet was still digging through the remains of the Mandalorian and Republic fleets over Malak Hervey. "This is all your fault," the Ekani general snarled as he lunged for Revan. Revan made no move to defend himself as he allowed his once trusted friend to release his anger and pain. A week of treatment had healed his already damaged body, and the pain his old friend was unleashing on him was hardly comparable to that of the tortures he had endured during the war. "Yes, it is," Revan said quietly as the enraged and grieving Ekani warrior struck him again. Revan turned his eyes to meet Yusani's azure gaze. "Aren was my friend, you know," Revan said in a tight tone, his anger towards his now former friend rising. A week of recovery and being accused of mass murder by the loved ones of those who had died, and the tortures that had nearly broken his mind had struck something dark within the former Jedi, something he was beginning to like since it dulled the pain and hopelessness. Yusanis breathed heavily from exertion and rage as he glared at Revan. "If I ever see you again, only one of us will leave alive." The respected warrior snarled as he left. Revan allowed himself to silently watch the man's retreat, promising himself the same thing. Betrayal was something that he would never abide, and the pressures of the Senate and Jedi Council were weighing heavily on him. The Senate wanted him to stand trial for not informing them of the mass shadow device. The Republic wanted to make him a god for saving them, and the Jedi wanted to strip him of the Force and exile him. Never in all his wildest dreams did the former Jedi Knight think that saving the Republic would make him so hated. "So be it," he snarled, turning to see his friend, Ian Kenobi, entering his quarters. "What is it?" Revan snapped, eyeing his friend warily. Ian had the look of a lost child, and Revan was surprised by the look of betrayal and hurt the man sent him. Ian began, shaking his head as he looked absently at the bulkhead. "I can't feel the Force." Resisting the urge to back away from the man in horror, Revan crossed his arms over his chest and stared at the man. Part of him sympathized with the man's plight, knowing all too well from his imprisonment what it felt like to be separated from the Force. "I cannot do anything for you, my friend," Revan said regretfully as he watched the devastation sink into his friend. "The Council," Revan began, wincing at his own words. The Council would likely damn him like the plague. What would they do to one who had served alongside him? Revan was not arrogant enough to assume that Ian served under him. The general had bore much of the weight of the Mandalorian Wars and had saved him dozens of times already. "The Council may know what is wrong with you. There is nothing I can do," Revan whispered. Ian nodded and turned to leave. "The Council wants us all to stand trial for the deaths of all those Jedi," Ian said quietly over his shoulder to Revan. Revan shook his head. "I will never bow to them or their foolishness," Revan snarled, surprising Ian with his anger. Much to both former Jedi's shock, Revan continued, "They are worthless. All they do is sit in their spires waiting for a problem to solve itself or waiting to find someone they can blame all their problems on. Do you think Exarquoin's fall was his own doing? Do you think Ulic Qel-Droma's fall was his own doing? They are hypocrites and liars, and they deserve no such respect. I will see them dead before I kneel before the—" Ian turned abruptly and stared at his fallen friend. "You can't mean that. What about Bastila? What about Masterzar? What about all those you left behind? Would you be willing to fight them as well?" Revan looked up into Ian's eyes, his brown eyes burning with contempt, though Ian did not know where it was directed. "I am nothing but a murderer to them," Revan hissed. Ian remained expressionless as he watched the rage play over on Revan's features. He had seen this in Malak and many of the other Jedi as well. After fighting this brutal war, they had been called murderers and criminals when they did what they had to end the Mandalorian slaughter, resulting in the death of the Mandalorian people. When someone tells you that you are something long enough, sometimes you begin to believe it, Ian said thoughtfully after a long and uncomfortable silence. Revan sighed, shaking his head. "I am a murderer." The former Jedi wanted to tell his friend those words, but he could not. He had fought with himself over his decisions in this war. How many of his friends had he seen die or had buried because of this war? How many had died because of decisions he had made? The weight of the war and all those deaths came crashing down onto him as his body and mind shook with guilt and anger. "I can't change the past, Ian," Revan muttered. Ian nodded and turned, leaving his friend to contemplate his own path. "But I can change the future," Revan whispered as his chamber doors sealed. The Republic commander wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at his armor that lay in pieces on his bed. His mind briefly wondered what had become of the red-haired girl that had saved his life, but the thoughts were lost as anger and hatred filled him. The Republic had taken it upon itself to relocate any survivors of the Mandalorians' slave ranks to Nar Shaddaa, and the girl was likely dead or enslaved on the smuggler's moon thanks to their carelessness. Weeks had passed since the final battle over Malakar V, and Revan had still not returned to the Jedi. Ian Kenobi had returned only to be stripped of his place in the Order and cast out, as Revan had predicted, like a plague. The Jedi exile and former general chose to go beyond the Outer Rim to center himself. The Republic and the core worlds had long since sickened him, and he had a sudden desire to be as far away from the Jedi and the Republic as possible. Revan had called all those that had survived Malachor V to follow him on a crusade beyond the Outer Rim to find and destroy the remnants of the Mandalorians as they scattered and fell into disarray. For a year, Revan, Malak, and the Jedi and soldiers that followed them searched unknown space, finding only a series of dead worlds, graves to some unholy crusade to end all life. Revan had felt that the Jedi were right when they spoke of an unseen threat beyond the Outer Rim, but he was abhorred when he discovered the truth. The Massassi Sith, descendants of the ancient Sith Brotherhood of Darkness. The same brotherhood led by the Sith Lords Marco Ragnos, Tulak Horde, Ludo Kresh, Lord Khan, and Ajuna Paul. Damn the Council. Revan snarled. The former Jedi had since unlocked the Star Force and poured its mechanical might against the Massassi, stopping them in their tracks by sheer number. Revan harbored his hatred of the Jedi until it finally exploded, leaving behind the Massassi and their dominion of unknown worlds. Revan turned on the Republic, allying with the remnant Sith of Exar Kuin and claiming the mantle of the Dark Lord of the Sith. The Mandalorian and former Jedi did not want to admit it, but the Massassi scared him to death, and he knew he needed the power to stop them. An empire where he drew each and every battle plan, and one where he controlled the forces, seemed greatly appealing to the former Jedi. If I have to be a Dark Jedi or the Dark Lord of the Sith, so be it. Revan muttered to himself as he ordered his fleet to attack the Republic. The battle-hardened Jedi and soldiers under him followed readily, disgusted as much as the Dark Lord at the weakness of the Republic. Things need to change, Revan reasoned. The weakness needs to be purged till we can be strong and repel these invaders. It was not a moral issue for Revan. The Republic needed to be replaced, and what took its place needed the power to respond immediately to a threat and not hide in its senatorial apartments or spires, hoping the demons of the universe would go away. There was another reason behind his motives. Revan knew. He wanted the Jedi to pay. He wanted them to change as well. The Jedi had long since adopted the stance of non-aggression and pacifism in conflict, fearing another Exar Kuin. I'll show them what to fear. Revan's mind snarled as he drew out plans to move against the outer world planets of Belkaden, Helska, and Bastion. Malak had protested weakly of the invasion, and Revan had admonished his apprentice by removing his jaw. Many began to believe that Revan had lost his mind after seeing him cut away his childhood friends' jaw. In a way, they were right. Fear commands loyalty. I want you to do what I say, not what you want. Revan had roared as he left Malak's broken body lying on the deck of his vessel. Things had never been the same between the two old friends, not surprisingly. Malak had wanted to ignore thee and leave them be, saying that it would be years, possibly centuries, before they began moving against the Outer Rim and known space. Malak had wanted to return to the Republic and ignore the problem, something Revan would not abide in his maddened state. The now Sith officers and masters said nothing, unwilling to bring the wrath of Darth Revan upon them. The officers also knew that Revan had taken part in the few brief ground engagements with the Massassi. Whatever Revan had seen had pushed him over whatever balance he held and shaped him into a ruthless and tactically frightening genius. Seeing Malak's punishment and the lengths at which Revan would go to shape his empire drew the loyalty of his followers, if not the respect. Revan was always one to fight alongside his men and take part in the actions. As Revan's flagship drew on the Republic world of Belkaden, Revan again proved that he was not willing to ask his men to do what he did not, as he took a fighter and attacked the Republic orbital station and defenses. Belkaden was taken within hours without a significant loss of life, and the people were allowed to keep their own government. The Jedi responded immediately, allying with the Republic against the Sith. Revan outright laughed at the action. So afraid to fight, yet now, when it is you fight, you rush into it. Foolish, hasty. I am not the threat, though you are right to fear me. Revan eyes the ruined Republic positions of Belkaden and shook his head as he talked aloud to himself. I will break you, and you will become strong. You will be worthy to live. Revan turned and stalked away from his bridge darkly into a shadowed corridor, ignoring the apprehension his bridge crew felt at his strange behavior. They had long ago pledged loyalty to Darth Revan and the Sith and knew that Revan was not a weakling or one to suffer fools. And so the Jedi Civil War begins. Revan mused as he prowled the corridors of his vessel. All kindness and light in his life had given way to darkness and malice. All softness and joy was replaced by jagged edges and grief. The Dark Lord of the Sith seated himself in his dimly lit quarters, reading the civilian casualties from his attack. What difference does one more life make? I'm already a mass murderer to them. Why should I even care? Revan asked himself in his dark quarters. A brief flash of a smile and a brown-haired, blue-eyed young woman dressed in the most ridiculous outfit he had ever seen crossed his mind before it was brutally crushed by the memories of death and suffering he had seen in his years fighting. Shortly after the battle at Belkaden, Malak had been captured by a task force of Jedi trained for that express purpose, hunting down the Dark Lord of the Sith and brining him back alive. The incompetent fool doesn't deserve being rescued. Revan, though, to himself, as he stormed down the halls of the Galactic Courthouse with 2 Sith acolytes in tow. Revan turned to his 2 disciples and cried out, "Let's go free poor Malak. Perhaps he'll take my advice from now on when I warn him about rash actions, and we can show the Republic that they have no hope against us." "Malak, why have you betrayed the Republic?" a fat Twi'lek senator asked, leaning forward in his seat so he could better survey the war criminal. Malak's metallic voice rang out from his cybernetic jaw. "Stopping us now will be like standing at the bottom of a mountain, trying to stop an avalanche. You are puppets of tradition pretending to be important. The coming Golden Age has no place for you. Your Republic is an empty, self-indulgent diversion, signifying nothing. The lost glory of the Sith will turn all of your supposed accomplishments to dust." Suddenly the doors burst open, and Revan, followed by the 2 acolytes, stormed in. "Excuse me. Might I join the discussion? I've got something I'm sure you'll find interesting." Malak turned his head and caught the lightsaber that was thrown to him by the Sith Master. "It's about time, Revan." Revan laughed a cold, hollow laugh. "Didn't Master Arca teach you patience, Malak? My master, Zar, was always trying to get me to learn." Revan walked up to stand beside his apprentice on the raised platform in the center of the courtroom. "The Sith Empire will rise again, and we are the spark. The flames will wash over the crumbling Republic and consume all your works, establishing the glorious days of a lost golden age, far greater than any of us can." "No!" With these words said, the doors to the courtroom once again swing open and reveal the robed forms of Jedi Masters Zar and Doric. "Revan, I must speak with you." Revan smirked beneath his mask. "Go ahead, Master. We seem to have a captive audience. You know what? I could use you, Master Zar. You could be a great ally to our Sith Brotherhood." Zar slowly shook his head and stared at his former apprentice with a mixture of sadness and horror. "You know, I must say no. A pity. You fought me once, Master Zar, and bested me before I left to fight the Mandalorians. Why don't we try it again, a rematch? Only this time we up the stakes. If you beat me, I will return with you and undergo whatever training you wish to give. But if I win, you agree to join the Sith Brotherhood and work at my side." Revan crossed his arms over his chest and glared down at his former Jedi Master. "You know I could never bow to the evil Sith ways," Zar said emphatically. Revan merely waved his hand. "Whatever. We can work out the details later." With that said, Revan activated his ruby-red lightsaber and leapt for the Jedi Master. Zar, faster than many believed possible, drew his emerald lightsaber and blocked the blow, feinted left, and swung at his apprentice's head. Revan merely blocked the green blade with his Cortosis gauntlet and leapt back to the center of the courtroom. Zar lowered his blade slightly. "I beseech you to reconsider your actions and return with me. Stop this game of bullying the galaxy. It's beneath you and beneath contempt." Revan shook his head, and Zar dashed forward, causing the 2 blades to lock. Doric, sensing something was about to happen, moved quietly behind the other Jedi Master. Join me, Master Zar. Zar shook his head and eyed Revan beneath the two crossed blades. This is not the end, Revan. You and I will fight again, perhaps not for a very long time, but I will defeat you. Revan laughed that cold laugh and dropped his lightsaber and ducked around the stunned Jedi Master, and calling Malak's lightsaber to him, with the Force spun around and cut off Zar's head. Grabbing his original lightsaber as he rolled, he returned to his feet to stab Doric in the chest, causing him to slump to the ground, gasping for air. Then he hissed out words. Go on to your higher plane, teacher. The galaxy is mine now. A slash, and there you go, Revan is now a Sith. He may seem a little crazy, well that's because he kinda is. Rise of the Sith. Chapter 4, Return of the Sith. The former Ekani general and current leader of the Ekani people in the Republic Senate, Yusani sighed wearily as he walked into his senatorial apartment. In the 14 months since the end of the Mandalorian Wars, the senator spent most of his time caring for his daughters and seeking peaceful resolutions to war. The Mandalorian Wars had changed him as they had all that fought in them. The once feared Mandalorians were reduced to refugees, forced to work as mercenaries and bounty hunters to make a living. The Jedi had lost nearly a fifth of their number, and what remained behind after Revan's disappearance beyond the Outer Rim were uncertain of where their place was in the universe. Taking a moment to linger outside his youngest daughter's room, Yusani sighed, staring at the sleeping teenager. I don't think they know what danger they are in. Yusani's took a deep, calming breath. He had recently been pressing the issue of the Ekani joining the Republic and Jedi's war effort against the newly emerged Sith threat. His old friend had already taken 20 systems along the Rim and was moving even further, threatening to engulf the Ekani and their allied worlds. Making his way to the kitchen area of his apartment, Yusani's made a cup of Jawa juice and seated himself on a chair in his common room to review the latest movements of the Sith fleet. Yusani's awoke to a pair of glowing crimson eyes. What the dash? Threat. Cease all movements or be terminated. The rust-colored droid responded, leveling a blaster rifle on the Ekani. Yusani's calmed his breathing and eyed the assassin droid as it stood motionless across from him. Like my new toy? A deep voice cut through the dark room. Yusani's breath caught for a moment before he turned his wide eyes to the armored man standing in the dimly lit hallway with his arms crossed over his chest. Revan, Yusani's breathed. Revan remained motionless, staring at the Ekani. Do you remember your promise? Yusani's nodded, standing. His rise ceased as the assassin droid charged its blaster. -47 Hong Kong dollars stand down. The droid's eyes flashed as the blaster rifle powered down. Now then, let's discuss this new bill before the Ekani as to what actions are to be taken against the Sith Empire. Revan started as he stared down at the Ekani senator through his mask. Within his mask, the advanced sensors woven into the crimson and obsidian mask picked up the increased heartbeat of the Ekani as he looked down to the datapad he had been reading before he dozed off. What do you want, Revan? Yusani's asked in a tight tone. Revan turned his head from Yusani's and looked towards the area of the apartment his children slept in. I want you to pass a new bill. Yusani's. I can't do that. Yusani snarled. Revan raised an eyebrow beneath his mask as its sensors picked up one of the Ekani's children stirring. Do you wish for me to bring the full might of my fleet upon your people? Revan hissed. Yusani's glared at the Dark Lord. Let them come. Revan laughed eerily as he turned from the Ekani. If you don't, Revan turned in time to see -47 Hong Kong dollars move to restrain the enraged Ekani. You haven't fallen so far that you've forgotten your honor, have you? Yusani's nearly yelled, frightened to wake his children with his rising voice. Revan laughed loudly, shaking his head. I give you another option. Fight me tonight. You and I. Your death will be all I need. Revan motioned to HK and turned to leave, stopping as he neared the doorway. Meet me on landing pad 34A in the Alpha, 89 docking port. Revan turned and gave Yusani's a pointed look through his mask. Come alone and tell no one. If you do, I will go room to room in this house and kill each of your children, all but your precious Brianna. I will take with me. Revan stalked towards Yusani's, glaring into his hateful blue eyes. And she will die very slowly if you cross me. I can assure you. Revan turned to leave, but Yusani's voice stopped him. If I fight you, will you leave them be? Revan's shoulders dropped slightly. I will. His voice was barely a whisper, but Yusani's heard and nodded, standing and leaving the room as Revan and negative 47 Hong Kong dollars vanished. Query, Master. Why do you give the meatbag Ekani a chance to escape? HK asked. Revan chuckled at the usage of the term meatbag. Ever since hearing Malik arguing with the assassin droid and the droid referring to him as a meatbag, Revan had programmed the rust-colored droid to continue using the term when speaking to any type of organic life form. Curiosity, my metal friend, I wish to see if he still holds to his honor. If not, I'm sure you wouldn't mind killing about 6 miniature meatbags. HK's eyes gleamed with hope at the promise of eradicating more life. Request. May I kill the miniature meatbags anyways, Master? HK asked hopefully, or as hopeful as a droid could ask. Revan shook his head firmly. Only if he does not come alone. Revan scowled towards the droid. Sometimes that thing is a little too sadistic. Revan scoffed as he waited on the landing pad. A strong wind swept through the obscure spaceport, causing his cloak and robes to flutter. Turning, Revan saw Yusani's slowly approaching, clad in his Ekani armor. No one knows I am here. Yusani snarled as he pulled his double-bladed Ekani brand from his sling. Revan tilted his head in acknowledgement and turned to HK. HK, prepare the ship for departure. HK's eyes dimmed slightly in disappointment as it boarded the small transport and prepared the ship's pre-flight protocol. You and I have a promise to keep, Yusani's. Revan activated his crimson saber, stalking towards the Ekani senator like a feline preparing to pounce on its prey. Yusani's let out a war cry and charged Revan, striking air as the Dark Lord vaulted himself upwards. Yusani's eyes followed the Dark Lord as he rose into the air, before he spun and brought his double-bladed sword to deflect Revan's crimson blade. Revan kicked off the ground to add speed to his dodge as Yusani skillfully slashed for the Dark Lord's form. Revan twisted away from the counterattack and spun his saber, thrusting backwards and hearing a chocked gasp from his opponent. Yo, you're better. Yusani's coughed as he sank to his knees and his blade dropped from his hands. Revan made no move to acknowledge as he held his saber in the same position. Goodbye, my friend. Yusani's coughed as he fell forward and his vision darkened. Revan turned and drove his saber into the man's heart swiftly to cease his pain. He eyed the wound he had made through the man's stomach and sighed as he called Yusani's brand to him. The Dark Lord tested the weapon for a moment before driving one of the blades into the landing platform. This should remain with your family. Within moments, the Dark Lord had vanished into his transport, and the transport was shooting into orbit. Nearby, a scavenger looted the famed war hero and senator before throwing his body over the platform and watching it fall into the Coruscant Undercity. Darth Revan eyes the news hollow with a vicious glare as it revealed the current affairs of the Republic. And in other news, the Ekani senator, Yusani's body was recovered from the Coruscant Undercity, stripped of all valuables and killed with what appears to be a lightsaber. Reports state that a dark figure was seen fighting with the Ekani senator on a landing pad, and many believe it to have been a Sith. The man leaves behind 6 teenage daughters who have been taken into the care of Jedi Master Atreides of the Jedi Council. Revan continued to glare at the hollow. If I ever find who desecrated his body. Revan clenched his fists tightly as he turned his smoldering gaze to a nearby guard. Prepare my fighter. Revan snapped. The guard hastily saluted and vanished. The hollow continued, and the Dark Lord calmed slightly at the news. The Ekani government had officially cut all ties with the Republic as their worlds have begun to decay into a bloody civil war. The passing of Senator Yusani's marks the end of the shaky truce the Ekani crafted to view the Sith threat. At least something went as planned. Revan snarled as he stalked to the corner of his room and activated his assassin droid. HK-47's eyes flashed as he powered up. Exclamation, Master, how wonderful to see you. Is there someone you would like me to kill? It had been a week since Revan had returned from Coruscant, and he had heard rumors of the Mandalorians attempting to regroup under a new Mandalore. Eyeing the silver armor, that only the true Mandalore could wear, Revan snarled. It is my right to be known as Mandalore. Only I, or someone I appoint, can be called Mandalore. Revan turned to his assassin droid and smirked darkly. Yes, there are quite a few HK. HK's eyes gleamed in anticipation as Revan began stating off his demands. Lelander of Sirocco has been a bit troublesome. He will have to go immediately. Mimas Yun of Corellia is also being quite the bother. HK sealed the targets deep within his memory core, preparing for it to be erased. There is also the matter of the new Mandalore. Find him and kill him, Revan stated firmly. HK acknowledged and prepared for Revan's next command. You did a fine job capturing those Jedi. Revan complimented his creation. HK's eyes again shined with pride as Revan wiped the assassin's memory core and programmed the targets. No matter how useful HK was for capturing Jedi, there were other things that Revan needed done, and negative 47 Hong Kong dollars was one of a kind. After he finished his programming, HK swiftly vanished from the room and boarded a transport, preparing to assassinate his new targets. Why don't we just kill them all? Malik's mechanical voice cut through the silence of the torture chambers of Korriban. Revan turned to his apprentice and former friend with a contemptuous look beneath his mask. Because, fool, true power is not having your enemies lying at your feet dead and broken, but having them stand by your side, willingly. Revan leered for a moment at the torture cells that contained nearly a dozen Jedi that had been individually captured in their newly captured territory. What if they lie? What if they're not loyal? Malik questions. Revan turned to his shadow and smiled. Because I know how to break Jedi. Malik shuddered despite himself. Keep your friends close. Revan began, causing Malik to tense. Revan elbowed Malik's ribs painfully, causing the apprentice to grunt and turn a glare to his former friend. And your enemies closer. Revan finished as he waved Malik away. Now leave me. I must get to know our new apprentices. Malik turned and left quickly, casting one last glare over his shoulder. The message in Revan's words was clear, and he no longer blamed his old friend. One day, I will return this favor. Malik ran his hand across his metallic jaw covering and scowled mentally. If Revan would view him as an enemy, so be it. It's not like I'm your friend. Malik ignored the pain that settled in his stomach at those words. He had thought he had cleansed the love he held for his childhood friend through the hatred he felt at Revan's betrayal of him. His lesson, Malik corrected mentally. The Sith Lord let out a mechanical sigh as he rubbed his aching side. Must have broken a rib with that blow, Malik said aloud, only to feel the burning hatred return and block out whatever pity or sorrow he felt when looking at Revan when a machine and not his own voice spoke. Revan had returned to the way he had been during the Mandalorian Wars, distant and detached. Malik would have been concerned if he had viewed Revan as a friend, but he merely shrugged the thoughts away. The Dark Lord's mental condition was none of his concern. Revan had made it clear what his position was when he had taken Malik's jaw and called him a coward and a traitor for wanting to run from the Massassi. And look what he is doing now, exactly what I said, Malik's internal voice chanted. Someday, Revan, you will lie broken before me, and I will be certain that my debt to you is repaid. Malik stalked through the corridors of the Sith Academy, stopping momentarily to observe a young and powerful student strike down one of his classmates before the Academy's master. Jedi Padawan Celine Urkesh moaned slightly as she awoke. It had been a week since she had been captured by Sith while on a mission with her master. The Sith had seemed to appear out of nowhere and had killed her master and knocked her unconscious. The following days had been filled with beatings and taunting. The doors to her torture chamber opened to reveal a young man. The young man smirked as he eyed the human female. Hello there, dear. He called out in a sickeningly sweet tone as he stalked towards the woman and caressed her cheek. Celine felt her skin crawl at the man's touch and felt bile rising in her throat. I was sent to torture you, but I can think of something that may be a little more pleasurable for the both of us. The young man eyed her hungrily, and Celine resisted the urge to scream. The 16-year-old Padawan struggled violently against her restraints as the torturer ran his hands over her. Come now, it's better if you don't fight it for you anyways. The man added with a smirk as he tore away the Padawan's tattered robes. I will break you, and you will bow to me and beg for whatever scraps I choose to give you in the end. The man sneered. He had been an interrogator in what remained of the Sith Empire of Exar Kuin before Revan had taken control and found that he enjoyed his work, especially when working with female prisoners. The man held no fear of reprisals. Malak had given him free rein to use any means he deemed necessary, and even though it was a crime to rape in the Sith Empire, he knew nothing would happen to him. The interrogator took a moment to eyes the Jedi Padawan hungrily. She would be broken by the time he was finished and would either not remember or not care. The man laughed maliciously as he gave the Padawan a forceful kiss. Now be a good little Jedi and submit, he hissed as he continued to tear away the girl's tattered robes. Weary from struggling and tortures, Celine screamed and was struck violently across the face. That's not very nice. I have very sensitive hearing, you know. I was going to be easy on you. The torturer paused as he smirked and eyed the girl. But now I think I may be a little rough. The Padawan screamed as she tried in vain to break free of her restraints. The force disrupted her collar on her neck, keeping her from calling her constant companion's aid. We have laws for a reason. A voice thick with malice echoed through the chamber. Celine felt the torturer's painful caresses of her body cease as his body tensed. We are not animals. Men should only know the touch of one woman, and women should only know the touch of one man. That is what separates us from animals. The armored form of Darth Revan stepped from a shadowed corridor as his masked features stared into the torturer's face. Lord Revan, Malak gave me permission to use any means necessary, and I thought. You thought that meant you could violate the oath you took to me? Revan snarled. The torturer leapt from his position over the teenage Padawan and stood at attention before the Dark Lord. No, my lord. Revan stood motionless as he stared at the torturer. The Jedi Padawan stared through blurry eyes at the Dark Lord of the Sith. Continue, Revan stated calmly. Celine let out a strangled sob as the torturer shot her a lecherous look. With pleasure, my lord. As he prepared to tear what remained of Celine's tattered robes, Revan cleared his throat. Turning to the Dark Lord with a questioning expression, the torturer froze. My lord! Revan crossed his arms tightly across his chest and leaned against the wall. This is a torture chamber, is it not? The torturer nodded to Revan's question. And you are a torturer, are you not? Again the man nodded. Darth Revan uncrossed his arms and held out his left hand. With a snap, Celine's collar dropped from her neck. Funny, I thought you were a rapist. Celine instantly broke free of her bonds and pinned the torturer within a second. Women are so much better at administering pain than men. Did you know that? Revan asked the torturer. Padawan Arques? Revan questioned softly. The girl turned her confused eyes to the Dark Lord. Night Revan. She asked his old title. Revan walked to a nearby locker and pulled out a set of obsidian Jedi robes and a matching cloak. Get dressed, Padawan. The Jedi Padawan cautiously rose and quickly made her way to the locker. Relishing the feel of clean clothing, though, she had the urge to shower and scrub her skin till she bled. A loud thud reached her ears, and she turned to see Revan pinning her torturer to the block she had resided moments before, speaking lowly to her torturer before he grasped the man's jaw tightly and squeezed. A loud pop was heard as the man struggled violently and cried out in pain. I will stop when she asks me to. Revan had whispered to the man before he unleashed his unholy knowledge of tortures against the man. Celine heard Revan snarl to the man, something along the lines of, If you wish to be an animal, I will slaughter you like one. The Jedi Padawan watched with morbid fascination as Revan pulled the torturer apart piece by piece, surprised that the man still lived after several hours. The entire time, she remained silent, watching the horrific display of savage dismemberment until Revan stopped and turned to her. Two blue eyes wide with fear stared back at him, and Revan slowly nodded his head as he turned back and removed another piece of the torturer. The man's convulsions did not cease, but the pained cries he made did. Moments later, the convulsions died down to a sudden jerk before they became nothing. Celine knew the man had never lost consciousness until that final moment that Darth Revan had snatched the life from him. She did not know why she did not try to stop him, but looking at the mangled body, she felt no sympathy for the beast. Darth Revan flicked his bloody gloves for a moment to clear them of some of the mess before he turned to the Jedi Padawan. "I do not wish to break you. I wish to convert you," he said with a sickening calm to Celine. After seeing him tear the man who was preparing to rape her to shreds, and then to hear him directly address her, Celine was in near hysterics. "So, I can be like you?" she cried as she felt helpless. Revan tilted his head slightly as he looked in her blue eyes that reminded him so much of another young woman he knew. "I just murdered that man. Violently. What difference does that make? I'm already called a mass murderer, but tell me this. What difference does this man's death make?" Celine crushed her wish to fall to her knees and cry as she looked into Revan's masked features and eyed the blood that seemed to be splattered across his armor. "He can't hurt me or anyone else." Again, Revan nodded. "Good, you're learning." Revan walked to the doorway and stopped for a moment. The Jedi and the Republic would have allowed that man to live, throwing him into exile for his crimes or locking him away for only a year or two. Does that fit your view of justice? Celine found herself shaking her head. She turned her eyes to the Dark Lord as he turned to her. "I have the power now to end such things. Do you want that power?" Celine's eyes widened slightly. He was asking her to join him, willingly. That is the dark side." Revan calmly pulled back his hood and removed his mask, causing the girl to gasp. She had seen Malak once, as well as the other Sith masters that were disfigured by the dark side, and what she saw when she looked at Revan was not what she had expected. His skin was pale, likely from being hidden from all light within his armor, and his face drawn and tired, but still handsome and somewhat young. His eyes were a deep brown, though red seemed to cloud them, giving him the look of utter exhaustion. "Do I look like I bathe in the darkness?" Revan asked in his deep voice. Celine stared at the Dark Lord for a moment before turning away and wrapping her arms across her chest. "No," she whispered. "That is where you are wrong," Revan's voice said calmly, but with hidden malice. Celine turned to see a vicious scowl adorning Revan's handsome features. "I am a mass murderer and one of the most evil men you will ever meet. But I still believe in honor, and that is why I spared you that things touch." Revan motioned to the pile of body parts and blood that lay motionless in the room. "I am fighting a war, Padawan. One I will do anything, almost anything to win." Revan sighed as he stared at the girl. "I have a friend, Bastila Shan. I want you to tell her that I am beyond hope. I want you to tell her that I have fallen." Celine gasped. She had met the arrogant Padawan a few times during her stay at the Jedi Temple, but was far from her friend. Why do you want me to do that?" she asked. Revan's face took on the weary look once more as he looked away from the young girl. "Because I don't want her to be foolish and believe she can save me or capture me. You have witnessed what I am capable of, and my only other offer is your immediate death." Revan took a threatening step toward Celine. The Padawan instinctively backed away. "I want her to hide in some hole with the rest of the Jedi, to spare me the trouble of having to eliminate her." Revan did not voice his desire to not see her fall. He had been tortured for weeks by dreams of Bastila falling in battle against his forces, or of her being captured and tortured by the likes of Malak and the man he had killed a short while ago. Revan took another threatening step towards the young girl. "Do you want to die?" Celine shook her head. "Do you want me to do to you what I did to that man over there?" Revan motioned to the torture slab. Celine again shook her head furiously. "Then what is your answer?" Celine stared with wide eyes at the Dark Lord. "I will tell the Council and Padawan Shan what I have witnessed here today." The Dark Lord was silent for a moment before he nodded and pulled his hood over his head, replacing his mask. "Good," he said, apparently satisfied. The Dark Lord reached into his armor and produced a small datapad. "These are directions out of this facility, and this..." Revan pulled a lightsaber from his cloak and tossed it to the Padawan along with the datapad. "Completes your disguise." Celine took that moment to eye her attire, gasping to herself when she realized she looked exactly like a dark Jedi. "Your ship is waiting," Revan said quietly as he bowed mockingly to the terrified Padawan and vanished darkly into the shadowed corridor. Celine gulped as she attached the lightsaber to her belt. Making her war through the Sith complex, she quickly found the ship set aside for her and left Korriban behind her. The Jedi Padawan did not take the time to relax until she had reached hyperspace. Why would he want Bastila Shan to think he is evil? From what I've heard, she hates him more than he hates the Jedi. Celine sighed as she tried to keep her minds from her imprisonment and her master's death. I will do as he asked. What significance is Telos? Malak questioned as he followed Revan swiftly down the corridors of the Leviathan. Revan turned to his apprentice and smiled coldly beneath his mask. They are to be made an example, Malak. Don't do anything unnecessary. Malak seemed taken aback for a moment before his eyes narrowed. What do you mean, an example, Revan? Revan resisted the urge to sigh as he spoke in a businesslike tone. The Telosians have been far to giving in the Republic's military. They have proven to be a nuisance and one that I will no longer tolerate. I want them gone. Malak took in the information calmly. So, you want me to destroy them? Malak asked. Revan laughed that cold, heartless laugh. Yes, the Telosians have vast resources and manpower. They would make an excellent addition to my empire. A Republic officer, I believe you know him, Admiral Saul Kareth, has asked how he can show his support to the Sith Empire. I want you to secure Telos resources, and I want you to make certain his priorities are in check. Do what must be done. I trust that you will not hesitate. Malak nodded, as a truly evil plan began to form in his head. I think I'm going to be destroying a planet today. Does it really matter if I reduce the entire planet to rubble? Malak's mechanical voice asked eagerly. Revan felt his lip curl into a sneer, and he looked at his dark apprentice beneath his mask. Do what you see fit, Malak. We have enough resources one way or another. Malak's mechanical laughter answered the Dark Lord. Be mindful, Malak. I would prefer to have the resources of Telos at my disposal, but I will accept whatever you deem necessary. The Star Forge is more than capable of providing us our immediate needs. It was always so much more enjoyable and simpler to annihilate his enemies totally than try to convert them like Revan. He has seen his master waste hours of precious time that could be spent killing Jedi trying to convert them. Through the horrors and pains he forced upon them, they had fallen and willingly followed his master. It still confused Malak how they could be so completely loyal to Revan after torturing them for so long, but he asked himself why he still followed Revan. Power. Revan is possibly the most powerful Force user since the times of Exar Kun. He is possibly even more powerful than the former Dark Lord himself. But that is what truly frightens us, that the Massassi Sith, the remnants of the true Sith, are able to defeat our forces so easily. Malak knew that Revan held more power than him, more power than he could imagine. Revan watched as his apprentice silently stalked off the bridge of the flagship. He is going to betray me soon. His honor will only go so far, and he is on the brink of insanity as it is. Lord Revan. Revan turned, raising an eyebrow to the approaching Dark Jedi. The Sith shifted nervously for a moment under the cold gaze before Revan's head tilted slightly in acknowledgement. We have captured another Jedi prisoner. We were going to go ahead and torture her, but she said she knew you personally. The Dark Jedi stated emotionlessly. Revan chuckled, unnerving the Dark Jedi. Show me to our guest then. I wonder what pathetic Jedi master they have captured this time. Either way, I'm sure that it will be amusing. Revan was led to the Leviathan's landing bay, where he boarded a transport, returning to his own flagship. To Revan's surprise, he spotted a young Jedi Padawan being led towards him in binders. Padawan Afi. The Padawan gave Revan a slight nod, surprised when he struck her painfully across her face. It had been 5 years since Revan had last seen the Padawan. The two had been friends back in the days before Revan had left for the Mandalorian Wars. Take her to the guest rooms. Revan hissed. Barris's eyes widened as she was dragged away and into the all-too-familiar torture cells. Hours later found her in Darth Revan's presence. Why are you here? Revan asked calmly. Barris pulled angrily against her restraints. I did what you asked. I can't go back to the Jedi now. They banished me like the plague. I was so angry. I felt that power that you spoke of. I desired to be a Sith. Revan raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. Oh, The girl seemed to be pleading to him with her wide blue eyes, and Revan found himself curious to the questions lying beneath. They said that what I told them about you was a lie and that you had no honor. Revan tensed slightly at the poorly veiled respect he heard in that statement. They wanted me to see a mind healer. They kept asking me questions, again and again, about my master and Dash. The girl's breath seemed to catch at the mention of her deceased master. Revan stalked towards the girl, eyeing her. What do you want, Barriss? The girl's doesn't have a trace of the dark side on her. Yet those pathetic masters deemed it necessary to send her, a Padawan, to spy on the Dark Lord of the Sith. I will show them what I am capable of. They truly underestimate my resolve. I need the Republic's resources to defeat the ancient Sith. Revan asked, startling the Padawan by using her first name. I want to follow you. I want that power you spoke of. Revan gave the Jedi Padawan a calculating look. I will ask many things of you, Revan whispered. Barriss merely stared back at his in defiance. Revan chuckled darkly. I want you to beg, the Dark Lord hissed. Barriss's brow furrowed in confusion, unable to track the movements of Revan's hands as he pulled a small vibroshiv. Rev-ah! Her words were cut off by a scream of pain as Revan dug the small cutting tool into her painfully. You want to learn that power? Revan snarled as he continued to cut away at the Jedi Padawan, her screams beginning to rack with sobs as her small frame shivered and convulsed. Then, as suddenly as the pain was there, it vanished. Revan brought his masked visage inches from Barriss's face and waited as her blue eyes fluttered open. The eyes were filled with confusion and hurt as Revan laughed maliciously. I warned you and the other Jedi to go hide in a hole until I was finished. Revan snarled. Now, I will not let you go until you are dead. Or mine. Please. Dash. Revan placed his gloved hand over her mouth. Show. Revan chided, removing his hand. Revan was pleased to hear only the girl's ragged breathing. I am no fool, Barriss. Why did they send you? Revan questioned as he wiped the blood from the vibroshiv and glanced at the girl. Her once confident eyes had filled with terror and betrayal. Not answering, Revan shook his head mournfully. You will, he promised as he allowed his hand and the torture implement to hover over the girl's bloodied Padawan robes. Barriss gasped as the blade dug into her flesh once more. You will beg me to listen. The next few hours were nothing but pain for Barriss. As Revan had predicted, she begged and pleaded with him to stop. The unshakable Jedi resolve being shattered under his torturous hands. Spy! Barriss gasped through the pain. She had already confessed things to Revan that she would never tell another soul. Part of her felt peace at ridding herself of the lies and frivolities of her short life, but another was mortified that this man, who she had felt the smallest respect for, had shattered her image of an honorable lord and held her deepest secrets. Her fears, her dreams, and her very life were all in his hands. Revan's painful ministration ceased instantly as she heard the vibroshiv being placed on a nearby table. Tell me something I don't know, Revan said in an amused tone that made Barriss sick to her stomach. Is he actually enjoying this? Revan quickly grasped the stray thought and smiled. I am so enjoying our time together, Barriss, but I do have other matters to attend to. Revan eyed the bloodied teenager for a moment before shaking his head. Tomorrow, we will continue our discussion. The Dark Lord stalked from the room and Barriss released a breath she did not realize she had been holding when she heard the mechanical locking of the door. Darth Revan coughed violently as he leaned over the refresher, releasing the last of the sickness that clenched his stomach. His hatred of the Jedi had multiplied substantially after hearing the words leave her mouth that she was sent to spy on him. A 16-year-old Padawan, a little girl sent to spy on the Dark Lord of the Sith. Oh, how far the Jedi have fallen. Revan turned his eyes to his mirror and sneered as his hatred rose. Utter disgust had filled him, not at his own actions, but at what the Jedi had done. Some small part of him had never accepted that they were the careless and emotionless robots he had accused them of being. That minuscule part had died as she whispered his suspicions. He did not regret the pain he had caused Barriss. It was a lesson to her. She would either hate him or the Jedi for what had happened, and that hatred would release the power she had asked him, begged him for. He had given her what she wanted. Revan leaned over the refresher once more, fighting to swallow the rising bile as he closed his eyes tightly. Hours passed, and Barriss groaned in pain and apprehension as Darth Revan returned to her cell. "Where were we?" Revan asked lightly as he looked over the Padawan. "Ah yes, you were about to. Tell me how you plan to spy on me." Barriss resisted the urge to cry as Revan lifted the vibro-shiv and stood over her. Her blue eyes took in the dried blood of the small knife that she knew was her own, and she looked pleadingly into Revan's mask. "Bastila!" she screamed. The sudden jerk in Revan's stance told her she had hit a nerve. She began telling him the indignant rage Bastila had when she had delivered her message, and how the Padawan insisted she held no feelings for Revan. She told him how Bastila's once dull and tired blue eyes had shined with anger as she spoke of Revan's deeds. Glad that he still wore his mask, Revan leaned back against the wall for support to the emotions that threatened to cripple him. "She hates me then?" Revan whispered to Barriss. The Padawan nodded eagerly. "That is what you wanted, isn't it?" Barriss asked, curious as to the strange stance Revan had assumed. "Yes," Revan hissed angrily. There was deafening silence between the two until Barriss finally spoke. "Is it?" she asked bravely. Revan looked as if he would explode with rage, but to both their surprise, he threw the vibro-shiv to the floor. The Dark Lord lingered for a moment, staring at the girl. "Are you a Jedi or a Sith?" Revan asked finally. Barriss stiffened. She knew that her answer would seal her death or her damnation. Taking a moment to collect herself, she stared at the Dark Lord with something resembling pity as she whispered to him, "I am a Jedi." She did not see the frown under Revan's mask as he turned from her. "Then I can do nothing for you, foolish girl." Revan stalked into the dormitory of the Sith interrogators on his flagship with a sneer on his face. "It doesn't matter what happens to her," he snarled to himself as he eyed the Sith soldiers that stood stiffly at attention before him. "I have a young Jedi girl that needs some sense knocked into her." Revan stared indifferently at the smoke-filled atmosphere of what had once been Telos. "Malak has certainly been busy," the Dark Lord muttered dryly as he shook his head. Deciding that training would be the best form of meditation, Revan settled into a private training room and pulled an ancient holocron from his cloak. Taking a moment to look over the holocron reverently, Revan depressed the switch to see the barely distinguishable image of an ancient Sith Lord. Having spent weeks secretly studying the holocron of Tulak Horde, the Dark Lord's already remarkable skill with the lightsaber had improved 100 times over. The technique of the ancient saber master was strange to the Dark Lord and defied all he had learned of lightsaber combat from the Jedi. It felt strangely natural to infuse himself with the Force and follow the odd techniques of the ancient Sith Lord. Launching himself into a deadly kata, Revan strove to perfect the art that he had long ago mastered. 2 weeks passed before Revan's curiosity got the better of him, and he returned to the cell he had left Barriss Afi. Telos had been a disaster. Most of the Telosian security force had been absent when Saul Karath had launched his assault alongside Malak on the world, and all that was gained was another martyred world for the Republic to gain support. Malak had escaped unscathed of Revan's wrath, along with all those who had been involved. The Dark Lord knew that in time, war would weed out those who lacked the resolve to do what had to be done. As Revan entered the dimly lit torture chamber, he paused, eyeing the mangled corpse that lay strapped to the torture slab. Sighing, Revan shook his head as he walked towards Padawan Afi's corpse. "Too stubborn." Revan sighed. The Dark Lord cocked an eyebrow as he caught sight of the angry bruises that ravaged the girl's neck. The dark blue and purple contrast against her dead pale skin, and Revan knew she had been dead for only a few hours. Perhaps you did not know when to be silent. Revan ran his hand across the girl's face, closing her now lifeless gray eyes. Another casualty of the Jedi's failure. Revan snarled as he tore the restraints that held the girl's body and lifted her corpse in his arms. For some reason beyond his control, all Revan could see when he looked in her lifeless face was Bastila, and the thought drove him to his breaking point as he carried the girl's body to a transport and burned her remains on the planet below. Revan watched the ashes rise from the pyre as he spoke softly. "She would be 18 now. Only 2 years older than you." Revan knew he was not an elder at his 24 years, but what he had seen had seemed to age him by decades. His youthful and fit body was weary and pained. Nearly all his actions caused a pain to clench his body or mind, and he dropped to his knees as he stared at the burning fire. This is what has to be done, even if I am ready to kill. Can I? It had never been a question for him during the Mandalorian Wars. He simply weighed the pros and cons of a battle and made the most efficient and tactical decision while the soldiers died. He would fight alongside them in the thick of battle, but countless thousands he had fought beside lay rotting on those worlds or were blasted to ashes while he continued his war across the galaxy. But now he was killing children. That was what the Jedi seemed to be throwing at him, or what they were sending to spy on him. This is ridiculous, of course I can. Revan resolved as he stood, watching the pyre die. The Dark Lord knew that a confrontation was coming with the Jedi. The first few months of the war had mainly been a constant stream of victories against weakly defended worlds or poorly structured Republic fleets. The Dark Lord never considered the Republic to be the real threat. His eyes stared at the ashes within the pyre. The Jedi are the enemy. For weeks his spies and agents had reported to him that the Republic and Jedi had been working together to unleash some type of weapon. What the weapon's nature was unknown to Revan or his agents, and the Dark Lord continued to make preparations. Casting one last look at the smoldering cinders of the funeral pyre, Revan sneered, "Let the Jedi send their children to me. Let them see what I am capable of." 4 months of fighting had torn the Jedi Order apart. Of 40,000 Jedi at the end of the Mandalorian Wars, only half that remained in the Jedi Order. Thousands abandoned the Order for the teachings of Darth Revan and the Sith, while others fell in battle or fled. The Jedi Civil War was falling into a retreat. The Jedi could not even call what their situation was a standoff. Wherever Revan attacked, worlds fell. Wherever Revan was, Jedi died. Whenever Revan spoke, Jedi betrayed. The Dark Lord of the Sith wielded a power more dangerous than the Star Forge or the assassin armies of the Traus Academy. Revan held the power to make those who followed him believe. The Corellian system was a rich trading world that had managed to survive the Mandalorian Wars unscathed. It was also one of the first Revan targeted. The battle was not going well for the Sith. With twice the number of the Corellian Defense Corps, the Sith were baffled by how many men they were losing. So many that Revan had taken from fighting in the thick of battle in his fighter to returning to his flagship. On the bridge of his dreadnought, Revan cursed as he watched a hollow of the battle. The Dark Lord had spent hours devising a plan that would allow them to take Corellia quickly and with as little damage possible to the planet. So far, they had not even breached the 6th planet of the Corellian system. The Republic and Corellian forces seemed to counter every attack and exploit every weakness in his strategy. That was the problem. There were no weaknesses in his plan. Revan cursed as another line of his fighters collapsed into chaos and were torn apart by the surprisingly well-organized Republic and Corellian forces. Send Alpha Wing to support Gamma. I want Commander Kane to bring his interdictor cruisers into breach at coordinates 9.89 mark. 2.4. Revan eyed the battle warily as he spoke into the open comm channel. His split-second adjustments played out, sealing the breach that came at the loss of Gamma Squadron. How are they doing this? Revan spoke in quiet awe as the reinforcements suddenly scattered and were destroyed. Can you give me a hack into the Republic's comm frequency? Revan asked a nearby technician. The Sith tech nodded and quickly made his way to a communications console. Revan continued making adjustments to his battle plan, sighing in relief when he found a breach in the Republic lines, and then scowling when the breach instantly filled. No one is that organized. Revan snarled as he quickly picked up a datapad and made his predictions of the battle. I want to pull Beta and Omega squadrons, form the fighting, and use them to defend the heavy cruisers. In fact, I want all fighters to break up and fire at will. My lord, a commander questioned over the comm line. It may drastically minimize the effect our fighters have on their ships, but it will also prevent heavy losses if the fighter squadrons break apart. No groups larger than 5. Do I make myself clear? Revan stated firmly into the frequency. The commander acknowledged, and Revan waited for several moments as his fighters broke apart and swarmed the Republic lines. The lack of structure in his fighters' attacks and the random vectors the fighters choose to attack from made a noticeable difference as the Republic began taking heavy fighter losses. Thank the Force we have good pilots. Revan sighed in his mind. The Sith capital ships quickly took advantage of the chaos in the Republic lines, tearing away the Republic fighters with their turbo blasters and firing their blaster cannons against the Republic capital ships. Revan suddenly shouted into the comm line to pull back the capital ships as the chaos in the Republic lines suddenly shifted to what he recognized as an offensive strategy. Caught off guard, the Sith capital ships found themselves surrounded by their breach in the Republic lines. The chaos surrounding them suddenly became a well-organized and one-sided bombardment as the Republic and Corellian ships fired on them from all sides. "Pull back, all forces, pull back!" Revan shouted into the open comm lines. Falling back to the outer edge of the Corellian system, the Sith fleet awaited reinforcements as their fighters fought desperately to hold the impossibly well-organized Republic forces at bay. "Lord Revan, we have breached the Republic secure channel," a Sith tech said proudly to Revan. The Dark Lord nodded his appreciation to the tech as he approached the console and scanned through the hundreds of signals from Republic and Corellian forces. "The Jedi's plan worked? I can't believe it." A young woman's voice spoke in awe. Revan locked onto the channel and waited for the response, his blood boiling. "The Jedi's plan?" A round of laughs were heard over the console as Revan listened. "Yeah, I guess that battle meditation girl wasn't all talk," an arrogant voice announced. "Look sharp, Red 5, the Sith fighters are still attacking, and we don't know how long Bastila can keep up that battle meditation." A snort was heard from the end of the line as Revan roared in rage. "Battle meditation?" Switching to an open hail, Revan spoke to his fleet. "We're going back in. To hell with the rest of the fleet, we still outnumber the Corellians and the Republic forces." The comms were dead silent as Revan eyed the Republic fleet's position on his holo. "I want all capital ships to break into groups of 3, and I want all fighters to use swarm tactics. Attack as randomly as possible. The Jedi are up to a new trick out there, and we can't let them see our plans." Revan quickly drew out what vectors he wanted his scattered fleet to attack from and sent it through a secure comm line to each commander. "As soon as our reinforcements arrive, I want you all to break from your random attacks and into this formation as the reinforcements will take this position." Revan sent another drawn-out design and listened to his commanders as they agreed readily, liking his strategy. The next hour was almost a stalemate. For every Republic and Corellian fighter lost a Sith one would turn to debris, and for every Sith capital ship lost a Republic one would fall. Revan even took his own flagship into the fighting and was pleased to see chaos descending into the Republic's lines. He knew the Corellians would fight to the last man, but the Republic's loyalties were easily swayed. Slowly gaining the upper hand, Revan prepared to call in his reserve forces when the unimaginable happened. A fleet of Republic interdictus ships suddenly dropped from hyperspace and attacked the reserve fleet. "What?" Revan roared as his reinforcements were torn apart within an hour. Snarling in rage, Revan opened a comm line to all ships. "This isn't over." Revan then gave the order to retreat as his battered and much smaller fleet returned to the safety of Sith space. 1 year of a brutal stalemate followed. Many in the Sith blamed Revan for the sudden lack of victories, though in truth, most of the battles Revan took place in personally were victories. The deep core and the mid-rim remained in the hands of the Republic, while the Sith held dominance over the outer rim and only a few parts of the mid-rim. Hearing that the Jedi had begun using Bastila and her battle meditation filled the Dark Lord of the Sith with more dread than even the Massassi had. Revan knew now that it was only a matter of time before he was forced into a confrontation with the headstrong Padawan. Why he had no wish to see her join him or see her dead confused him. This internal conflict did not go unnoticed to those who would exploit what they saw as a weakness, Revan's only weakness. Malak was the first to spread rumors that Revan feared Bastila and her battle meditation. Not a total lie. Malak smiled to himself as he spoke in a private meeting with a dozen Sith Masters and Admiral Saul Kareth. Revan has shown time and time again that he does not have the power to lead us any longer. Malak began in a cold mechanical drone. Murmurs were heard through the gathered Sith until one finally spoke. Lord Revan has led us to countless victories against the Mandalorians and the Republic Dash. What about the Massassi? Another cut off. The Sith fell into silence. But there is no beating them. Revan even managed to kill a few dozen of them on that planet he was trapped on. How many others can make that claim? There was silence. They all knew that Revan had taken on nearly 20 Massassi alone, and had survived with only a few broken bones and cuts, while whole squadrons of soldiers had fallen to only a few. The strange aliens seemed to be skilled and unstoppable on all levels of combat. We all know that Revan is a skilled warrior, but he does not have the resolve to seek out this threat. Have none of you noticed that he has specifically spoken against using assassins to track down Bastila Shan? Saul Kareth spoke. Malak smiled to himself as he leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. Revan lacks the resolve to end this particular threat. More murmurs were heard as the Sith continued to speak to each other. Bastila Shan is just a child. She can be turned, and Revan knows that. Yet he hasn't made an effort to capture her. One would think he is allowing her to continue this. Another Sith Master cut off the one who had spoken before. The Sith Masters seemed to nod their heads in agreement. There is still the matter of Darth Traya on Malachur. With the army of assassins she wields, she could easily eliminate each of us. Here! Malak laughed suddenly, causing all the heads in the room to turn to him. Her apprentice, Darth Shaun, holds no loyalty to the witch. With the help of any one of us, he could easily take control, and he has sworn to end Traya. The Sith Lords muttered to themselves as they weighted their options. Follow Revan into death, or follow me into victory. I assure you that I will end the threat of this battle meditation. I may even add it to our own ranks. We all know that after following him for a year, Revan has no wish to see this weapon in our hands. A gasp came from the Sith Lords. Do you think Revan is sabotaging us? We are not the same people we were when Revan promised us the Republic. He may be deliberately sabotaging our forces. Revan would never do that. He knows we need to be strong to fight the Massassi and whatever other horrors await us beyond the Outer Rim. Malak nodded his head to that, as did all the other Sith Lords, though Malak chuckled as he did. I'm sure Revan would not mind adding Bastila's battle meditation to our ranks then. He has exploited every other option, but that. Why has he not sought her out? Malak nodded subtly to Saul Kareth. There were rumors that he was once good friends with Bastila during the Mandalorian Wars. Malak contained his laughter, knowing full well that Revan could not stomach fighting Bastila. Bastila Shan was a weakness to Revan. He avoided her like she was his own death, and Malak reasoned that she likely was. There is something we can do. Malak spoke thoughtfully through his mechanical filter. The Jedi are planning to capture Revan, and they want to use Bastila to capture him. All eyes were now on Malak. Are you saying that she is Revan's weakness? Malak would have smirked if he could. I am saying Revan is afraid of her. The Sith that had spoke nodded, smiling coldly. If we were to place Revan in a position where he could be captured, we could draw out Bastila and the Jedi to use their plan, and then dash. Then we can destroy two threats to our power with one swift blow. Malak finished, causing the one he had cut off to smile and nod. We are with you, Lord Malak. Malak resisted the urge to laugh in his own triumph. He would finally get his revenge on Revan for what he had done to him, and he would gain control of the Sith. With the Starforge and having the reputation of destroying Revan, none would challenge him. Revan is leading our forces through unknown space to assess the Massassi threat. He will be gone for many months. When he returns, I will handle how we contact the Jedi. Then we can destroy Revan. There were nods of appreciation until one of the Masters finally spoke. What of Darth Traya? She is fanatically loyal to Revan and will avenge him. Malak's eyes flashed as he smiled internally. I have sent Lord Nihilus to aid Lord Shaun in that task. By the time Revan returns, all his followers will be dealt with. Malak's mechanical laughter filled the room, joined by the other Siths as they swore their oath to remove the threat to their power that was Darth Revan. Darth Revan was gone for longer than they had thought. Nearly 3 years into the Jedi Civil War, Revan returned to relieve Malak of his control. Whatever foolish idea had led Revan to leave Malak in command was beyond him, but he knew Malak would keep the Sith strong. The Massassi had been brutal, and Revan returned weary of battle. Sickened to his core, Revan took in his pale skin and his golden eyes. Around the gold, Revan saw the blood that filled his eyes and blinked. When the hell did this happen? He whispered as he ran his hand over his cold skin. He had made certain that Krya knew not to attack Bastila. Being the loyal Sith she was, Krya had agreed to make certain no one touched Revan's prize, as she called her. Revan allowed a cold rage to settle into his soul. He had killed many Massassi with a massive fleet he had built from the Star Forge. It was really the only reason Bastila's battle meditation was holding the Sith at bay. Most of their fleet was beyond known space fighting the brutal alien invaders. In that year and a half, Revan learned and mastered the dark side of the Force. He took no pleasure in anything. Unable to feel the deaths of the countless Massassi he and his droid armies had wiped out, Revan had found himself oddly detached from the fighting. He could feel distantly the deaths of the worlds Malak attacked in his absence. Deaths that fell on his shoulders, and he found himself filling with hatred. I will kill Malak as soon as the coming battle is finished. Revan had heard Malak was taking an interest in training an apprentice. He had also heard from several spies that he had spoken with a young man, Bandon, and had offered to train him. Malak will only spread his incompetence. Revan hissed as he eyed his appearance. It was not so different from what it had been in the Mandalorian Wars. Running a hand through his hair, Revan frowned as it fell out and into his hand. What the dash, running water through his hair. Revan was disturbed to find that his hair had simply fell away. This had been the first time in a week he had been able to clean himself and take off his armor. I think I'm dying, Revan joked as he eyed his features. Staring at him were two dark green eyes. The Dark Lord shuddered as he ran a hand through his black hair. Whatever he had caught a glimpse of was something he saw in Malak and the other Sith Lords. He assumed it was a strange bloodlust that resulted in the dark side. Whether wanting the blood of the Massassi or the Jedi, Revan did not know and did not want to know as he splashed water on his face and resigned himself to train in his quarters, marking off what he saw as a hallucination from lack of sleep. Revan stared into the mirror as he remembered the discoveries that he had made while visiting the Treyas Academy on Malakar V, before he had left on his crusade to defeat the Massassi. Flashback. Revan stared through his mask at the shattered and broken planet that floated in the void of space before him. His mind wandered back to the Mandalorian Wars and the countless friends that he had lost at this particular battle. Yusanis Aren Ian. The Sith Master closed his eyes, and the face of a beautiful young woman with shocking blue eyes flashed in his mind's eye. Bastila. This is where my descent to the dark side began. This is where I lost you. My lord, we are prepared to land. Do we have your permission? Revan nodded to the young Sith officer, and he left to carry out his orders. As the ship landed, a robed figure walked out from the Treyas Academy and stood before the landing shuttle. Revan slowly made his way down the landing ramp and walked towards the robed figure. As he approached, the figure knelt down. Lord Revan, Dark Lord of the Sith. It has been a while. Revan smirked beneath his mask. Master Krya? Or should I call you Darth Trya now? Krya will be fine. The former Jedi Master turned Sith Lord of Betrayal rose from her position and fell in a step behind the Dark Lord. I did not think that you would come on such short notice. Krya's soothing voice drifted from her hood towards the Dark Lord. I have discovered an ancient secret from the texts of the ancient Sith who built this academy. Revan nodded his head and led his former teacher towards the entranceway of the evil academy. As the pair approached the entrance of the massage structure, a group, Sith assassins previously hidden by stealth field generators, appeared and came together to form two columns facing the Sith Lords. As the two passed, the Sith assassins kneeled and bowed their heads, showing their obvious subservience to the two masters of the dark side. When they entered the Treyas Crescent, Revan spoke in a harsh whisper. What is it that you wanted me to see? I must move quickly. My spies report that the Massassi are amassing a martial force to attack my empire. Patience, my young pupil. They secrets which you seek lie deep within the Treyas core, an area of this academy which I have only recently discovered. We will continue this discussion in a much more private place. With that having been said, Darth Trya walked towards the end of the hallway and silently passed through the door. Revan followed closely behind her, eager to know the secrets of which his former master spoke of so highly. The pair entered a large chamber with a seemingly bottomless pit set in the middle. However, if one were to look closely, they would have seen a faint green glow at the bottom of the pit, the glow of Malakar V's core. Suspended above the pit was a large platform connected to the main portion of the room by 3 long walkways. The platform's 7 spires towering above the floor, arching towards the center from one point. In the middle of the platform was what appeared to be a giant eye. This, Lord Revan, is the Treyas core. At one time, this was the heart of the ancient Sith Empire. The empire from which the Massassi that you are fighting are merely the pathetic remnants, who only pose a threat to you due to the vast amount of ancient Sith knowledge at their disposal. Krya walked towards the red area, leaving the mighty Lord Revan gaping at the structure which lay before him. Quickly, Revan came to his senses and swiftly pursued his former master. What was this knowledge that you spoke of? Krya stopped at the outer edge of the platform and answered cryptically. It will answer questions which have plagued you for many years. Damn it, woman. I asked for answers, not more cryptic words. The Dark Lord of the Sith roared at the old woman. Krya turned around and glared at the Sith Lord. You have fallen so far, and yet you have learned nothing. Do you not remember any of the lessons that I taught you? Or that fools are? Patience, my Padawan, she spoke in a mocking tone. Oh, but you never fell, did you, Revan? You chose to become the Dark Lord of the Sith, believing it to be the lesser of 2 evils. You never fell. After all, choose the evil you know over the one you don't. You have been walking a very fine line. I sense something missing in you, an empty place hidden even from yourself, a place that remains unseen because no light escapes from that region of your heart. It is through that point that the dark side truly calls to you. That is irrelevant at the moment. I did not call you here to debate endlessly the philosophies of the Force. There was an ancient technique used by the Sith Brotherhood in the time of Naga Sadow and Ludo Kresh. In those days, it was necessary for the successor to the previous Dark Lord to be a pure-blood Sith. And in order to be declared the Dark Lord, he had to prove his worthiness to the Sith priests. Because as you know, the modern Sith are not a race of people, merely the followers of an ideal. This technique was referred to as the Sun Gem. It showed all the living relatives of the potential successor, as well as their history. For a very long time, I know you have desired to gain the knowledge of what became of your birth family. For a brief moment, Revan let the facade that he had held in front of the Sith for so long slip. He slowly slipped off his mask and let it drop to the floor. You don't mean that I actually have family still alive? That can't be possible. Wouldn't someone know if I were their son? No, you are from a planet a long way away, beyond the Outer Rim. You were attacked as a child, and I rescued you. I then left you with the Mandalorians so that you might be raised as a warrior. Your parents are what they call wizards on their planet. They use an aspect of the Force long since forgotten. Your parents are 2 of the strongest supporters of the light. Just imagine what they would think when they realize that their long-lost son, the one they believe to be dead, is alive and actually the Dark Lord of the Sith, possibly the most powerful person in the galaxy. But enough of my preaching. See it all for yourself. With that, Krya turned towards the eye and with a harsh and guttural voice began to chant. Every syllable she made chilled the veins, and every word she uttered rattled the mind. Revan felt his mind being drawn into the eye, and suddenly he was in a swirling void. Then everything went black. Visions. Revan saw a man with unruly black hair and a beautiful young red-headed woman seated at what appeared to be an expensive restaurant. Glasses were clinking, and everyone appeared to be having a good time. These must be my parents. Suddenly, an old man appeared by their table, and they stood up and disappeared. The vision suddenly followed the red-headed woman as swirling lights and rushing noises raced past them. Suddenly, Revan noticed that they appeared in a destroyed house, and he saw his mother and father rush upstairs when he heard an anguished cry. And oh! Revan quickly hurried to where his parents were, and saw his father attempting to comfort his mother. It's okay, Lily. He's in a better place now. So her name is Lily. The visions continued to flash by until he saw the same woman, although she was nearly 8 years older. The old man who had appeared in the restaurant was sitting in the rebuilt house speaking to Lily. Lily, as you know, Professor Vector has decided to retire at the end of this year. It causes me great pain to see you moping about in such anguish. It's been 8 years since his death, Lily. You need to move on. If Harry were here right now, he would not want you to be grieving him so. So my birth name is Harry. Revan looked back at the woman and saw her consent to become a teacher. Revan saw his father fighting men in black robes and white masks and taking them into what appeared to be a courtroom. He saw his mother give birth to a daughter, and he watched as she grew up to a beautiful 16-year-old. He watched as she went through many challenges, fighting off the spirit of the man who attempted to murder him as a baby, saving an innocent man from being sent back to prison, and competing in a dangerous tournament. From what he could tell, this was the most recent, as he saw she was still in what everyone referred to as the first task. In visions, with that, Revan was forcefully hurled into his body, and he staggered under the impact of his mind coming back to his body. My family is alive. Kryas smirked at him. How you use this information is up to you. But remember, the evil man you saw, that self-proclaimed Dark Lord, has used ancient Sith teachings to prolong his life and make him nearly invincible. Only you can defeat him. These creatures, they know nothing of the Sith, and their Dark Lord knows nothing of the Sith's true power, as you do. In flashback, Bastila Shan bowed deeply to the council as she stood and made her way to her quarters on Dantooine. The Jedi had chosen to hide her there after splitting the council between several enclaves. The threat of Malak and the Sith had grown with the disappearance of Revan. Many rumors ran that Revan had been killed, and Bastila fought the dread. She now felt at the news that Revan was alive and well. Malak was nowhere near as competent as Revan, and whatever iron grip Revan held on the Sith a year and a half ago had vanished. Gathering her things quickly, Bastila boarded a transport en route to the Republic vessel, Sojourn. Revan's flagship was being repaired after suffering heavy damage in what her mind could only see as some unholy campaign of destruction in unknown space that mirrored Malak's wave of devastation on the Republic. Her battle meditation had made a difference, but with Revan's return, the Council believed that the Sith would likely strike with the full force of their power. It was also apparent that Revan had taken a majority of his forces when Republic scouts reported that the already massive Sith fleet nearly tripled in size at Revan's return, though many of the ships that returned were severely damaged and lacking crews. It would not surprise Bastila if Revan controlled all unknown sectors of the galaxy, and the last bastion of strength was the Republic. Shivering slightly, Bastila sat silently in her room, resolving to herself that the coming confrontation would not end in her death. The Council had sent her and 24 Jedi Knights to find and capture Revan. It was the perfect opportunity. Spies in the Sith ranks reported that Revan's flagship was defenseless aside from the small fleet that surrounded it, and that Revan was overseeing its repairs. Bastila felt the familiar anger in her at the thought of seeing a man she had not laid eyes on for 4 years. The last time she had seen him, she was 16. He'd be 26 now. Bastila rubbed her tired eyes and frowned as the thought crossed her mind. He was not the same man she had been friends with. He was a monster. I should have seen it. No matter how many times she tried to picture Revan as the heartless and disfigured monster that Malak had become, she could only see that tired young man she had loved who tried with all he had to make things better. How did this happen? Bastila cried out, in frustration as her meditations were again interrupted by the image of Revan's warm smile. Growling to herself, Bastila slammed her hand on the floor, wincing at the pain that shot through it, though it was nothing compared to the sharp ache that had settled in her chest for the past 4 years. Why did you betray us? The Padawan's whisper echoed in the silent room as she fought to see that same caring man as the monster he was. Nearly 2 years before she had been told what he was capable of and how he had no remorse. Bastila allowed a small and bitter smile to play on her lips. He never did regret anything, at least it hasn't changed. A cold shiver ran up the Padawan's spine at her own words. What if he was always like this? She knew he was a Mandalorian, and by reputation, he seemed to fit in well with his own people. It was discovered that Revan had personally assassinated Senator Yusanis, and she knew that the two had been good friends during the Mandalorian Wars. If he can throw away his friendship with Yusanis, Bastila did not even want to think about what he would do to her. This was the Jedi's last chance. Rumors were spreading that the Sith held a weapon, the Star Forge, and that they had endless resources. The fact that the Sith seemed to have endless resources drove the Jedi to want to capture Revan. He'll never allow it, Bastila realized sadly. He will also never change. Bastila's eyes shined slightly as she stared at the datapad before her. The image of a 16-year-old Jedi Padawan that had been killed 2 years before by Revan's hand met her eyes. Wincing, Bastila turned away. It had been her master's decision that Selene be sent back to spy on Revan and take advantage of whatever favor he held for her. It was also discovered by a spy that Revan had personally tortured the girl, and she had died 2 weeks after. A sudden feeling of resolve came over Bastila. I will defeat him. Bastila stood shakily as she drove the images of that young girl's torture and sacrifice into her mind. I will not allow that monster to take another Jedi's life. He is not the same man I knew. Feeling confident in her resolve, Bastila struggled to regain her senses as she slipped into a light meditation to prepare for the coming battle. In just a few hours, she would board Revan's flagship with 24 other Jedi and 50 Republic commandos to capture or kill Darth Revan. The Betrayal. /N1. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Star Wars. /N2. I have gotten a few questions about when the story will swing back to the HP plotline. The setup begins in this chapter. Without giving anything away, the majority of the story from here on will take place on Earth. /N3. New content from here on forward. Chapter 5. The Betrayal. How long? Malik's mechanical voice hissed as his eyes narrowed. Saul Karras smiled as he looked through the viewport to follow Malik's gaze. 2 hours until the Republic fleet and strike team arrives. Malik nodded, smiling to himself as he stared at Revan's flagship. Do you think he suspects anything? Karras asked nervously. Malik snorted through his mechanical filter. Of course he does, but it will not matter. In 3 hours, I will be the Dark Lord of the Sith, and Revan will be one with the Force. Darth Revan stared thoughtfully through his mask towards the Leviathan as it skimmed the edge of the planet's orbit. What are you planning? Revan thought to himself as he awaited the completion of his ship's repairs. A year and a half had done nothing to the stalemate of the Jedi Civil War as he had predicted. The Lord of the Sith continued to stare at Malik's ship, easily sensing the hatred directed towards him. For a moment, Revan entertained the idea of dying. It really would make little difference. The Dark Lord allowed a small smile to play on his lips before a flash of light and the sound of his flagship's alarms blaring brought a prominent scowl to his features. Lord Revan, a fleet of Republic ships has dropped out of hyperspace and are preparing to attack, a commander announced. Revan snarled in frustration as he caught sight of Malik pulling his forces away from the planet to flee. What is the ship's condition? Revan growled. Weapons are at half power and our shields are useless. Our sublight engines are only functioning at 50%. Revan sighed when he caught sight of Malik's forces engaging the Republic fleet. Launch all fighters and prepare for retreat. The commander acknowledged as the Dark Lord crossed his arms tightly across his chest and glared through the window. Retreat to where, Lord Revan? Revan punched in the coordinates before returning his attention to the ongoing battle between Malik and the Republic. Lord Revan, the NAV computer will take at least 10 minutes to compute a jump of that distance. The commander said nervously. Set the computer to make the jump to hyperspace as soon as the calculations are complete. Yes, Lord Revan. Why did he come to me? Why before all this? The thoughts ran through Bastila's mind as she approached the flagship of the Dark Lord. Bastila, I need you. I can't fight with myself anymore. I need help. Revan's words echoed through her mind for the past 3 years. He had made quick work of the Mandalorians and was a hero, only to disappear. Now he was back and had been tearing through the Republic without mercy, unleashing a slaughter the Mandalorians would even think twice about. Bastila, I can't do this anymore. Bastila closed her eyes. I can't think about that now. The Padawan staggered as the ship shook violently with an explosion, violently tossing her fellow Jedi and the Republic soldiers to the ground. I can't go with you, Revan. The dark side is taking you. You must stay here and speak with the council. You do not need me. The harshness of her words to the Dark Lord 3 years before still haunted her, and the bond she shared with him was nearly severed by the tide of anger that rose in him. She was shocked to discover the anger was directed at himself. Then I suggest, Bastila, that you report I was here. Bastila could still not believe what happened after. The Jedi Order was in chaos as Revan tore his way through the courtroom with his acolytes and Malak, slaughtering all he met. Thus the Sith Wars began. It was my fault. I could have stopped him if I had only listened to him. Bastila felt her eyes sting. No, there is no emotion, there is peace. Another blast rocked the Sith vessel, and nearby explosions could be heard. A communication from the Republic fleet answered the question. Get to your transports, we're already taking fire. A Republic commando sergeant shouted as he motioned to his men to board the shuttle transports. Bastila shifted her weight slightly as she watched the first transport of troops load. She was to go on the final transport along with 10 other Jedi, while the other 15 in her group would take the first 2 transports to Revan's flagship. The Padawan turned her eyes to see Revan's ship slowly pulling itself from its dry dock. A steady stream of red streaks ignited around it, and Bastila knew that the Republic's fighters has arrived and were hammering the massive dreadnought. We've been boarded, one of the bridge officers shouted. Revan ignored the warnings and shouts as he stared at the 2 remaining Republic transport pods as they neared his vessel. He could feel a subtle pull of the Force, making his officers nervous, and knew that Bastila was there, using her battle meditation. Send all troopers to stop them. Revan watched as his bridge emptied, and only a squad of Sith troopers and 4 Dark Jedi remained. How long do you think they'll hold them off? A curious Dark Jedi asked. Revan sighed as he turned to stare back towards Malak's vessel. As long as is necessary. Revan felt the battle meditation cease as he stared at the battle around him. Malak's forces were holding off the Republic fleet, which surprised Revan mildly, since they should have been crushing them. He knew that Bastila had ceased her battle meditation and narrowed his eyes dangerously. What are you doing, Malak? Realization fell over Revan instantly at the question. Betraying me? I didn't know you had it in you. Sneering, Revan continued to watch the battle, curious to see when exactly Malak planned to set his scheme into motion. The sounds of the battle going on around him went unnoticed as he stared through the space between his and Malak's bridge, daring his jawless apprentice to attack. Revan's challenge was rudely interrupted as a Republic soldier breached his bridge with 2 Jedi and rushed him. The 2 Jedi were stopped by the 2 Sith apprentices that remained to guard him, while the unfortunate Republic commando was halted from his charge by Revan's Force grip. Seeking a need to vent his frustrations, Revan allowed the man's gurgles and silent terror to calm him as he turned back to Malak's vessel. Malak had since broken from battle, and the Leviathan was slowly charging his own vessel. If Revan had expected to survive this betrayal, he would have cursed aloud over an open comm line to Malak, but he remained silent and composed as he listened to the dying words of the man he strangled mere feet from where he stood. Revan laughed to himself. The climax of a warlord's career is always death. The galaxy is an unforgiving place. Revan whispered as he cut off the man's windpipe completely and listened to the snap as he fell, lifeless to the ground. Turning, Revan's eyes fell on 4 dead Dark Jedi and 4 Jedi that stood defiantly before him. Bastila felt a wave of dread wash over her as she charged into Revan's bridge and attacked one of the Dark Jedi as they toyed with one of her dying companions. Unleashing a brutal assault against the man, she cut him down within seconds and took a moment to catch her breath as the 3 other Jedi, the only ones to survive the assault, took defensive positions around her. She briefly caught sight of the struggling Republic soldier in Revan's grasp before he collapsed into a lifeless heap at Revan's feet. Rising anger filled her at the sight as new resolve forced itself into her. This is not the same man. Her master Vrook ignited his lightsaber and stepped forward. Do you have any idea the atrocities you have done? The Dark Lord of the Sith chuckled in amusement. You have no idea why I have done those things, Vrook. It was my duty to the Republic. After all, a man's duty must be obeyed. If the frame of duty is broken, Vrook, none shall weave life's fabric. None will be able to live if I don't make the Republic strong. However, I can tell that you have many questions, so I will answer them before you die. Vrook's face burned with rage. You're insane, exile. Your passion for power consumes your soul. Where did you go after the Mandalorian Wars? Revan licked his lips and looked away from the Jedi. Beyond the outer rim, the Dark Lord whispered. Adding no further explanation, the Jedi strike team exchanged glances. Why did you come back? Vrook Lamar asked in a tone that did nothing to hide his anger. Revan sighed and looked directly into Vrook's eyes. I needed more men. Surely the great and wise Jedi Council could have felt the countless deaths beyond the rim. Revan chided in a condescending tone. Vrook turned as red as a Sith saber and turned away, not wanting to hear the Dark Lord speak so lightly of the countless atrocities he had committed. What drove you to make war on your own kind? The dark side? Revan raised an eyebrow beneath his mask as he stared at the 4 Jedi arrayed before him. A sadistic smile played on Revan's features as he returned Vrook's glare with his own, sending a chill down the Jedi Master's spine. The Mandalorians or the Jedi? Vrook's angry mask fell into confusion for a moment before he recovered and stared at the Dark Lord with open curiosity. Didn't you know I was a Mandalorian? Revan, the Blood Raven. Lovely story about my clan's history, but I really don't have time for that right now. Vrook backed away slowly from Revan and stared at him with an unreadable expression. The Jedi, then. I never waged war against the Jedi. I told you to run and hide. You waged a war against me. There are things beyond the outer rim which would terrify even the bravest of the Jedi Guardians, the descendants of the ancient Sith, the Massassi. I attacked the Republic to make it stronger, so I could defeat this ancient evil. Revan laughed the cold laugh which had become so common to the many that he had tortured. Friends teach what you want to know. Enemies teach what you need to know. Do you have any idea the things that stalk the outer rim? Have you ever seen a creature whose only pleasure was in suffering? A creature whose entire race glorifies pain? Have you seen a Massassi warrior or looked into the eyes of the abyss as it tries again and again to swallow who you are? When I first met the Massassi, Vrook, I was dragged to one of their citadels. Their high priest spoke to me and said, "This is the citadel of pain. Battle is our religion, Jedi, and this fortress is our temple." I was tortured for 4 months. Vrook, I died 7 times, and they somehow revived me. You are ignorant. When I look at the council, I see 12 fools leading 20,000 other fools to death, and I see the Republic, the Jedi, and the Force dying because of it. You are arrogant children who hide away in this temple and pray for a savior to save you from your own incompetence. The other 3 Jedi ignited their lightsabers, and Revan realized with a start that Bastila was among them. The Jedi Master Lon Vash stepped forward and pointed her saber at the Dark Lord of the Sith. I would die 1,000 deaths before I let you harm another. The Dark Lord merely laughed at that threat. You cannot win, Revan. And time for the Jedi Padawan seemed to stop as he shook his head slightly and turned to face her. Everything about his stance showed that he was annoyed, insulted even, and Bastila felt even more anger grasp her at the arrogant display. Snapping from whatever thoughts had entered her as he turned slowly to face her, Bastila scowled and narrowed her eyes as she glared hatefully towards Revan, although she realized that his words and arguments made sense. You cannot win, Revan. For years he had not heard that soothing and cultured voice. The last words he had heard were a loving caress, and these were a threat. Revan felt all his thoughts vanish as he laid eyes on her. Her hair was pulled into a tight bun, though stray strands fell over her face. She wore that ridiculous outfit she always had that seemed to complement her feminine features well. Her eyes were filled with shock momentarily as he looked in them, only to be clouded by anger moments later. Revan found himself wanting to brush away those strands of hair that framed her features. The sudden advance of the 3 other Jedi snapped him from his thoughts as he looked between them and pulled his crimson saber. The Dark Lord stared into the pale, golden glow that surrounded her features. Beautiful. Revan allowed a single tear to roll down his cheek as he stared into Bastila's eyes, which gleamed with rage and betrayal. I have a way of destroying beautiful things. Revan felt another tear roll down his face as he stared at Bastila, half in awe and half in sorrow. The realization that Malak was betraying him had completely fled his mind as he stared, captivated by this angry young woman that looked on him with such hurt. He could barely feel the pain she had gone through at his betrayal and felt more tears fall as he took a breath and shuddered. Fire! Malak's mechanical voice ordered as his ship rushed past Revan's. An explosion tore through the bridge from Malak's assault. A metal support beam fell from the ceiling, crushing Vrook before he could dodge. Revan felt no satisfaction or sadness from his death. He was indifferent regarding the fate of all but one of the Jedi facing him. The Dark Lord of the Sith felt his grip tighten on his saber. Lightning flickered around him as he felt a deep loathing settle in his soul. He knew at that moment that he would not survive this battle, and he finally felt remorse as he stared into Bastila's accusing eyes. The thought that she hated him was so tangible that he felt he couldn't breathe, and all thoughts of war and destruction fled him, leaving only a scared child who did not know what to do or say to fix anything. I can't do this anymore. The countless thousands he had murdered flashed through his mind. Yusanis and his children, now orphaned. Celine, her eyes staring at him with shock and hurt. Even Ian as he looked on him with the helplessness he now felt. Revan recalled the words of his master Krya when he had first asked her of the dark side of the Force. Instead of recoiling in horror, as most Jedi masters would have from the question, Krya had only laughed and shook her head. The dark side has a way of abandoning you when you need it most, Padawan. The dark side had always been there to embrace him. Through the Mandalorian Wars, it gave him indifference to the loss of his own men. Through the Massassi campaign, it gave him sanity as he fought them with cold and calculating malice. Through the Jedi Civil War, it gave him the resolve to mutilate his friends and torture children. Now the dark side fled him as he stared into Bastila's eyes. The pain that settled in him was crippling as he saw the pain reflected there that was the base of the anger, the pain from his betrayal, the pain from his abandoning her. Revan was not some arrogant fool that believed if he felt sorry that he would be granted absolution. He was not some man on the road to redemption and seeking forgiveness for all the deeds he had done. He knew he would spend his time in hell for his deeds, and he would accept it readily for he knew he deserved it. Another salvo from the Leviathan hit the ship. Vash and the other Jedi were thrown from their feet. Only Bastila and Revan remained standing. The alarm started to ring, signaling decompression. Reacting on instinct alone, Revan used the Force to move at great speed. Bastila was taken by surprise as Revan, only a blur at that point, grabbed her around the waist and rushed out of the bridge before the pressure doors could seal. Before the Leviathan could come around for another pass, the NAV computer finished the calculation for the jump to Earth. The ship lurched again, the engines came life, and jumped the ship away from the battle and into hyperspace. Glaring at Revan, Bastila raised her lightsaber once again and snarled, "What have you done? Where are we going?" Revan deactivated his lightsaber and removed his mask. Bastila was stunned by the hopelessness and grief that marked his features. "We are going to my home." Anger once again, taking over her other emotions, Bastila said, "Why would you take us there? The Mandalorians are gone from that place." Once again, she raised her lightsaber in preparation to attack. With a sigh, Revan felt the will to fight leave him. All he could see was Bastila and her disgust. "We are going to the planet of my birth. It is a place called Earth." Revan sank to his knees and waited for the blow from Bastila that would end his torment. It never came. Planetfall, A/N1. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Star Wars. A/N2. Ages. Revan is 27 and Bastila is 24. A/N3. I will be using the normal calendar now that the story is on Earth. A/N4. I apologize, but this is a very talky chapter. It sets up the rest of the story, though. A/N5. Finally, I am ignoring the events of HBP. Chapter 6, Planetfall, July 21st, 2007. Hyperspace. The ship had been traveling in hyperspace for close to a week. Earth was located near the outer rim of the galaxy on the opposite side from their starting point. 3 days ago, the computer started to issue periodic warnings of stress on the hyperspace engines. Unfortunately, the engines could not be repaired while they were in use, and to make things more difficult, the engine room itself was without life support due to damage from the battle. Despite their best efforts, neither Revan nor the three surviving crew had been able to repair the computers sufficiently to deactivate the autopilot. With no options left to them, Revan and Bastila, along with the three crew, retreated to a small gunboat in the main hangar bay that was miraculously undamaged in the attack. During their journey, Bastila and Revan had maintained their distance from each other. Neither was ready to discuss their positions or feelings. Bastila was confused. She had had an opportunity to end Revan's evil, but instead she had held back and spared him. He seemed so guilt-ridden, she had hoped that maybe there was a chance to lure him back to the light. Revan, for his part, was equally confused. He had never truly understood the effect that Bastila had on him. She was able to break through his defenses without even trying, leaving him bare and forcing him to face himself and the truth of his actions. Near the end of their journey, Revan and Bastila finally overcame their reluctance and had begun meditating together. The trust and openness that had once existed between the two was gone, swallowed up by the darkness of Revan's soul. Presently, the two were sitting in silence in one of the storage compartments of the gunboat. Revan was sitting Indian style with his hands resting on his knees, palms up. His eyes were closed and his short cropped hair was neatly styled, exposing the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Though outwardly calm, Revan was struggling to reach a state of emptiness with Bastila sitting in front of him for the first time in years. Bastila was kneeling with her main torso centered over her feet. As with Revan, her hands were resting on her knees with the palms up. Her breathing was slow and measured as she reached out with the force to once again observe Revan's aura. Despite his actions, she was shocked to find Red was almost overpowering the black elements of his aura, but she was heartened to see that his aura still held a good deal of blue. Taking a moment to think about the meaning of the colors, she realized that Revan truly felt guilt and remorse for the deaths he had caused. It was apparent that the black and blue elements of his aura represented his belief in both the light and dark sides of the Force. Perhaps she could turn him back to the light side, knowing that he had never truly forsaken it. Revan, for his part, gasped as he felt Bastila slice through his mental defenses as if they were nothing. As with the first time, Bastila did what she could to lighten the guilt and remorse that he felt and to bolster the influence of the light side in him. Part of him wanted to lash out at her, to force her to stop. He didn't deserve to have his burden relieved. Despite his intentions, he had caused the deaths of millions of beings. The other part of him welcomed the relief from the overwhelming ache that came the knowledge of his actions. He knew that in the near future, he would once again have to face the Massassi and face the same decisions that had led to his war against the Republic. He only hoped he could live with those decisions whichever way they went. Bastila opened her eyes and peered at Revan for a moment before asking, "Why did you do it, Revan? Why did you turn your back on the Jedi?" Revan took a slow, deep breath and opened his eyes. He looked to be more at peace with himself than he had since she boarded the ship. "I sensed something while we were fighting the Mandalorians. There is a darkness beyond the outer rim of the galaxy blacker than the void. It was the complete absence of the light side of the Force." Bastila's eyes widened as she stared into Revan's brilliant green eyes and gasped. Ignoring her, Revan continued. "Towards the end of the war, both Malik and I had long since turned to the dark side of the Force for the necessary weapons to fight the Mandalorians. It was necessary to protect the Republic." Before she could stop herself, she said bitterly, "But then you turned on us. You turned on the Republic and the Jedi." "Not really, not in my heart. I knew that the Republic could never stand against the darkness that I had sensed unless it grew strong once again. In my mind, the only way to do that was to cut away the chaff, leaving the wheat to grow strong once again. Millions of lives have been lost in your effort to make the Republic strong again. Surely there must have been a better way. I was gone for close to 3 years. During that time, I had taken a fleet of ships and men beyond the Outer Rim. As I said to Master Vrook, while we were out there, we found the Massassi. They were the source of darkness. In my entire time out there, I never once sensed anything from the light side of the Force. They were devoted to the dark side from birth and served it wholeheartedly until death. Bastila closed her eyes as she tried to imagine such a bleak existence. To be forever focused on anger, hate, and the need to conquer, she found the very idea horrifying. But if they have been out there for so long, why worry about an attack now? Revan ground his teeth together in frustration before answering Bastila's question. Don't you see they were the instruments behind the Mandalorian invasion? It was simply a matter of time before they followed in its wake. The Senate is corrupt, the bureaucracy is worthless, and the Jedi are mired in indecision. If I had not acted, the Republic would have been swept away by the might of the Massassi, and a never-ending night would have fallen. Before she could respond, both Revan and Bastila were broken from their discussion by the loud, piercing klaxon that began to ring throughout the ship, signaling that the ship was about to leave hyperspace. Standing, one Jedi and one Sith Lord walked to the cockpit to find the other three men starting the engines. Everyone felt the slight jolt as the ship dropped out of hyperspace and the sublight engines slowed the ship's speed. Once again, the klaxon began ringing throughout the ship. One of the crew quickly patched into the computer to find out the problem. Lord Revan, the sublight engines were severely damaged in the attack and are overloading. Can you shut them down? A look of fear came over his face before answering. No, sir. I was able to patch into the computer to find the problem, but I haven't been able to gain control of the engines. Revan sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. Can you get the hangar bay doors open so we can get out of here? Yes, Lord Revan. The hangar operates off a different system that was relatively undamaged in the attack. Then do so and get us out of here before the engines overload, Revan ordered. Bastila and Revan took their seats and strapped in. Two of the crewmen were hurriedly warming up the engines and opening the hangar bay doors. Just as the ship started to lift off, an explosion tore through the larger vessel. Panicking, the pilot pushed the gunboat to maximum speed and it shot out of the hangar bay. Seconds later, more explosions went off inside the ship as fuel cells and armaments detonated. The shockwave ripped the larger ship apart and buffeted the small gunboat. One crewman who had not strapped and was thrown against a computer panel, breaking his arm. The others stayed in their seats, waiting as the small ship rode out the secondary shockwaves caused by explosions from the debris of Revan's flagship. Pilot, what is our status? Revan asked after the flight smoothed out. No damage, Lord Revan. It appears that the shields absorbed most of the shockwave and protected us from any of the debris. What is our destination, sir? Scan for life signs in the system. Revan ordered, fingers dancing over the control panel. The pilot took a moment to review and analyze the results before announcing, sir, the only planet with life is the third planet. It appears to be similar to Dantooine. However, I am not detecting any communication signals or navigation beacons. Bastila was watching Revan, curious about his home world. There wouldn't be. It is a primitive world. I am not sure that they have any space flight capabilities. Best approach cautiously. Takes us to a high orbit and begin performing detailed scans so we can identify the best landing coordinates. Yes, Lord Revan. We should be there in approximately 1 hour. Revan turned to Bastila and made a request. Bastila, I am going to need your help. If the vision I was shown is true, then the Massassi already have a presence on this world. I need you to help me find them and, if necessary, fight them. Bastila stared at Revan a moment as she tried to reconcile what she had learned of Revan with the man standing in front of her. He resembled the young man she once knew. There was a fierce determination burning in his eyes, and the relaxed way he held his body screamed of a confidence that she hadn't seen since she had boarded his ship. It seemed that having a clear enemy to fight had given Revan a direction away from the wholesale destruction of the war. Finally, she nodded. Do we have a map of the planet? Revan asked. Yes, Lord Revan, but it is topographical only. We have not had a chance to do any more detailed scans. Put it up on the holo display. The pilot quickly complied with the order and a 3D transparent image of Earth. Revan and Bastila stood side by side, observing the image for a moment. Then Revan grasped Bastila's hand tightly and said, "Search for the darkness on the planet. Hopefully it won't be too hard to find. With a planet this primitive and far out, I doubt the Massassi are expecting any Jedi or Republic forces to show up." Nodding her head again, Bastila closed her eyes and relaxed her mind, letting her senses reach out to the Force and search the planet. Her eyes shot open mere seconds later and saw that Revan was clearly as disturbed as she was by what they sensed. How is it possible? Virtually the entire planet is a deep blue, almost black. How could one planet be so steeped in the dark side? Revan's face had lost what little color it normally had. He closed his eyes in thought and pinched the bridge of his nose to help relieve some of the tension in his forehead. I don't know. Yet, despite the darkness, I didn't sense the hatred or anger that I would normally associate with such a pervasive darkness. Sighing, he sat down heavily in one of the chairs near the hollow display. Come, we must start again. It will do us no good to endlessly orbit the planet. Bastila sat down in the seat opposite Revan and once again closed her eyes and reached out with her senses. She could feel the Dark Lord doing the same. Together, they began to scan the planet. Slowly, she was able to distinguish between the different shades of darkness on the planet. After close to 15 minutes, she opened her eyes and waited for Revan to open his. Moments later, Revan took a deep cleansing breath and opened his eyes. Immediately, he found himself under the scrutiny of the young Jedi. Did you sense it? He asked, not wanting to analyze the feelings that her gaze brought out in him. Yes, I did. She knew what he was referring to. There was a pair of islands in the northern hemisphere of the planet that seemed to have the greatest concentration of darkness on the planet. After mentioning this to Revan, he nodded in agreement and said, I couldn't tell if there were actual Massassi there. The darkness was too pervasive to pick individuals out, but if they are anywhere on the planet, it is there. So what do we do about it? Bastila asked. Revan looked at her like she was crazy. He snorted and answered, we kill them all. You should be asking what we do with those that have fallen too far under the Massassi's influence. I will tell you, they will suffer the same fate as the Massassi. Cut away the rot and cauterize the wound. That is the most effective way of dealing with the decay that is the Massassi. Bastila's eyes narrowed and she tensed for a moment. As she opened her mouth to speak, the pilot interrupted her. Lord Revan, we have reached the planet. There are no landing beacons, so what are your orders? While Revan was issuing orders to the pilot, Bastila was considering what she had sensed on the planet. Despite his explanations, Bastila had doubted that the Massassi could be as evil as Revan had described. After searching the planet, she was not so sure. While she had not been able to detect individuals, she was able to sense pockets of absolute darkness. She felt like she would be swallowed up by the rage and hatred that seemed to radiate from these pockets. If these were the Massassi, then she could understand Revan's drive to fight them. Though she recognized them as an absolute evil, she couldn't bring herself to condone the slaughter of millions of lives in an effort to wake the Republic from its stupor. She broke from her reverie when she felt the ship buck and shake. Looking out of the forward portal, she saw that they had entered the atmosphere and were clearly preparing to land. Where are we setting down? She asked. Revan looked at her, surprised that she had not been paying attention. We are setting down on the larger of those two islands. Bastila strapped herself in and returned to her thoughts on the Massassi and the acts she might be forced to commit in order to defeat them. Turmoil was plainly evident in the expression on Bastila's face and eyes. I think I sense them, she whispered quietly. Knowing what she was referring to, Revan placed a hand on her shoulder before responding, You didn't believe me, did you? I don't blame you. I'm not sure I would have believed it either. I can't imagine a life spent wallowing in the dark side like that. She was clearly distressed by the notion. Revan didn't want to rob her of her innocence or idealism, but it would have no place on this planet from the feel of things. Bastila, you're going to have to make a decision soon. The Massassi and those that follow them are without mercy. In order to protect the Republic and save this world, we will have to take the harshest of measures. Bastila refused to respond to that comment. Despite the evil that she had sensed, she wasn't sure that she could open herself up to the dark side the way that Revan had. The thought of being lost and becoming like one of the Massassi was terrifying to her. The turning of Revan and Malak to the dark side had a great impact on her, and she vowed never to leave the light side. Now, she was forced to reevaluate that vow. Could she protect whatever innocents were down on the planet without using the dark side? Though she did not have an answer to her question, she responded, until it has been proven otherwise, I will not turn to the dark side the way you have. I can't give up my beliefs to fight some faceless enemy." She paused for a moment before issuing her threat. "Know this, however, I will not stand by and let you slaughter innocents in the name of your war. I will take you down with whatever means are at my disposal." This last was delivered in a frigid and motionless voice that left no doubts that she would follow through on her threat. Revan's mouth quirked into a small smile for a second. "I will do whatever is necessary to cleanse this planet of the Massassi. For now I will spare who I can, but make no mistake, anyone that is tied to them will be purged. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win this war. I do hope you remember our dear friend Celine." Bastila shuddered. She remembered all too well the vow that Revan had sent echoing through the Force over a year ago. "Let them send their children to me. I will show them what I'm capable of." Bastila knew that Revan would not hesitate to butcher his enemies. She also knew that her threat was largely an empty one. Unless she came up with a new weapon to use, Revan had always been stronger than her both with the lightsaber and with the Force. The powers he gained by studying the dark side would only add to his advantages. She would do what she could to mitigate his actions, and if necessary, she would give her life in the attempt to stop him. July 21st, 2007, forest north of London. The pilot set the ship down in a small clearing in the middle of a small forest just north of London. The landing was made around midnight to reduce the chances of being seen by the local inhabitants of the planet. After ordering the men to put up the standard camouflage, Revan went to bed for the night. He and Bastila were setting out towards the city in the morning. There seemed to be a large concentration of Force wielders in the city. Fortunately, he did not sense the pure darkness that was the hallmark of the Massassi, so he would hopefully have some time to get his bearings. There were other thoughts that were fighting for dominance in his mind. His family was here somewhere on this planet. He had no way of finding them on such a primitive world, if they were even still alive. In the vision, he had seen his father involved in some fight. The idea that they could be dead did not really disturb Revan. However, the thought that sent a chill down his spine was the idea that they could be in league with the Massassi. It was much easier to deal with nameless victims than to condemn his own family to death. Grunting softly in disgust at the turn of his thoughts, he decided to face the decision should it ever be necessary. It was useless to spend energy worrying on something that may never come to pass. Bastila followed Revan out of the cockpit. Like Revan, she needed to rest to regain the strength she had spent while searching the planet for any hint of the Massassi. Tomorrow promised to be another long day. Also like Revan, her thoughts were troubled. Deciding to meditate before resting, she settled on the floor in her customary position. It wasn't the Massassi that were disturbing her thoughts so much as it was her reaction to them. After listening to Revan discuss them and having sensed the darkness that they surely represented, for the first time, she truly realized the reason that the Jedi had followed him into the Mandalorian War and then into a war against the Republic. Even she, know his past, and having heard his willingness to kill all those that were tainted, found herself almost longing to join his crusade. Should she follow his path? It went against everything she had been taught, but maybe she could turn him not back to the light, for she did not think that could ever happen, but towards a balance between the light and dark. It would be a risky path because if she fell to the lure of the dark side, she could be helping to unleash a horrible plague on the galaxy. But if she were to succeed, Revan could become the greatest ally the Republic could hope for, someone willing to do what was necessary and yet tempered by the needs of the innocent. Rising from her position on the floor, Bastila went to sleep, nervous regarding her choice, but determined to see it through regardless of the consequences. July 21st, 2007. Headmaster's Office, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. An old man with a long snowy beard and small wire-frame glasses was sitting at a large desk in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The office was dotted with various devices that whirred or spun, and in the corner stood a metal stand atop, which sat a stunning red and gold phoenix. Albus Dumbledore was an old man, and he was feeling all 167 of his years. Even for a wizard, he was an old man, and like any old man, he had his share of regrets. Perhaps his greatest regret was ignoring the threat of Tom Riddle. If he had paid more attention to the boys' needs, he may never have become Lord Voldemort. The debt he felt he owed to the wizarding world in general for allowing this was the only thing that kept him going. He didn't have the right to give the burden to someone else to carry. Despite his desire to see his world safe before he passed on, Albus knew that there was only one person who could defeat Voldemort once and for all. Sadly, Harry Potter had been missing for the last 26 years. Turning once again to the latest reports on the Death Eater raids, he began to read. Surprisingly, the war had fallen into something of a stalemate. Neither side had made any significant headway in over a year. Voldemort was not often seen on his raids, but when he was the battle quickly ended in favor of the Death Eaters. When he was not present, the battle went against the Death Eaters more often than not. Even the magical creatures who had originally joined with one side had withdrawn from any alliance as the conflict continued on with no end in sight. Most of the creatures like the werewolves, goblins, and vampires were content to let the wizarding world fight their own war. They would step in and help pick up the pieces, but there was nothing to gain for them from depleting their numbers in such a drawn-out conflict. He was pulled away from the latest report when a small crystal sphere that was resting on the front right corner of his desk started to pulse, emitting a soft white light, almost like a heartbeat. Albus just stared at the sphere for a moment in wonder before he realized the implications. Hope flared in his chest. Harry Potter had returned. Homecoming, A/N1. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Star Wars. A/N2. Thanks for all the reviews. Spells or Force Powers. Chapter 7. Homecoming, July 22nd, 2007. Headmaster's Officer, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was shortly after breakfast had finished that Albus returned to his office. His staff had noticed a clear difference in his disposition this morning. His ancient eyes were twinkling in a way they hadn't for many years. Only Minerva McGonagall had the courage to ask him what was going on. Rather than answer her, he simply offered her a lemon drop, his favorite candy, and sent her on her way. Despite his newfound energy and spirit of hope, he was apprehensive about the meeting that was soon to take place. He had sent a message to James and Lily Potter this morning asking them to meet him in his office. Now he had to explain to them that he had known their son was alive since that fateful night. If he had died that night, the life stone that was now pulsing steadily would have turned black and cracked. At precisely 10 a.m., there was a polite knock on his office door. Albus waved his wand, and the door swung open slowly, allowing the couple to enter. The man was average height, nearly 6 feet 0 inches tall, with messy salt and pepper hair that had once been jet black. In spite of his age, James had a youthful face with few wrinkles, but his eyes told a different story. They were the eyes of someone who had seen both great happiness and sorrow and still carried the scars of that sorrow. Lily was shorter than her husband, standing at 5 feet 6 inches. Her auburn hair hung just past her shoulders in soft curls. Like her husband, she had never fully recovered from the loss of her firstborn. The loss of Harry had hit her hard. She couldn't help but feel that the cost of ridding the world of Voldemort's evil for 23 years was simply too high. James spoke first after Albus had motioned them to a pair of chairs positioned in front of his desk. "Albus, what did you need us for? I didn't think it was possible for Haley to get into trouble during the summer." James said this last with a fond smile for his daughter. Chuckling softly before he answered, Albus said, "No, Haley is most certainly not in any trouble. In fact, I have good news for us all regarding the war, but you and your family specifically." Lily asked, "What news, Albus? If this is about the war, why isn't the entire order here?" Albus steeled himself for their reaction to his news. He knew it would not be easy for them to hear. "James, Lily, do you know what this is?" he asked, holding up the life stone. Lily answered quickly, "Of course, it is a life stone." "Why? Who is it attuned to?" "I apologize for never telling you this before, but when Harry and Neville Longbottom were born, I attuned a life stone to each of them." James asked, "Why? Was it because of that prophecy that the fraud Trelawney gave?" "Yes, it was." Either Harry or Neville could have fit the requirements for the prophecy, but when he attacked your home, Voldemort chose Harry as his equal. James was confused. Why were they rehashing this now? Harry had been dead for nearly 27 years. Neville Longbottom was also dead, killed by Death Eaters along with his parents, just days after Voldemort's defeat. What does this have to do with us or that life stone? As you know, when the person the stone is attuned to dies, it will turn black and crack. He pulled open a drawer on his desk and removed one such stone. This is the stone that I attuned to Neville Longbottom. The one that is flashing is the one that I attuned to Harry. Lily cried out, "How is that possible? You said he was dead." Tears were threatening to spill from her eyes. James wasn't much different. I don't know if you will ever forgive me for this. That night, when I returned to my office, I noticed that the life stone was giving off a steady soft light. It was not pulsing like it normally does. Of course, I immediately cast every spell I could think of to locate Harry through the link to the stone, but it appeared that he was nowhere on Earth. James was angry now, and his face was flushed. What do you mean he was nowhere on Earth? He had to be somewhere. If you had told us we could have searched for him, could have found him, what if Death Eaters have had him all this time? Lily let out a soft sob at James' statement, immediately imagining the horrors that her son may have been subjected to growing up. Albus' eyes had dimmed from the earlier excitement. He sighed and answered, "I don't believe the Death Eaters had him, or even knew he was alive. We would have heard something from one of our spies, and surely Voldemort would have returned sooner. No, I don't know where he was or who raised him, but you can see by the life stone that he is back and in good health." Lily had tears running down her face, and she was almost afraid to hope that Harry could be alive after all this time. "That doesn't explain why you didn't tell us at the time. I was afraid you would have spent your lives in a futile search for Harry. It is doubtful you could have found him when all the locator spells failed. That was not your decision to make," James argued. "Have you been able to trace his location now?" Lily asked hopefully. She was furious with Albus as well, but at the moment she was more interested in finding Harry. "Yes, but as you know, the spells are unable to give an exact location. That being said, he is somewhere in London. It is quite possible he would be in Diagon Alley." Both Lily and James wanted to leave and find their son right away, but Albus stopped them. "I know you are eager to find Harry. Keep in mind that he is the only who can defeat Voldemort. It is essential that he be on our side. Hopefully, whoever kept him hidden all these years also provided him training to use his magic." Lily and James just stared at Albus after he made that statement. Just minutes after the man told them that their son was alive, he was talking about his role in the war. Lily was irate. "Albus Dumbledore, that is our son you're talking about. I don't care if he is the only one who can defeat Voldemort. He will not be a tool or weapon in this war. He will most likely be confused as it is finding out that he has family." James echoed Lily's words and told Dumbledore that he'd better watch himself if he wanted their continued involvement with the Order. Albus paled slightly at the threat. James and Lily were both very powerful and had helped to swing the tide of more than a few battles in favor of the Order. Leaky Cauldron, London, UK. Revan and Bastila had spent the better part of the morning making their way from the ship into London. Before they left, Revan ordered the 3 crewmen to do a thorough check of the ship to make sure that there had been no damage from the destruction of his flagship. Using their sense of the Force, Revan and Bastila were heading towards the nearest concentration of the dark side. After approximately an hour, they found themselves walking along a highway towards central London. While they were walking, Revan was trying to dispel his unease. He was leery of facing the Massassi with virtually no men. If there were more than a handful on the planet, he may have to look at alternative options. Revan was sure that there were some of his troops that were still loyal. He would need to reach them if the Massassi threat was too strong for Bastila and himself. If necessary, he would send out a coded message to alert his forces, even if it might bring Malik with it. If he were truly being honest with himself, he would admit that the greater cause of his unease at the moment was the prospect of meeting his family. What if they were corrupted by the Massassi? Would he be able to kill as easily as he had others? Another much quieter part of him, but no less persistent, wondered if they would accept him if they found out that he was a Sith Lord. Bastila was more focused on the here and now. She worked on strengthening her mental defenses while they walked. If the dark side was truly as pervasive as she had sensed, she would need all her strength to resist its pull and to keep Revan from becoming its slave once more. After walking for a few hours, the pair had reached central London. Neither noticed the stares that they received. Revan was dressed in a tight-fitting black uniform with red piping and a black cape. He had brought both his lightsaber and a blaster with him, not sure of what they would find. Bastila was dressed in the traditional Jedi garb, light brown pants with knee-high boots and a form-fitting brown and white taupe. She wore a dark brown robe over her clothes despite the heat of the summer morning, and as with Revan, carried both her lightsaber and a blaster. Finally, the pair reached the entrance to a dingy, run-down-looking establishment. The sign over the door read the Leaky Cauldron. Bastila mentioned the strong feeling of the dark side coming from the establishment and suggested that they be on their guard at all times. Revan agreed, but was somewhat more relaxed because he didn't get the sense of absolute darkness that was the hallmark of the Massassi. Revan opened the door slowly and peered in before entering. It was a bar of some sort. There were a number of people sitting around tables eating and drinking. Sensing no immediate danger, he and Bastila walked in and let the door close behind them. Bastila, I don't sense any darkness from these people, do you? Revan asked, surprised. No, I don't, and yet this place reeks of the dark side. I don't understand. Suddenly, the bartender called out, James Potter, is that you? What are you doing here at this time of day? It was clear that he was speaking to Revan. I'm sorry. I think you have me confused with someone else. My name is not James Potter. Revan responded politely. Looking embarrassed, the bartender said, My apologies, you are the spitting image of James Potter. Revan wondered if his look-alike could perhaps be his father. Dismissing the thought for the moment, he turned his attention back to the bartender and said, We are new around here and are not familiar with the lay of the land. Are there any interesting sights in the area? While Revan was speaking to the bartender, Bastila was looking around at the different people in the restaurant. Some of them seemed to be using some sort of stick to channel the Force. Her eyes widened when she saw one man point the stick at a large chest and mutter something she couldn't hear. Immediately, the chest shrank down to a fraction of its original size. Never before had she seen the Force used in such a way, but she also felt a chill run down her spine. These people seemed to be channeling the dark side of the Force through these sticks. To make things worse, she sensed that the balance between the light and dark sides of the Force was broken on this planet, as if the channeling of the dark side through the sticks gave it primacy over the light side. Bastila was broken from her study by a hand squeezing her shoulder lightly. Turning her head quickly, she saw Revan standing there. Come on, Tom the bartender suggested we go see some place called Diagon Alley. The entrance is behind this place in the alley. He is going to open it for us since we don't have wands. This last word was said derisively. Wands? Oh, you must mean those sticks everyone has. Bastila exclaimed before continuing. Have you noticed that they appear to channel the Force through them? If I had to guess, I would say that they are all Force sensitives to one degree or another. The pair continued to talk quietly, discussing their observations so far as they followed Tom through the restaurant out back to the alley. Tom pulled his wand out and tapped specific bricks. Revan was in the process of rolling his eyes when the wall opened before them. Both staggered back at the sight before them. Tom mistook their reaction for awe at what was obviously their first look at Diagon and chuckled softly. The sight that struck most children and visiting wizards and witches with awe caused quite a different reaction with Revan and Bastila. The dark side hung over Diagon Alley like a thick fog. The shops and stands were practically radiating with it. Despite its pervasiveness, the people seemed to be largely oblivious to it. Their auras were slightly darker than one would expect to see, but nothing like what Revan expected. Sharing a look of bewilderment, the two walked through the archway to explore Diagon Alley. Headmaster's officer, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus had just returned to his office from lunch with the school in the Great Hall. He was still thinking about the implications of Harry Potter's return. James and Lily may be stumbling block in controlling the young man. With enough time, he was sure they could be persuaded that his plans for Harry would be best for the wizarding world and their family. Surely they wouldn't want to endanger their daughter, who had just been through an ordeal with the Tri-Wizard Tournament for someone they hadn't seen or known for over 26 years. Smiling, Albus pictured the front page of the Daily Prophet proclaiming the return of the boy who lived. People would flock to join his order once it was known that he had taken Harry under his wing. He would be able to guide Harry to his destiny and be there to pick up the pieces afterwards. Albus was shaken from his reverie by a frantic voice calling from his fireplace. He looked over to Sirius Black, an Auror captain, calling him. Eyes twinkling, Albus asked curiously, Sirius Black, "What can I do for you today?" Scowling for a second, Albus, "I don't have times for your games. Death Eaters have started an attack at Diagon Alley. You need to contact the Order." Albus paled at hearing of the attack. If Harry was in Diagon Alley, he could be in danger, or worse, he could be part of the attack. Dismissing that final thought, he grabbed the Phoenix pendant around his neck, closed his eyes concentrating on the message to send, and signaled the Order that an attack was under and where it was. When he opened his eyes once more, Sirius' head was gone from his fireplace. No doubt he had gone to Diagon Alley to help repel the Death Eater attack. Albus could do nothing but hope that James and Lily had found Harry and would be able to keep him from harm for the time being. If Albus himself weren't so critical to the light, he would have gone to assist in the battle. But he shuddered to think what would happen if he were to be injured, or even worse, killed. Diagon Alley, London, UK. James and Lily had been wandering around Diagon Alley for close to 3 hours, ever since they had left Albus' office. James was thrilled that his son was alive and well, but he was nervous at the same time. Would he be interested in getting to know his parents? What kind of man would he be? Did he even know who he was? All these questions were buzzing around in his brain as they made their way up and down the alley. Lily was also feeling apprehensive. After leaving for Diagon Alley, the initial wave of euphoria began to wear off. Now she was feeling sad and nervous. Her baby boy had grown up without her. She would never be able to watch him take his first step or say his first word. Someone else had taken that from her. Like James, she was getting anxious, though. What if they couldn't find him? For some reason, the locator spell they were using was unable to give them a specific location. It only confirmed that he was somewhere in the vicinity of Diagon Alley. Then it happened. Lily and James saw 2 people enter Diagon Alley. They were an odd-looking pair, which was saying something when looking at the wizards and witches scurrying around the alley on their errands. The man was tall and dressed in some sort of all-black uniform that she did not recognize, and a matching black cape. The lack of color only accentuated his pale skin and cold golden eyes. The woman was dressed in light browns and wore a robe over her clothes. Even from a distance, Lily could see a look of confusion pass over the woman's face as she looked around Diagon Alley. James was also staring at the pair. There was something familiar about the man. For a moment, their eyes met and James gasped, "Lily, it's him. That's Harry with that woman by the leaky cauldron." Lily sucked in her breath sharply as she recognized the similarity to James in his face and hair. Those eyes, she thought in horror. How did he get those eyes? Before they could move closer to the entrance and talk to him, there were a series cracks, signaling the apparition of wizards into the alley. Startled, James spun around to see approximately 15 wizards, all cloaked in black robes and wearing white skull masks. "Lily, it's the Death Eaters. Try and reach Harry to get him out of here. We can't lose him now. Not after we just found him again." James said all this while pulling his wand. Lily nodded her head and began to make her way towards Harry when she heard the Death Eaters start casting spells. Splitting her attention between Harry and the Death Eaters, she was only able to advance at an agonizingly slow pace. She was distracted for a moment when she saw a blasting curse explode against a wall near Harry. Her attention quickly came back to him when she heard a snap hiss, and suddenly she saw a blood-red beam of energy spring to life from Harry's hands. This was followed by similar snap hiss from his companion as a yellow beam appeared in her hands, extending both upwards and downwards into a staff. Revan and Bastila had just entered Diagon Alley when he caught sight of his parents. In shock from the sudden appearance of his parents, he barely noticed the arrival of the Death Eaters. His attention was brought back to abrupt focus when they began to attack people. Revan almost smiled. This was easy. There was no doubt in his actions. These people were enemies, and they would die as such. They may not be as dark as the Massassi, but it was clear that they had given themselves over to the dark side and served it eagerly. With practiced ease, he drew his lightsaber and activated the weapon. Instantly, he was rewarded with a soft hum and a blood-red beam of energy. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bastila had also brought out her saber staff and was preparing for battle. Lily could only watch and wonder as Revan and Bastila prepared to advance on the Death Eaters. Suddenly, Revan blurred into motion as he let the rage of the dark side flow through him, enhancing his speed and reflexes. Charging forward faster than the eye could track, Revan leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the clustered Death Eaters. He acted immediately and fed his anger and hate into the Force, creating a bubble around him that exploded outward, slamming into the Death Eaters and knocking them to the ground. Still moving with speed enhanced by the dark side, Revan concentrated again and channeled the dark side through his hands and shot out brilliant blue-white bolts of lighting that struck the nearest Death Eater. Smoke rose from the man's robes and mask as he was fried by the power flowing into him before finally bursting into flame. Revan cut off his attack when he heard one of the Death Eaters shout some strange words he didn't recognize. He didn't want to take the chance of whatever it was hitting him, so he swung his lightsaber into its path, directing the bolt of green energy into a nearby building. The curse blew a portion of the wall up, leaving a gaping hole. Revan retaliated by using the Force grip and seized the man, lifting him into the air by his throat. With the other Death Eaters regaining their feet, Revan did not have time to play, so he simply broke the man's neck and let him fall to the ground. Now that more of the Death Eaters had re-entered the fight, he began to concentrate on using his lightsaber to deflect the beams and attack when given the opportunity. He swung his blade, quickly intercepting attack after attack. In short order, 3 separate Death Eaters were on the ground, screaming and grasping at the remains of their wand arms. Their attacks had been deflected back at them, destroying their wands and mutilating their wand arms. Despite his skill and his enhanced speed, Revan was being pushed back by the 10 remaining Death Eaters. Then Bastila entered the fray. With her saber staff spinning, deflecting incoming attacks, she used the Force push to knock 2 of the Death Eaters off their feet. Getting into position so that she and Revan were back-to-back, they both began to swing their sabers in ever-increasing speed as they blocked and deflected the attacks sent at them by the Death Eaters. After getting the measure of the Death Eaters' abilities, Bastila began to advance, increasing the distance between her and Revan. The space in front of her took on almost a solid yellow hue as her staff spun rapidly, deflecting the incoming attacks. Then she changed from defense to attack after deflecting another attack. She dove forward into a roll, ending in a kneeling position directly in front of a pair of Death Eaters. Before they could react to her proximity, she slashed her staff across their legs. The Death Eaters screamed and fell to the pavement as the staff burned through their legs just above the knee. A second slash to their necks silenced their screams, and she stood to face her next opponent. Revan changed his stance after Bastila started to advance. He continued to deflect the incoming attacks for a moment before deciding that a change of tactics was in order. There were still 8 men attacking them. He drew his blaster in one hand, and once again, lightning arced out from his other hand into the nearest Death Eater. Splitting his focus, he maintained the lightning long enough to kill the man while he opened fire with his blaster on a cluster of 3 Death Eaters. Lily made her way over to James. No one was doing anything to help Revan and Bastila. The Aurors, Order of the Phoenix, and James and Lily stood by and watched the beautiful, yet deadly dance that was taking place in front of them. None of them had ever seen anything like the weapons that were being used. Somehow they were able to block or deflect every incoming spell, even the unforgivables. James watched as the man who he thought was Harry strike a second man with lightning coming from his hand, while shooting some red spell from something that almost looked like a muggle gun. The first 2 spells dissipated harmlessly over the hastily erected shield, but the third spell shattered it, and the fourth struck the Death Eater in the chest. James was not sure if the man was stunned or dead, but either way he was out of the fight. The woman was just as deadly. She was swinging her staff with incredible speed, blocking the spells coming at her and sending them back towards the Death Eaters, forcing them to dodge out of the way. Now that there were only 3 Death Eaters in fighting condition, Revan and Bastila advanced rapidly. Though it seemed longer, the fight had only taken mere minutes so far. James watched in awe and a little fear as Harry, Revan, raised his free hand and 2 of the remaining Death Eaters rose into the air, screaming in agony as their arms and legs were pressed painfully tight against their bodies. Then Revan clenched his fist, and the sound of breaking bones could clearly be heard across the alley as the 2 Death Eaters were crushed by some unseen force and fell to the pavement mangled and dead. Bastila severed the last Death Eater's arm before he could get another spell off and spun her staff high in a follow-up attack. The man's headless body sank to the ground and his head rolled towards a nearby aura. With the death of the last Death Eater, the only sounds that could be heard in Diagon Alley was the steady hum of Bastila's saber staff. Meet the Parents, A/N1. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Star Wars. A/N2. Thanks for all the reviews. Spells or Force Powers. Chapter 7. Meet the Parents, July 22nd, 2007. Diagon Alley, London, UK. James just stood there for a moment following the surprisingly quick conclusion to the Death Eater attack. He could feel Lily's hand squeezing his as he watched his son ruthlessly dispatch the Death Eaters. Two feelings were warring inside him at the moment. Part of him was worried about Harry's actions. What kind of past did he have that he was able to kill so easily? The larger part of him was filled with relief and pride. Relief that Harry had not been raised by a Death Eater, and pride that Harry put his life on the line for others because, based on what he had witnessed, Harry could have simply avoided the battle and left everyone to fend for themselves. Lily had a different reaction than James. When they had first arrived at Diagon Alley, her only thought had been to find Harry and never let him go again. It had been close to 26 years since they had seen him, but the ache of his loss had never left her. Even the birth of his sister Haley, which was an extremely happy event for the couple, also served as a reminder that their family was still missing someone. Then, just as James had spotted him, the Death Eaters attacked. She felt a pit form in her stomach as she saw the Death Eaters begin to attack. She couldn't lose Harry now, not when she had just found him again. Like everyone in the alley, she had been stunned by the weapons that he used. But now she didn't know what to feel. Her son had just killed or helped to kill close to 15 men. While Lily was trying to decide how to feel, Revan and Bastila were moving to a back-to-back position once again. Revan didn't think these people were enemies, but he was not prepared to roll over if someone got twitchy. He couldn't believe his parents were here. They looked exactly as the vision showed them. He felt like running. What would his parents think of him? Despite his fear of their reaction, he found himself wanting to know his parents. He hadn't cared about others or what others thought of him in so long. Now, he found himself weighing his decisions against the outlook of Bastila. Revan wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. The Masasi were here on this planet, and a half-hearted approach would only doom them all. Shaking his head of these thoughts, he returned his focus to the people standing around them. Based on what he had seen, the wands were their only weapons. He had not seen any of them use the Force without one. Perhaps they were not able to. Regardless, the attackers had been able to accomplish much more with the use of a wand than he would have suspected. Bastila stood with her back to Revan and her saber staff in a ready position. She could tell that no one knew what to do. By the way people were staring, it was clear that they had never seen anything like a lightsaber before. She studied the men and women around them. The tension was building as everyone continued to stare silently. Crack! Sirius Black, Auror Captain, and 5 Aurors operated in a Diagon Alley and almost precipitated another battle. At the sound of apparition, one of the jumpy Aurors near Bastila raised his wand to snap off a spell. However, before he could even begin the incantation, Bastila swung her saber staff in an arc and sliced right through the wand just inches from his hand. Breaking free from his daze, James yelled, "Stop! You won't hurt my son!" James then stepped over the Revan, who was watching him warily. James raised his own wand and turned his back to Revan and Bastila so that he could help protect them. Sirius was lost. He had been notified of the attack less than 5 minutes ago. The Order of the Phoenix hadn't even arrived yet, but all the Death Eaters were dead or unconscious. Finally, he asked James, "What are you talking about?" James shook his head and replied, "I don't want to get into it here. Lily and I are taking these two somewhere safe." Revan, Bastila, and Lily all looked strangely at James as he said this. Revan frowned for a second before shrugging his shoulders. "James the First can't let anyone leave. We need to interview everyone to find out the facts of what happened." Sirius explained. "Sirius, there were Aurors in the alley that witnessed the entire attack. I am sure they can give you a detailed accounting." Thinking the issue was decided, James pulled out a port key from a pocket in his robe. Sirius stepped up to James and put a hand on his arm. James, you can't just leave the scene like that. He held up his hand to stop James from objecting. I'm willing to go with you and question them there. My team can do the rounds here. By this time, Revan had reholstered his blaster and Bastila had deactivated her saber staff. After James' comment, they shared another look that said to go along with things for now, but be prepared for anything. James motioned Lily to join them and asked Revan and Bastila to grab onto the metal ring he was holding. They shared another brief look with each other before complying. Sirius had just grabbed onto the ring when James said, Potter Manor. Revan and Bastila felt an uncomfortable tug behind their navels when the port key activated. Seconds later, they were dumped unceremoniously on the stone floor of Potter Manor. Revan was up, immediately scanning the room for exits and any sign of danger. Bastila was kneeling on one knee, prepared to pounce, as she took stock of their surroundings. Potter Manor, Godric's Hollow, UK. They arrived in a large open room that appeared to be the main entrance. It had granite walls and dark marble floors. A large tapestry hung in plain view from the large oak door that depicted what Revan assumed was the Potter family crest. The crest was a deep forest green with two golden stags facing each reared up in challenge. The room itself was sparsely furnished with sturdy wooden benches near the door and a small table next to the wall in the rear of the room. James led everyone to a small study off the main entrance. It had the same dark marble floors of the main entrance, but the stone walls were replaced with mahogany wood paneling. The walls were lined with bookcases that were filled with both books and assorted pictures. A large desk was at one end of the room, and a small table with chairs sat on the opposite side. The large fireplace near the table was currently dark. Revan took a seat facing the door. His choice was not lost on Bastila, or took the seat next to him. After everyone had taken a seat, they sat and stared at each other. No one seemed to know what to say. Finally, Revan said, Would you care to explain where we are or why you brought us here? Sirius added abruptly, Yeah, I'd like to know why you would bring two potentially dangerous strangers here. Bastila just sat there observing everyone. She smiled grimly at Sirius' comment because it was true. James was nervous, but he found it a little easier to begin now that someone had spoken up. Sirius, I can't be 100 till I check with the paternity spell, but I think this is Harry. His eyebrows practically rose to his hairline before Sirius said, James, I realize that he looks a lot like you, but Harry has been gone for 26 years now. Revan stayed quiet during the exchange. He knew that James was his father from the vision, but he was curious why James was so sure he was his son. James turned and focused on Revan and studied him for a moment before answering. I know he looks like me, but that isn't it. I always had a connection with Harry since the time I first held him in my arms. For the first time since his disappearance, I feel that connection again. Lily spoke up, finally guessing what Sirius was about to say. Sirius, we spoke with Albus this morning. He showed us a life stone this morning that he had attuned to Harry when he was born. All we knew was that Harry was somewhere in London. But he told us that Harry was dead. Why would he do that? If he had a life stone, he should have been to locate him. Sirius asked. None of the spells worked. They couldn't find him anywhere on Earth. Yet the stone didn't turn black, so he knew that Harry was alive. Revan smirked at this answer. It was no wonder they couldn't find him. He had been on a different planet entirely. James frowned when he saw Revan smirk. Surely he didn't think it was funny that they thought he was dead. Sirius saw the smirk as well and said accusingly, What, do you think it's funny that they thought you were dead? Do you know what kind of hell they have been through? Revan cut Sirius off in mid-rant. I think you have misunderstood me. I was laughing at the James explanation. Once you are satisfied that I am their son, I will tell you why. James felt some relief at Revan's answer. Do you mind if I cast a paternity spell on you now? It will simply show the names of your parents. Revan said, Yes, you can run your test. James pulled his wand and muttered something under his breath. A soft green beam of light issued forth from the tip of his wand, striking Revan in his chest. The glow spread over Revan's body, and finally 2 names formed over his head. There is soft green glowing letters were the names James Hayden Potter and Lily Marie Potter. After seeing the names floating above his head, Lily burst into tears. Despite her misgivings, this was still her son. knocking over her chair as she stood up. She rushed around the table and practically bowled Revan over as she grabbed him in a fierce hug and sobbed on his shoulder. James wasn't far behind in grabbing onto Revan as well. Both were afraid that he would disappear from their lives again. Bastila took one look at Revan and burst out laughing at the expression on his face. His gold eyes were wide, and a panicked expression was on his face as his parents hugged him. Bastila just couldn't believe it as she bent over with the force of her laughter. Here was Revan, one of the most feared men in the entire Republic, looking terrified and powerless as he was embraced by these two people. Sirius scowled as he saw Bastila laughing. "I don't see what is so funny." Bastila thought over her answer. She needed to be careful. If Revan were able to establish a relationship with his parents, it would make it harder for him to slip back to the dark side. While she thought the father might understand some of Revan's rationale, she did not think his mother would. James and Lily had finally returned to their seats by the time Bastila answered. "Revan is one of the best military commanders that I know of." The expression on his face when his parents were hugging him was priceless. James asked a question now. "Why do you keep calling him Revan?" "His name is Harry." Revan knew that Bastila was leaving him a way to avoid some of his sins and appreciated her even more for it. He turned his attention to Lily and James and said, "I have been called Revan all my life. While it is nice to know what my name once was, I have paid a high price to change it now." He paused to let that sink in for a moment before he continued with his story. "I laughed earlier at your choice of words when you said that it appeared that I was nowhere on Earth because you were more right than you know. Something about Revan and this woman bothered Sirius. He had never seen wounds like the kind on the Death Eaters, and the idea that his godson could kill them so easily was very unsettling. He decided that he needed to get the story of what happened before he learned more about Revan. "So," Sirius interrupted Revan, "as much as I want to know where you have been all these years, I need to ask you some questions about the attack." Lily was about to protest when Bastila cut her off and asked, "What did you want to know?" "First off, I need to see your wand to know what spells you cast." Sirius looked at Revan and Bastila expectantly. Revan let Bastila take the lead. "That might be difficult since we don't have wands. How could you take down so many Death Eaters so quickly if you don't have wands?" Sirius demanded. James and Lily were curious as well, though nowhere near as agitated as Sirius appeared to be. "I use this," Bastila answered, simply holding up her saber staff and activating it. Sirius just stared at it. He had never seen anything like it. "Where did you get that? Is it some kind of dark magic?" he asked accusingly. James was getting fed up with Sirius. He just couldn't understand his reaction. "Sirius, back off." "No, James. He may be your son, but we don't know anything about him. He could be in league with Voldemort for all we know," Sirius said angrily. Something about Harry or Revan, whatever he was calling himself, was off. His showing up at Diagon Alley just in time for the attack was too convenient. Even Lily was getting defensive now. "That's ridiculous. They didn't do anything until the Death Eaters attacked." "Exactly. What were they doing there in the first place?" "I'm going to take them with me to the Ministry where I can question them properly." Sirius finished practically shouting. "No, Sirius, you're not taking them anywhere. I didn't just get him back to let you take him away again," James said in a very quiet voice that sent shivers down Sirius' spine. He narrowed his eyes and wondered again why James and Lily were reacting so strongly. Sure, it was their son, but he was just a cold-blooded killer in Sirius' mind. The fact that he had killed people didn't seem to be bothering him at all. "Fine, James, they can stay here tonight. But if they are not in my office tomorrow morning, you better expect to see a team of Aurors show up at your door to bring them in," Sirius growled. Revan and Bastila stood up at this point. Revan said in calm but deadly voice, "What gave you the impression that we would let you take us anywhere?" Before Sirius could finish drawing his wand to back up his threat, the room was filled with a soft hum as Revan's blood-red lightsaber and Bastila's yellow saber staff flared into life. Bastila purred, "I would put that away if you want to keep your arm. We have done nothing wrong. We simply defended ourselves and the people of that alley place from those hostiles." Sirius just stared at the glowing lightsabers in front of him before putting his wand back in its holster. He spun and walked out of the room, only pausing for a moment to say, "Remember what I said, James." Seconds later, They heard the slam of a door and knew that Sirius had left. The four adults looked at each other for a moment, and then Bastila and Revan deactivated their sabers. Everyone returned to their seats when James apologized for Sirius. Lily asked softly, Harry, Revan, can you tell us what happened to you? Revan answered, I was taken by a woman named Krya and brought to a different planet to be raised by a group of warriors called the Mandalorians. What? She brought you to a different planet? That's not even possible. James exclaimed. There's a lot out there that you don't know about. This world is fairly primitive compared to the worlds of the Republic. Let me get through this, and then you can ask questions. Then Revan went on to describe his time with the Mandalorians and his subsequent training to be a Jedi. Lily found herself crying once more as she listened to her son recount his life. No one should be raised in such an environment. Of course, this thought was fighting with the fact that the galaxy was teeming with alien races, and traveling from planet to planet was no different than going to Europe. You said that you paid too high a price to go back to calling yourself Harry. What did you mean by that? Bastila understood why he was reticent about sharing some of his darkest deeds with his parents. For herself, she was still surprised at her willingness to work with Revan. Not too long ago, she had been intent on capturing and potentially killing him to rid the galaxy of the threat he posed. Then she was forced to listen to what he had to say, and she could hear the truth behind it. She would never allow herself to sink to the depths that he had regardless of the cause. His intentions and the threat of the Massassi themselves were also a mitigating factor in her new stance with Revan. If she can keep him on the gray path that he appeared to be trying to walk, then he would once again become one of the Republic's greatest assets. Clearing her head of these thoughts, she took over the story for Revan. She began to describe the Mandalorian War and Revan's role in it. She didn't leave much out. Revan filled in the holes in her account, adding in details about Zun and Malak Hervey. After they finished describing the war, Revan answered Lily's question. I was in charge. I personally led assaults or ordered attacks. Men flocked to my banner at my call. They fought and died in my name and in the name of the Republic. It would dishonor their sacrifice and their memory for me to take my birth name once again. I say this not to hurt you, but my name will always be Revan, Bloodraven. James sensed there was more to the story and said so. Bastila was about to speak, but Revan cut her off. He didn't think she would betray his secrets to his parents, but it would be better coming from him directly. Yes, almost immediately on the heels of the Mandalorian War, there was a... He paused as though searching for the right word. There was a civil war. It is still going on now. Like before, I was a major figure in the war. Bastila understood what Revan was doing, but there was a voice in the back of her mind urging her to clarify that Revan started the war. She held her tongue, though. In the end, it would come out, but right now it could destroy any chance at a relationship with his parents, and she wanted that in place to help anchor him. Revan looked at her gratefully before James asked, if the war is still going on, why are you back on Earth? He didn't get the impression that Revan would run from a fight. I was betrayed by my second in command. He and a large contingent of our forces attacked my flagship while we were orbiting a planet undergoing repairs. Shortly before the attack, though, I received a vision from the Force showing me brief flashes of your life here on Earth. It was the first time I knew you were alive and where you were. I had been thinking of coming here and had gone so far as to have the computer calculate the course. When we were attacked, the ship and computer were damaged, and we were only able to go to the last programmed destination, in this case Earth. Lily had recovered her composure. Her son's life had been very hard. She never wanted him to have to face such things. But he had also seen places and met beings beyond her wildest imagination. She wondered if he was ever innocent after he had been taken from them. Still, she was curious. Is ship in orbit then? Can we see it? Shaking her head, Bastila answered, no, the ship was destroyed shortly after we entered this solar system. The damage to the engines was too severe and they overloaded. We escaped on a small gunboat with a handful of crew members. Revan stood up. Why don't you take a few minutes to let everything sink in? I need to contact my men to check in. With that, Revan left the room to give his parents some privacy. Bastila followed him. James understood better now why he felt such a connection with Harry. Revan corrected himself mentally. Beyond the mere fact that Revan was his son and he loved him immensely, they had similar experiences. As an unspeakable, he had killed more than his share of dark wizards and creatures. He knew what it was like to make the hard choices and send men into situations knowing that they would most likely die. Without realizing it, he had recognized the look in his son's eyes. It spoke of a willingness to do what needs to be done and the knowledge that he would pay the price regardless of the outcome. Lily wasn't sure what to feel. Like James, she loved her son and was ecstatic to have him back with them. She was more reticent, though. Even knowing more about him, she still was having a difficult time reconciling her baby boy with the man she saw in Diagon Alley. The cold, dispassionate side of her recognized the necessity of his actions, but it did little else to put her ease. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. For the second time that day, the face of Sirius Black appeared in his fireplace. Albus, of course, invited Sirius to come on through. Once Sirius had taken a seat, Albus wasted little time on small talk. Sirius, what happened today at Diagon Alley? None of the Order members were able to give me any details. Albus asked. He hadn't heard anything from Lily and James either. He could only hope that they had found young Harry. That's because the attack was over before any of us even got there. The 15 Death Eaters involved in the attack were either killed or incapacitated. Shock shone clearly on Albus' face at Sirius' words. Killed, Sirius replied tiredly. The fight with James earlier that day was wearing on him. Yeah, they were killed. It was Harry Potter and some woman with him. Albus paled even further, his face now the color of parchment. You're sure it was Harry Potter and not some imposter? Yes. James even cast a paternity spell on him, proving that he was Harry. Though he calls himself Revan now, Sirius said bitterly. Albus was thinking quickly. He had hoped that Harry would be someone that he could use as a banner carrier to rally the wizarding world behind him. If he was willing to kill so recklessly, though, he would have to rethink his plans. Maybe he could use James and Lily to bring him around to the proper way of thinking. How did James and Lily react? Both were overjoyed that they had Harry back with them. Lily seemed unsure how to deal with the events of Diagon Alley. The thing that surprised me, though, was James' attitude. It didn't seem to bother him at all. This will require some thought on my part. What about his companion? She's just as bad as he is. Didn't seem to mind at all that she had killed a number of men. What's your impression of them? Albus asked. Plans were forming in his head, but it would take some effort on his part to bring them about. I don't know. If you had told me yesterday that I was going to be reunited with my godson today, I would have been over the moon. Now, though, I don't know. It's not just what happened in Diagon Alley. There is just something that doesn't feel right about him. Something happened to his eyes, too. They are gold instead of green. And it isn't the amber that Remus gets when the werewolf is coming out. It is an eerie and unsettling gold color. What did your Aurors think of today's events? Frankly, the ones that were present for the attack are terrified of him. According to them, he threw lightning and was using wandless magic left and right. That doesn't even begin to explain some funky weapons he has. I have never heard of anything similar to them in the magic or muggle world. Albus and Sirius continued to discuss the implications of Harry's return and whether he would play a role in the war against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Sirius was not aware of the prophecy, and Albus was feverishly trying to come up with ways to tie Harry to the light. If the eyewitness accounts were even halfway accurate, Harry would make a dangerous enemy and surely tip the scales in Voldemort's favor if he were to join forces with him. Somewhere in UK, in a dimly room, two figures dressed entirely in black stood facing each other. Each man held an almost glass-like sword of incredible sharpness. It was clear that larger of the men was holding back, occasionally slapping the other with the flat of his blade hard enough to draw blood along its edge. Then the smaller man stopped and held his sword point down to show submission. When the other man also lowered his sword, he looked into the red and gold-colored eyes of his master and said, Master, do you sense it? There are force wielders on the planet. Kale Corpus replied to his apprentice, yes. It appears that a new threat has arisen to challenge our control of this backward planet. Do you think it could be other Missassy? Hito Malico asked respectfully. No, they would have contacted us. Plus, we do not have the men to spare on this rock while we are putting down the uprising in our empire. Is it possible that we simply sense the natives? We have seen what they can do with those wands of theirs. Again, I do not think so. The Force wielders were working with the Force and not forcing it to act through those wands. It leaves an entirely different signature. No, I think we have Jedi on the planet. He finished his last sentence with a sneer on his face. The Jedi were nothing compared to the Massassi. They ignored the power offered by the dark side of the Force, forever crippling their abilities and power. If his suspicions were correct, the Jedi should prove to be no match for himself or his apprentice. What do we do? For now, we do nothing. But soon it will be time to take a more active role in guiding our agents on this rock. The dark side already covers this planet in a shroud. It will soon be time for that darkness to be made absolute. Then we have a new planet to add to the Sith Empire. Enter the authority figures. A/N1. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Star Wars. A/N2. Thanks for all the reviews. Spells or Force powers. Chapter 8. Enter the authority figures July 22nd, 2007. Potter Manor, Godric's Hollow, UK. After Revan and Bastila left the room, James and Lily sat in their chairs for a moment longer thinking on everything that Revan and Bastila had told them. James was astounded at the type of life that his son had. He was proud of the man he had met today. Still, he was troubled, not so much by what he heard, but by what he suspected had not been told. He could only hope that Revan would trust him once they had a chance to get to know each other. Lily, I'm going to ask Revan and Bastila to stay for dinner, James said with a slightly nervous tone. He wasn't sure how Lily was taking their son's revelations. Lily had a silk handkerchief in her hands and had been using it to dab at the tears that occasionally fell from eyes. Are you sure? Do you really want to expose Haley to him? James' face fell at Lily's questions. He sighed softly before answering. I think Haley deserves the chance to meet her brother. I think he could help her cope with the events of the war. Besides, she won't be back till later this week. Lily was practically wringing her hands now. But you saw how they killed those men. Maybe Sirius is right, maybe they're no different than the Death Eaters. James leaned forward in his chair and looked at Lily in shocked dismay. I can't believe you would even think that they are the same as Death Eaters. Lily cut him off and said heatedly, they killed them the same way the Death Eaters kill innocent bystanders. What am I supposed to think? James was angry now, and his body showed it in the way his hands turned white as they gripped the arms of the chair. They're different because they did what needed to be done. Revan and Bastila did not enjoy killing those men. They didn't revel in it. I wish there were more wizards and witches willing to do what they did. If there were, Voldemort might never have risen to power in the first place. Lily gaped at James, her mouth opening and closing several times before she finally found her voice. What happened to you? When we were first married, you never would have supported what they did. You would have been as upset as Sirius and I are. I grew up something you and Sirius had not done. He retorted hotly. Sirius and Lily and many of the Order didn't really understand the nature of what they were fighting in his opinion. Oh yes, because clearly we are immature, because we don't condone killing. No, but you refuse to admit that there are circumstances where the normal rules don't apply. I never said to kill all criminals. However, I do advocate the killing of Death Eaters. We are war whether you want to admit that or not, and the Death Eaters are soldiers for the other side. Phoenix, do what you want, but don't expect me to welcome them with open arms. He may be my son, but that doesn't mean I will support or condone his actions. Lily stood and stormed out of the room, taking a different door that led away from the entrance hall. James just leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. Once he might have thought the same way as Lily and Sirius, but that changed the night he thought his son had died. Flashback, Ministry of Magic, November 11th, 1981. A couple of weeks later, after the attack on his home that took the life of his son, James went back at work in the Department for International Affairs at the Ministry. It was a Wednesday around lunchtime. He was sitting at his desk lost in thought as he stared at a picture of Lily and Harry. Looking up, he said, "Come in," when he heard a knock at his door. A tall, well-built man with short brown hair and blue eyes walked into the office and closed the door behind him. James' hand went for his wand when the stranger started to cast a spell. He only relaxed when he realized it was a privacy ward. He was curious now who this man was and what he wanted. Once the man completed the ward, he took a seat across from James. "Mr. Potter, First, let me express my deepest condolences for your loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child," he said softly. James could feel tears start to prickle his eyes. He took a moment to compose himself before he said, "Thank you, but I am sure you didn't come for that." The man let a small smile form, not much more than an upturning of the corners of his mouth. "No, I came to talk to you about a job." James was taken by surprise. "Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Mr. Potter, I am a member of the Department of Mysteries. I am an unspeakable agent. We would like you to join us as an agent." James fell back into his chair. "Me? You want me to be an unspeakable? Why?" The man had lost his smile and was looking deadly serious as he explained, "Mr. Potter, you are certainly not the only parent to have lost a child to Voldemort. Based on our observations of you, we feel that you may be amenable to the types of activities that our agents undertake." "What activities?" "Before I go on, I will warn you that if you decide not to take our offer, I will be forced to obliviate this conversation. Do you understand?" The man asked, his tone stating that this was not a joke. James could only nod. The man continued to explain, "You could think of us as international aurors. However, we do not arrest our targets." James had no illusions about what the man was saying. "So you want me to be an assassin?" James asked. His displeasure at the idea was showing clearly on his face. Since his son had died, James had decided that there were indeed some criminals that should be killed rather than arrested, but not all crimes were deserving of that kind of retribution. "Let me explain, we are not assassins. First, as members of the Department of Mysteries, we are completely independent of the minister, so there are no politically motivated targets. Second, we do not go after all criminals. We target only Dark Lords or potential Dark Lords." James was somewhat relieved to hear that, but then he felt anger smolder. "If you go after Dark Lords, why did you wait until some prophecy declared my son as the only threat to Voldemort? Couldn't you have taken him out before that?" The man looked at James with sympathy and answered, "Unfortunately, even though we are independent, there are still some laws that we must follow. The key law in this case being that we can't operate within the UK. It is something we have been trying to change, but we have had little success." "How would it work?" James asked. His mind was going a minute jumping from topic to topic as he processed what the man was saying. This would give him a way to honor Harry's memory and hopefully help prevent other parents from having to bury their children. Everything would remain largely the same. You would undergo some special training to make sure you had the necessary skills and practice. This job here would be your cover, and as threats are identified, you and a team of agents would be sent out to neutralize it. "Can I tell my wife?" James asked, already knowing the answer. "No, I'm sorry. The fewer people that know, the better, given the nature of our work. If you ever need to talk to someone other than an agent, we have hired Muggle therapists to help deal with issues as they arise." James just nodded his head as he listened to the man. Could he do this? Could he keep such a large part of his life secret from Lily? Part of him was happy that he couldn't tell her. He didn't think she would understand. It was then he realized that he already decided that he would take the job. "I'll do it," James said simply, but with conviction in his voice. This was his chance. Not at revenge, because nothing he did would bring Harry back, but to stand up and make sure it never happened again. In flashback, James stood up and went back to the entrance hall to find Revan and invite him to stay. He didn't have to look long. Just seconds after he had made it to the entrance hall, Revan walked in through the front door. James smiled as he felt a wave of happiness wash over him. "Revan, I don't know if you have a place to stay, but I would like it if you would stay here. At a minimum, would you be willing to stay for dinner? Plus, you need to meet your sister, and she won't be back until later in the week." James asked. It was clear to Revan that James wanted him to stay. It was strange. It felt like he had a bond with James similar to the one he had with Bastila. Somehow James was able to reach those parts of his personality that he had repressed for so long. Without meaning to, Revan hesitated in answering. James saw the hesitation and rushed on. "Bastila would also be welcome. We have more than enough space here, and it wouldn't be any problem. It would also give us a chance to get to know each other again." Revan was about to answer before James cut him off again. Revan almost laughed at how nervous James appeared now as he said, "Revan, I know there are parts of your life that you kept from us." James paused to take a breath before he continued, "Don't worry, I won't ask you about them. Once we know each other better, I would hope that you will trust me enough to share them. Until that happens, I just want to spend time with my son and make up for the last 26 years. Despite himself, Revan felt something stir within him at James' honest intentions. I need to speak with Bastila, but I think I would like to stay for the night and dinner at a minimum. James just beamed at him. His smile couldn't physically get any bigger. Revan asked a question. What about Lily? How does she feel about me staying here? Grimacing slightly and looking away, James answered, she is going to need time. Revan was impassive as he replied, that's what I expected. You seem to be much more pragmatic regarding today's events and my history. Yes, well, there are some things I can't share with you right now that would explain that. Maybe in the future, but suffice it to say that your mother and I have dramatically different opinions on the disposition of certain criminal elements. Revan chuckled at the euphemism. James broke out in a grin again. It was the first time he had heard Revan laugh, and it changed his appearance dramatically. He lost his world-weary countenance for that few seconds, and James wanted nothing more than to make him laugh again. Revan asked, who were those men that attacked today? They weren't very effective from a combat perspective, but I assume they were not the run-of-the-mill criminals either. James shrugged, not really wanting to get into it at the moment. Why don't we wait to discuss that until after dinner? Then I can explain it to you and Bastila at the same time. On that note, I'll go ask her about dinner. I haven't had a chance to look around. Are we secluded here? James was puzzled by the question, but answered anyway. Yes, we are. Godric's Hollow is the closet town, but that is 10 kilometers away. The only thing around here is forest. Why? Revan just smiled and said, good. It should make keeping in touch with my men easier. Then he turned on his heel and walked back outside to find Bastila. James just stood there for a second wondering what his son was going to do before going off to find Lily. Once outside, Revan started to wander around, taking a look at the grounds as well as looking for Bastila. James wasn't kidding when he said that there was no one in the vicinity. The land surrounding the manor were covered in green rolling hills. Not too far he could see the forest that James had mentioned. He would have to check it out, but from he could see, it should be dense enough to provide cover for his gunship. When he turned the corner to walk towards the rear of the manor, he almost ran into Bastila. He smiled as he saw the normally unflappable Jedi jumped at the sight of him. Once she noticed him smiling at her, she scowled and said sarcastically, I wouldn't be laughing too much if I were you. I'm not the one that started to panic when my parents hugged me. Revan actually blushed at the comment, which Bastila found extremely funny. Who knew it was so easy to embarrass the man? James invited us to stay for dinner, and if we want, we can stay the night. Bastila shrugged her shoulders and said, it makes no difference to me. I wouldn't complain if we had something other than emergency rations for a change. Still thinking with your stomach, I see. I would have expected you to grow out of that by now, but I suppose that would be too much to hope for. Maybe your mother can make a special treat for her little boy. Bastila paused for a second as she watched Revan frown at the statement. Don't you like her? This time it was Revan who shrugged. I don't think she approves of either of us. Apparently we were too brutal during the attack. She agreed with that other fellow that we should not have killed those men. What about your father? She asked. Revan needed a positive influence other than herself if he was going to soften his methods at all. He was more comfortable with it. James seems to recognize the need to take definitive action when the situation calls for it. Bastila was relieved to hear this. Good. It sounds like James has the potential to be a strong influence in helping Revan to walk the fine line between light and dark. Do you like him? It would be good to have people we can trust. Yes, I think I do. There is a connection between us, like there is between you and me. On a separate topic, we need to learn more about the men that attacked the alley today. James promised he would explain more about the situation this evening when we were all together. What about the ship? Are we going to return this evening? Bastila asked. I was thinking about having them move the ship to that forest over there. According to James, it is pretty extensive, and this is the only residence within 10 kilometers. It should be more than dense enough to provide cover. I think that is a good idea. We are going to need a base of operations to work from, and your parents, or at least your dad, may prove to be an invaluable resource. That was my thought too. Plus, we need to learn more about how they are using the Force. It doesn't feel natural to me. Revan said softly. No, it doesn't, and the dark side seems to hang over everything like a fog. It's even bad here, though it is not likely that your parents do not subscribe to the philosophy of the Sith. I am going to meditate to try and cleanse my mind of any residue. Wait, I will join you. Just let me tell James that we will join them for dinner. Revan said, and then walked back towards the manor to speak with James. While he was walking, he replayed his conversation with Bastila in his head. She was subtle, but it was evident to him that she was trying very hard to foster a relationship with at least one of his parents. It was obvious that she hoped he would be less likely to use the same sorts of tactics that had started the Civil War if he surrounded himself with those more closely aligned to the light side. A cold, calculating smile took shape on Revan's face. He knew that Bastila was going to make an effort to help him walk a new path. Maybe the bond that had existed between them so long ago would strengthen once more. If he could strengthen it, he may be able to bring her to the dark side. Her own intentions could be used against her to subtly train her in the ways of the dark side. Yes, this had possibilities, and she would be different than Malik. She would not have it in her to betray him. She had already had many opportunities to attack him, and she had not taken any of them. Even after his betrayal, Revan found that he missed having a connection with his former friend. Malik had first been a friend, and then his apprentice. The nature of that relationship necessitated a certain distance and wariness between them. With Bastila, he would not feel threatened, and he would see to it that she was convinced of his desire to change. By the time she realized the truth, she would be joined to him and serve the dark side willingly. His father could be an issue, though. Despite his desire to meet his family, he had never expected to share a bond with either of his parents. However unlikely it may seem, he seemed to have a familial bond with his father similar in nature to his bond with Bastila, even though he hadn't seen or known the man for 26 years. Still, his father could prove useful in gathering allies and finding the Massassi. It would not do to lower his guard too much or share his secrets too soon. The bond was too fragile and must grow before he could show his true face. For the first time in a long while, Revan took pleasure in the knowledge of the battles that were sure to come. He would see this world cleansed of the Massassi taint or burn in the effort. However, it would require careful planning on his part. He had to appear to make changes in his beliefs. Not that he was going to change his tactics entirely. Today's battle proved that. However, maybe it would be possible to limit the collateral damage until he had greater support. Later that evening, Revan and Bastila had dinner with James and Lily. There was an air of forced politeness during dinner, and it was obvious to all involved that Lily did not approve of their actions. She refused to talk about anything related to the attack and kept her conversation strictly to small talk. James was angry with Lily for making things so difficult. Finally, after dessert had been served, James brought up the attack. Lily's eyes flashed in anger at the topic before she politely excused herself. Revan and Bastila watched her go. After being raised first as a Mandalorian and then as a Jedi, Revan found himself indifferent to his mother and unconcerned with her reactions. He didn't feel the same sort of connection to he that he did to his father. Revan finally asked the question that had been hanging over them the entire dinner. Who were those men that attacked the alley today? James reached for his wine glass and took a large swallow before answering. The men who attacked Diagon Alley were Death Eaters. They are servants of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Seeing no recognition in either Revan's or Bastila's eyes, he continued, close to 40 years ago, Voldemort first began his attacks on the wizarding world. His goal was to purify the bloodlines and to obtain absolute power. James went on to explain the Death Eaters and the terror created by Voldemort and his followers. Finally, James' eyes became empty and his face haunted. On October 31st, Voldemort attacked our home while your mother and I were out. We were betrayed by one of our best friends. Voldemort tried to kill you, but somehow you reflected the spell back and destroyed his body. Your mother and I thought you had died as well, but obviously that was not the case. Was Voldemort not destroyed? Bastila asked curiously. No, only his body was destroyed, his spirit lived on. Things were quiet for 25 years until last year, when he was somehow returned to a body using your sister's blood. Revan's mind was spinning. He had been killed and brought back many times by the Massassi. It had never been over such a long period of time. But what if they were responsible for this Voldemort? If so, then his father would be more critical than he originally thought. Why hasn't anyone taken him out? Surely if enough people attacked at the same time, you would be able to overcome any defense he might have. James grimaced. This was something he had hoped to avoid for a time. He didn't want Revan to feel pressure to stay or do something that the wizarding world should have taken care of a long time ago. There was a prophecy made around the time you were born. It basically says that only you can defeat the Dark Lord. Bastila was intrigued by this. Of course, the Jedi had prophecies as well, so she wasn't shocked by its existence. However, if the prophecy referred to the Dark Lord and not Voldemort specifically, it may mean that Revan was destined to fight the Massassi on this planet and not just Voldemort. Did it say that Revan would be the only one who can defeat the Dark Lord, or did it specify Voldemort? James leaned back in his chair as he thought over the wording of the prophecy. Softly, he repeated the prophecy word for word. Looking back at Revan and Bastila, he saw them exchange a brief look as if sharing a thought. It says the Dark Lord. It has to mean Voldemort. He was the one who attacked Revan. Before either Bastila or Revan could respond, Revan's communicator chirped. Revan pulled it from his pocket and said, "Go ahead. Lord Revan, we are nearing your location. Where do you want us to set down? You should have a forest on your sensors. There is a clearing near the south end. Set down there." "Very good, sir. We will contact you again once we have landed." After returning the communicator to his pocket, Revan turned to his father and said, "Thank you for dinner this evening. Bastila and I should go and meet the ship. If you don't mind, we will return in the morning to join you for breakfast." James was floored. That device shouldn't have worked. How did that device work? Electronics don't function around magic. Before either Bastila or Revan could answer, James added, "Screw that. Can I go with you? I want to see your spaceship." He was practically bouncing in his chair with excitement. Revan nodded as both he and Bastila laughed at his display. "Come on then." After showing an enthusiastic James around the ship, Revan retreated to his quarters for the night. Bastila followed suit and locked the door behind her. She dimmed the lights in her room and began to meditate for the second time that day. Once she had centered herself, she reached out her senses to examine Revan's aura. Despite the fact that she was in a peaceful, meditative state, she frowned at what she saw. The black and red elements of his aura had regained much of their strength, though it was still less than what she had first observed on his flagship. It was critical that Revan not return to his old ways. Mentally, she sighed as she realized she would need to reinforce aspects of his aura every night to prevent his from slipping back. She got work strengthening his connection to the light side and mitigating the anger and hatred he felt into something more balanced. She used her memories of their first meeting as a guide, trying to recreate the confident, caring boy that she met all those years ago. It was a difficult task she had set herself, but if she failed, then she would have no choice but to kill him. Hopefully it would never come to that, because to do so would be to kill a part of herself, however much she may deny it. July 23rd, 2007. 12. Grimmauld Place, London, UK. Sirius was sitting at the dining table in his kitchen. He was pleasantly surprised to find that no one else was in the house this morning when he went down for breakfast. Ever since Voldemort had returned, he had offered up his home as a base of operations for the Order of the Phoenix. While he was drinking his coffee, a brown barn owl flew through the window and dropped off his copy of the Daily Prophet. A look of disgust came over his face as he read the front page of the paper. "Attack on Diagon Alley. Saviors or scourges? You be the judge by Matthew Hadley." The calm quiet of Diagon Alley was shattered yesterday afternoon by yet another Death Eater attack. For the first time since the return of Voldemort, the Death Eaters were stopped before they were able to harm more than a handful of people. 2 people. A man dressed in what appeared to be a black military uniform of some sort with a flowing black cape, and a woman dressed in soft browns and a dark brown robe were on hand and put a stop to the attack. Surely these two would be considered saviors to all those witches and wizards present at the time. However, these two did more than stun the Death Eaters. Of the 15 that were present in Diagon Alley, only 3 survived. The others were dispatched with cool, almost 5 brutal efficiency, according to eyewitnesses. So are these 2 strangers heroes for risking their lives for others, or criminals for killing the Death Eaters? Where were the Aurors during all of this? That is a question that must be asked. According to eyewitness accounts, the Aurors present in Diagon Alley at the time of the attack stood by and simply watched as the strangers defended the witches and wizards. Is this the kind of protection we have to look forward to from the Ministry? If Aurors are willing to stand by and let others do their jobs, then who will be the one to finally put a stop to Voldemort's reign of terror? I have no doubt in my mind who the real criminals are, and I am sure they will do everything in their power to shift the blame or attention to other parties. It is up to you to determine whether the strangers are saviors that stopped the attack or the scourges, future Dark Lords that the Aurors are accusing them of. Sirius stood abruptly from the table and ripped the paper in half. Growling, he stormed out of the room and grabbed his robes, not bothering to put them before leaving his home. Once outside the wards of his home, he apparat to his office at the Ministry of Magic. Normally, someone couldn't apparate directly into the Ministry of Magic, but as an Auror captain, he was keyed to the wards. He yelled out to his assistant, Mark, get together a team of 5 Aurors and have them ready to leave in the next 20 minutes. While his assistant went about gathering the Aurors, Sirius was angrily filling out warrants to bring Revan and Bastila in for questioning. He would be damned if he was going to let the Daily Prophet paint them as heroes. After a little more than 5 minutes, Mark knocked at Sirius' door. Sir, the team has been assembled and is ready to leave, he said after poking his head past the door. Sirius looked up and gathered the 2 warrants before leaving his office. He grabbed a blank portkey ring from his assistant's desk and cast Portus programming it with the location to Potter Manor. We're going to Potter Manor. The 2 people responsible for yesterday's deaths are staying there. They will be brought back in for questioning. Be prepared to use force if they resist. Sirius finished grimly. The Aurors looked at each other in surprise before grabbing onto the portkey. Sirius activated the portkey, taking them to Potter Manor after everyone had grabbed on. Everyone felt the familiar jerk behind the navel before they landed abruptly in front of the main entrance to the manor. Sirius took a deep breath to get his temper under control before knocking on the door. Shortly, the door opened to reveal James in his work robes. Clearly, he had been preparing to leave for the day. When he saw who was at the door, his face darkened and he said shortly, "What do you want, Sirius? I told you I would be here to bring those 2 in if you didn't do it." Sirius responded in an official tone. "What the hell is wrong with you? You should be out there bringing in Death Eaters, not wasting your time dragging my son for questioning," James said angrily. "I could say the same thing to you, James. When did you become so blasé about killing people that James the First went to Hogwarts would never feel that way? My God, I can't believe that someone could change over the course of nearly 30 years," James said sarcastically. "Maybe if I had any confidence in the Aurors keeping the Death Eaters in prison, I would feel differently. But given your track record, I would rather see them dead," James finished bluntly. "They are no better than the Death Eaters. What gives them the right to kill people indiscriminately?" Sirius' face was red with anger and frustration. His whole body was tense, like he was struggling to keep himself from physically attacking his friend. The Aurors were watching the 2 men argue, not sure what to do. Revan and Bastila did not kill people randomly. They defended themselves against the Death Eaters, and those were the only people that they killed. They're vigilantes, nothing more. They aren't heroes and should face the same justice as the Death Eaters. It isn't their job to protect people. It is the Aurors. Now bring them out here now. James smiled for the first time since Sirius arrived that morning. "Sorry, can't do it, my friend." Face purple with rage, Sirius growled, "James the First don't know who you think you are, but if you don't get them out here now, I will have you arrested." If anything, James' smile got larger. "I hate to say this, but they aren't here. They aren't supposed to be here for an hour or so." A vein in Sirius' forehead was visibly throbbing now. "Myers, Hornstooth, you 2 stay here and wait for them to show up. Make sure they're taken to the holding cells, and then notify me." James just shook his head as Sirius and the other 3 Aurors portkeyed out. He needed to get to work. This situation could prove to be a big help for the Unspeakables. With luck, they would be able to spin the press to finally get support to let them operate on British soil. Just as James had said, Revan and Bastila showed up within the hour. Neither were particularly surprised by the welcoming committee after their meeting with Sirius yesterday. They agreed to accompany the Aurors after a brief consultation with James. Revan was cool and confident as he, Bastila, and James grabbed onto the Oris port key provided by Sirius before he left. Potter Manor, Godric's Hollow, UK. Lily was reading a book in the den. It was shortly before lunch, and she didn't expect James or anyone else to join her today. Haley was still visiting friends and wouldn't return until tomorrow. The fireplace in the den flared to life with a roaring green flame. Surprised, Lily jumped in her chair and dropped her book. Alba's face appeared in the fire and asked if he could come through. Lily agreed, and seconds later, Albus stepped through. Lily stood up and offered him a chair. After returning to her chair, Lily asked, "Albus, what can I do for you?" His eyes no longer twinkling like mad, Albus said, "I spoke with Sirius yesterday about the events at Diagon Alley. How are you doing?" It would be impossible to miss the stiffening of Lily's body at the mention of Diagon Alley. "How do you think I am doing? I find out my son, who I thought was dead, is actually alive and is also a killer." She hissed out angrily. Albus was pleased with Lily's response. He needed her to help mold Harry into an icon for the light. That was something he would never be if he was seen as a killer. "I must say, I am very disappointed in the young man. Killing is never the answer. Even Death Eaters deserve a second chance." Lily was nodding her head in agreement. "We had dinner last night with him and his friend. I had a hard time keeping a civil tongue. They were so calm about the whole thing, as if they killed people on a daily basis. Is it possible that his companion has some sort of spell or hold over him? You know the role he is destined to play." "I am not sure. It's possible," Lily answered. "Lily, I know you may not like what he has done, but we need to bring Harry back to the light. He must understand that killing is not the way," Albus said urgently. If necessary, he wasn't above casting spells on the young man to alter his behavior, but those could have unforeseen consequences. Lily sighed and rubbed her eyes before looking back at Albus. "I know his destiny better than most, but in my mind he is no better than a Death Eater. To make matters worse, James doesn't see any problems with his actions yesterday." Albus leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers while he thought over this revelation. "Maybe you should get Haley to come back here early. We can use her to influence his actions. Surely he wouldn't want to do something that could expose her to such brutality." "Albus, you can't be serious. You want me to introduce my daughter to a killer, even if he is her brother?" Lily said incredulously. "Unfortunately, I think it is the best option right now. If, as you say, we can't count on James, then we need to use Haley to make sure that Harry will fight on the side of the light and serve as icon for the wizarding world to rally behind." Albus had no idea how much of an icon Revan would turn out to be. Left unsaid was Albus' willingness to forcibly remove Harry's companion, if necessary, if she was influencing him. He would do whatever was necessary to see that Harry fought against Voldemort. However, if he was so open to killing his adversaries, then he may need to set events so that Harry wouldn't survive the battle. Albus wouldn't let him kill Voldemort only to rise as the next Dark Lord. Reluctantly, Lily agreed to Albus' plan. Before he left, Albus said, "Lily, please don't tell him about the prophecy. We can't take the chance that he will join Voldemort's side with that knowledge."